Surrounded by the silence of the ancient forest and the indifferent sky, the young man lies motionless on the path, thrown out into this dazzlingly bright and frighteningly calm world. Recovering, the young man stares disorientatedly at the dazzling sky, while the bizarre shadows of leaves slide across his face and flash in his wide blue eyes. Disconcerted by the bright light, a traveler sprawled on the soft grass looks in confusion at the leaves, involuntarily wondering about belonging to the world of the living. A thoughtful guy lying on the ground while the sun's glare touches his face ironically reflects on his boring life, with suspicion of his own death during the experiment. Looking around the sunlit clearing, the skeptical wanderer notices the imperfection of the surrounding landscape, which seems to him overgrown and untidy for the promised paradise. With panic in her eyes, the girl in orange rushes through the shady forest, holding her stomach in search of a secluded place to rest. Clenching her teeth and sweating from the unbearable tension, the unfortunate traveler froze in despair, realizing that the toilet was still far away and there was no strength to restrain herself. Sitting on a slope, a young man watches with bewilderment the figure of a stranger moving away in the dense thickets. Soaked in the light of the forest, gazing intently at the runner's trail, the wanderer mentally notes that in this paradise, local fashion seems to him a strange greeting from the distant past. Cautiously looking around and making sure that there are no witnesses, the panic-stricken and confused girl dares to take a desperate step because she can no longer tolerate the urges of her body. The young man froze in shock with his mouth wide open, unable to believe his eyes and in a panic, wondering what kind of obscene thing this girl was doing. A sparkling stream of liquid breaks from the rocks and falls down like a clear stream that flows to the east, while the stars in the sky pay homage to the Big Dipper. With bated breath, the wanderer watches in a daze as an unsuspecting girl from up the slope begins to relieve herself, and a thin streamlet, slowly but inevitably, flows straight in his direction. Frozen in a ridiculous position with his mouth wide open, the guy watches in complete shock as the trickle that gets closer and closer is about to touch him. Panic-stricken, the poor guy frantically crawls back, trying to dodge the jet running down the slope and frantically trying to figure out where to hide from this catastrophe as soon as possible. Afraid of being discovered, the young man in a cold sweat listens intently to the suspicious noise, not having time to find a reliable shelter. Startled, the boy listens in a cold sweat to a strange hiss coming from a distant figure crouching in the distance. The numbness is replaced by icy shock when the witness sees a massive snake suddenly grow out of the dense thicket right in front of the unsuspecting girl. The witness froze, unable to move from what he saw, while a reptile silently and threateningly moves out of the dense foliage directly toward the defenseless girl. Forgetting about his own safety, the witness throws out his hand in despair and breaks into a scream, trying to warn the girl that a poisonous, scaly predator is approaching her. Startled by a sudden scream, the young lady turns in horror at the voice, not yet realizing what deadly danger lurks right behind her. Before the poor thing has time to react in any way, the insidious predator makes a lightning leap and sinks its teeth into its victim. The convulsed face of the victim gives an unbearable flash of pain when the realization of what happened finally breaks through the shock of the sudden attack. In a panic, the unfortunate woman stumbles and, losing her balance, falls head over heels down a steep slope, and her cry, full of despair, resounds over the forest thicket. The confusion on her face is replaced by deep confusion as she tries in vain to cling to reality in this chaotic and painful moment. The guy falls into a stupor from surprise, seeing how the girl who has lost her balance flies straight at him at great speed. The witness does not even have time to recoil when a figure rapidly falling from above obscures the light, inexorably falling directly at him. Startled by the sharp noise, the birds scatter into the sky, leaving behind the dense forest crowns where the crash of a collision was heard a second ago. Grimacing in pain and closing his eyes, the boy gritted his teeth, barely suppressing a groan after the hard collision, taking the full brunt of the impact. The boy's eyes widen and his pupils narrow with a sharp flash of surprise as he tries to focus through the pain on what's right in front of him. The victim's eyelids are half closed and tears form as she moans softly from the debilitating pain that engulfs her entire body after the fall. An awkward silence hung in the air as the boy and girl realized what an ambiguous position they were in after falling while lying on the forest path. The victim in a rage screams accusations and gives the savior a ringing backhand slap in the face, completely forgetting that a second ago he took the whole blow. The young lady, in a fit of anger, throws a hail of blows at her benefactor, completely preventing him from getting a word in his defense. A stunned guy with a vacant look tries to digest what happened, wondering to himself if this is a curse or some kind of perverted gift of fate. A lone bird stood frozen in its nest, craning its neck and eyes wide in horror as it watched this unimaginable scene unfold in the foliage below. Desperately spreading his hands, the blushing young man tries to convince the stranger that everything that happened was just an unfortunate accident and he did not even have the shadow of bad intentions. At a loss, the wanderer, barely able to control the tremor in his voice, tries to convince the angry person of his innocence, while she glares at him suspiciously, clearly in no hurry to believe a single word he says. With anger and annoyance, the girl points a defiant finger in the guy's direction, parrying his excuses with a caustic question about whether a truly bad person will admit to their bad intentions. A battered defender with bruises on his face and despair in his voice points out the real reason for his rudeness, trying to prove that his actions were dictated only by the desire to save her from a venomous snake. The girl's anger sparks worse than lightning, while the boy, finally pinned to the wall, tries with all his might to fight off the suspicions of a stranger, keeping his face, although the situation looks as ambiguous as possible. The evil person flatly refuses to believe in the story with the snake and directly calls the guy a pervert, considering his excuses a stupid lie. The exhausted heroine feels dizzy, uttering her indignation aloud. At the same time, the wanderer comes to the realization that the poison is taking effect, not letting the guy get close to her and forbidding him to approach. Even when the strength begins to leave the stranger, she covers herself with her hands in a panic, still seeing him as a threat, not a savior. Through thoughts of the impudence and absurdity of what is happening, the girl desperately tries to compare the shameful act of the guy with his sudden desire to show concern. A determined young man, putting aside all doubts, insists on immediate help, warning about the danger of snake venom and trying to convey it to her. Squeezing the red-haired young lady's hand, the boy desperately warns that her stubbornness in this dangerous situation puts her life on the line. Even weakened by the poison, the stubborn stranger continues to stand her ground and flatly refuses to help, considering the young man unworthy of trust because of the recent incident. The unconscious person suddenly falls backward, causing the guy a sincere shock and the realization that time for rescue is almost at an end. Shocked and baffled, the young man screams at the realization that the poison worked faster than he expected, falling back to the ground with the girl. A resounding crash and a sharp fall sent the leaves billowing skyward. Through the dense foliage of the trees, a gray-haired old man with a short beard and a simple scarf around his neck, whose stern and focused appearance inspires intrigue, comes out to the young couple. An elderly man with a cleaver in his hand wanders through the forest, gently calling out to his granddaughter and suggesting that she return home to rest with her grandfather. Going out into the clearing, the old man suddenly sees the guy holding the limp body of his granddaughter, who has already completely lost consciousness. The stunned grandfather freezes in a silent scream, not believing his eyes and realizing that something has happened to his baby girl. Making hasty conclusions, the man casts a menacing glare at the guy, calling him a dirty bastard, clearly considering him a villain in this situation. Seeing the angry old man raise his massive cleaver, ready to strike, the terrified boy puts out his hand and desperately begs to wait a minute to explain everything. Swinging his weapon, the enraged man goes into an indescribable rage, showering the frightened wanderer with curses, wrongly accusing him of abusing his granddaughter and threatening to beat him to death. Thanks to a burst of adrenaline, the guy manages to stop the blade right above his head. The young man tries his best to convey to the evil old man that he did not want to do anything obscene except save his granddaughter from death under the influence of poison. The girl suddenly comes to her senses and, barely opening her eyes, in complete bewilderment calls out to her grandfather, finding him in the midst of a furious brawl with a stranger. The exhausted young lady, barely conscious, whispers plaintively to her grandfather about the biting cold as the poison slowly continues to poison her body. The shocked old man, hearing the voice of his granddaughter, instantly forgets about the battle and rushes to her with undisguised concern, while the young man is relieved to realize that the danger is over. Bending over his granddaughter, a worried grandfather with a tremor of excitement in his voice begs his granddaughter not to frighten him, trying to understand what happened to her. The alarmed young man stands up abruptly, realizing that it is impossible to delay any longer as the girl's condition becomes critical, causing the elderly man to start in surprise. The guy's determination puts the old man in a stupor because he watches as his granddaughter begins to take off her clothes. The enraged grandfather, finding the guy doing an obscene thing, sees with indignation and shouts at him, not understanding the situation. The brave young man ignores the angry screams and continues to save the girl, putting her life above any decency and misunderstandings on the part of the old man. The older man stands there in utter disbelief, threatening with a cleaver, unable to match the frightening picture before his eyes with the cold and confident tone of the stranger. A selfless young man is ready to sacrifice himself, telling his grandfather that he will take any blow, but only after he saves the victim. The alarmed savior appeals to the common sense of an elderly man, briefly explaining that the cause of the girl's near-death state was the bite of a poisonous cobra, and any delay will now kill her. Gritting his teeth and bewildered, the stunned grandfather stands in silence, trying to comprehend the horrifying truth about the poison. The alarmed old man firmly pushes the guy away from his injured granddaughter, declaring that he will not allow anyone to suck the poison but himself, and orders the stranger to step aside. Self-confidently and with a malicious grin, the young man agrees to give in, but immediately puts the elderly man in an extremely awkward position, specifying that the snake bit the girl. The cunning guy continues the psychological pressure, ironically asking the old man if he is ready to take such a step, and if he is not afraid that his granddaughter will be too ashamed to live on after such a rescue. The man's steadfastness and determination faltered against such a disarming and extremely awkward logic. The imperious wanderer abruptly cuts off his grandfather's doubts and orders him to move away, making it clear that the games are over, and now everything depends only on his actions. A desperate old man grabs the guy at the last moment, trying to stop him and forbidding him to touch his granddaughter, despite the critical situation. Agreeing with the older man, the young man doubtfully asks him if he really wants to do it himself, because such a procedure can leave a deep psychological trauma in the heart of his granddaughter. The old man couldn't say anything to the young man after such loud words. The broken grandfather dejectedly steps aside, admitting defeat to the stranger's logic. The attentive savior notes with alarm that the poison has penetrated deep into the tissues, and there is almost no time left for any other actions other than immediate intervention. Coolly and with a stern look in his eyes, the guy claims a small amount of time, but there is a chance to save the girl. An experienced but puzzled young man seriously thinks about the task ahead, admitting to himself that even with his experience in medicine, he has never had to suck poison from such a piquant place. Noticing the boy's confusion, the old man desperately begs him for help, saying that he has only one granddaughter. Convincing himself that saving a life is the highest priority, justifying any action, the young man resolutely takes action. A moment later, the savior rises, spitting out the remnants of dark, poisoned blood and preventing the girl's death. The girl's grandfather did not leave for a minute, intently watching the work of an unknown guy. After performing the procedure, the young man tells his grandfather that the poisoned blood is almost out, and also dictates to him a list of rare medicinal herbs necessary for the complete recovery of the victim. After 3 hours of waiting, the guy looking after the sleeping and exhausted girl is waiting for the old man. With a certain suspicion and constraint in his voice, the grandfather asks the young man if he really is a doctor. The young savior, feeling unfair after all his efforts, resentfully asks the man if he still suspects him, threatening to stop helping if he does not start trusting him. Startled by what he heard, the old man waved his head, saying that he was just asking. The young man, keeping calm, assures his grandfather that he does not take people's lives lightly, making it clear that he is an expert in his field. Wiping away tears of relief, the old man thanks the young savior for his help, to which he does not respond, realizing that it is his duty. After a moment of silence, Wanderer decided to change the subject. Casually, the young doctor asked the old man what year it is on the street, noticing that the style of clothing in their family is 2 styles from decades ago. With some mockery in his voice, Grandpa explained that even living in the mountains, they weren't that outdated. Hearing the answer to his question, the guy froze in disbelief, realizing that he was in the past. Suspecting something is wrong and not believing his ears, the young man falls into confusion and insistently asks what year it is. The dumbfounded old man confirms that it is the year 2019, and in bewilderment suggests that the guy go to his house and check the calendar. Shocked by the answer, the doctor dragged his grandfather to his house to check the calendar, completely forgetting about the rescued girl, who was left lying on the grass in a half-naked state. Taking his granddaughter with him, the hero and the old man reach a modest 2-story house where the guy hopes to find confirmation of his suspicions about time travel. Shocked, the young man finds the year 2019 on the calendar, even though he was sure it was 2089. The hero is in deep shock and confusion, feverishly trying to understand how he got so far from his year. Looking in the mirror, the wanderer looks at his reflection with disbelief, not recognizing yourself in this younger version. The boy searches his face in horror for the familiar features of a grown man, while the old man mistakes his confusion for ordinary self-love. Still confused, the young man turns to his grandfather and demands to know the name of the current leader of the alliance. With obvious bewilderment, the older man explains to the hero that they are in the country of Huaxia, among ordinary states like Mi and Ying, and he has never heard of any alliance. Looking intently into the void with a cold sweat on his forehead, the wanderer repeats the name of the country in complete bewilderment. The boy compares the facts and suggests that at the moment of a powerful explosion, his soul was transported back decades to an era when countries were still independent, and the global alliance from his time did not even exist. Suddenly, a girl's voice was soft and exhausted, calling out to her grandfather. The granddaughter, who has woken up, gets up in bed in confusion and speaks uncertainly to her grandfather, clutching the edge of the blanket to her. Having calmed down, the old man rejoices at the girl's awakening, while she tries in vain to remember why they are at home and not in the mountains for firewood. The grandfather is relieved to reprimand his granddaughter for carelessness and introduces her to the young man, explaining that it was he who saved her after being bitten by a venomous snake. The hero, in turn, still standing on the sidelines, only smiled reassuringly. Under the gaze of a smiling guy, the girl suddenly begins to shower him with insults, while an elderly man tries to reason with his granddaughter for her rude behavior. Covering herself with a blanket, a flushed young lady accuses the young man of inappropriate behavior, claiming that he was spying on her. To defuse the awkward situation, the wanderer takes the situation into his own hands and convinces the grandfather to go for a ready-made decoction of medicinal herbs, promising to explain himself to his granddaughter. The old man only sighed reassuringly and agreed before leaving. Left alone, the characters freeze in tense silence as the girl warily watches the savior standing in front of her. With a certain shyness and suspicion, the stranger hesitantly asks the guy if he really helped her. With a calm and slightly ironic smile, the hero solemnly confirms that he personally applied the medicine. Sitting by the bed of the weakened girl, the guy admits that he sucked the poison himself and defiantly asks if she is happy with the answer. Being as close as possible to her rescuer, the shocked girl freezes with her eyes wide open and sweat on her face, unable to utter a word after his shocking confession. Blushing deeply, the victim screams at the hero in despair, wondering why he did this to her and who will now take her as his wife in the future. But the hero was not up to it at all. Staring intently at his reflection, the boy deftly parries the accusations, explaining that it was a forced measure, ironically asking if she would really prefer it if it was her grandfather in his place. Confused by all the events that have taken place, the girl watches the wanderer intently. Ignoring the girl, the guy looks at himself and realizes that the laboratory explosion threw him back decades. After a short silence and thought, the hero leaves, advising the young lady to rest properly, as she did not fully recover, leaving her alone in the room. Puzzled and confused, the girl follows her rescuer with her eyes, and with obvious curiosity, I decide to ask him his name before he leaves her. Without turning around, the hero introduces himself rather dryly to the stranger, calling his name Yewutian. Giving her name in return, the girl introduces herself to Li Wan-er, noting the arrogance in the name of the stranger, and curiously asks the stranger about the reasons for his appearance in the mountains. The guy naively justifies himself by saying that he just woke up and heard a noise, while the shocked girl realizes that he saw too much. Comforting herself with the thought that the guy had just woken up at that time and couldn't see anything in his confusion, Wan-er laughs nervously. Yuenyan destroys the girl's hopes with a malicious smile, noticing that he always wakes up quickly enough. Li Wan-er desperately tries to make a joke out of it, hoping that the savior is just teasing her and didn't actually see anything. However, contrary to even the last hope of the girl, the boy finally puts an end to the dispute, directly confirming that he really saw everything at that awkward moment in the mountains. With this last argument, he decided to take her by surprise, noting that he saw everything very clearly. After an unsuccessful note, the victim, forgetting about his exhausted state, angrily rushes at him with fists, calling him a pervert and promising to kill. The girl's condition immediately reminded her of itself, and the attempt to attack unsuccessfully ended with a fall from the bed and complaints of severe pain. Irritated by her disobedience, the guy grumbles at the heroine for being careless, reminding her that he advised her to move less while she moans in pain at the snakebite site. With a deft movement, the hero manages to remove the girl's clothes in order to get to the place of the bite. With incomprehension and wariness, the girl loudly asks Ye Wuqian what he is doing, to which the latter, entering into an argument, makes it clear to the girl that he is going to give her a massage to ease the pain. But instead of gratitude, he receives only a portion of insults. An elderly elder enters the room with a bowl of hot broth, interrupting an awkward exchange and informing the hero that the healing medicine for the girl is already ready. The old man makes a good-natured joke about Lee Wanner, asking her why she is hiding under a blanket in this heat and whether she is afraid of suffocation. Burning with shame, the angry girl publicly declares that from now on she does not want to have anything to do with this pervert, which confuses the elderly man. Being at a loss, the grandfather tries to find out from the young guy the reason for such a loud statement. The boy quite calmly explains to the old man that he only gave the girl a massage to relieve the pain. With an ironic grin, Yewutian assumes that the girl just didn't like being out of her pants twice in a day and mentally notes the pleasant elasticity of her underwear. Enraged, Lee Wanner shouts out a final warning, swearing to the heavens to kill the hero if he dares to spill a single word about what happened. The boy confidently and arrogantly declares that he is not interested in such a flat girl at all and asks the old man to give her medicine as soon as possible to end this conversation. Offended to the core of her soul, the girl flatly refuses to drink the medicine, capriciously saying that it may contain poison, which makes the doctor finally lose patience. The old man has no choice but to use futile attempts to calm the raging granddaughter, affectionately calling her stupid, persuading her to listen to the doctor, while his hand is already resolutely taking the medicine bowl. Yewuchin walks over to the bed with the bowl in his hands and says in his usual way that he doesn't care about it at all, and the only thing he cares about is his reputation as a legendary healer. Since the hero saved the girl, he leaves her no choice, and seriously tells her that since he put so much effort, she just has to stay alive. With mockery, Wan-er parries the doctor's pretentious words, calling herself a fairy of medicine and flatly refusing to drink his decoction, which brings him to a white heat. Since the girl is so reluctant to take the medicine inside, the doctor, grinning ominously, hints at a completely different method of taking the decoction. The healer goes on the offensive and sarcastically teases the girl, calling her a naked butt fairy and offering her to check her injury again if the previous treatment session did not seem convincing enough. Frightened by Wuxian's pressure, the victim panics and begs him not to approach and hastily agrees to take the medicine to avoid a second examination. After giving in to brazen threats and fearing humiliating treatment, Wan-er finally gives up and grabs the cup in fear, agreeing to drink the bitter potion. Trembling with fear, indignation, and drinking a decoction, the girl does not stop calling her savior a dirty pervert, accusing him of simply liking to undress her. A restless old man, while his granddaughter takes medicine, turns to the young man, hoping to hear a comforting prognosis about her injury. The hero calms the grandfather, claiming that all the worst is already over and the girl just needs follow-up treatment, and also taking the opportunity, he asks the old man if he does not mind that he stayed with them for a few days. The grandfather happily agrees to let the doctor stay overnight, assuring him that he can stay as long as he wants, as long as his granddaughter fully recovers. Night has fallen, and even in her sleep, the poor girl cannot find peace, continuing to grumble angrily, digesting the events of the past day. A restless night overtook the savior. Despite his malice and courage, he also sleeplessly spends the dark time of the day, thinking about the whole past day. Reflecting on the mystery of his time travel and wondering who the former owner of his current body really was, the already exhausted healer suffers. Wuchan analyzes his situation, realizing that he is a stranger here, and notes with annoyance the deplorable state of his new body, exhausted by the debauched lifestyle of its former owner. The realization makes the hero fall into a real shock, how much the previous owner of the body undermined the health of endless drinking and revelry. The healer understands that his strange reaction to Wan-er is not dictated by his own will, but by the instincts of his former body, which was clearly a pervert. Wudian is seriously concerned that he has been reborn as a lustful person and speculates that the real owner may have been killed and thrown away in the mountains because of his bad temper. A clear goal overtook the hero, who finally decided to understand everything and thoroughly study the past of his new body in order to understand what other surprises the former owner left him. In the early morning, the quiet of the house is disturbed by someone shouting loudly and insistently, demanding that old man Lee come out to him immediately. Exhausted from a sleepless night thinking about his new body, Healer B wakes up irritably to the screams of uninvited guests. A group of unfriendly people, led by a man in a red jacket, show the old man that the 2-day period he knew about has come to an end, and it's time to answer the bills. Dawn brings new troubles to Lee's house, and strangers put the grandfather in front of a cruel choice, so that he will repay the debt or give his granddaughter into the hands of the leader of the group. Wondering why he would bring a whole crowd of aggressive people to his house, Lee accuses old man Joe of trying to kidnap his granddaughter. The grandfather desperately tries to resist the gang leader, flatly refusing to give up his granddaughter to pay the debt. Looking out of the window of her room, the girl plaintively begs the lender to give them some more time, promising to repay the debt as soon as her family has money. A big man appears from the crowd of people, who with a lascivious look puts pressure on Wan-er, convincing her to agree to his proposal, while Joe supports him, claiming that Hu-zi will be good with her. The poor girl has no choice but to tearfully beg Hu-zi to leave her alone, flatly refusing to accept his feelings. The enraged lender loses his temper and orders his mob to break into the house to forcibly take old man Lee's granddaughter, promising to take care of Hu-zi and Wan-er's marriage. A crowd of aggressive people, led by a jubilant henchman Joe, who already considers the girl his property, rushes to storm the house on the orders of the lender. The old man courageously blocks the way to the door, declaring that as long as he is alive, no one will cross the threshold of his house. As the frenzied crowd moves into action, one of the goons unceremoniously grabs Grandpa Lee by the front of his shirt, ridiculing his attempt to defend the house alone. In the midst of the scuffle, the door of the house slowly opens, causing the bully to involuntarily pay attention. A healer appears in the doorway, telling the crowd that he doesn't care about their past affairs, and Wan-er is currently his patient, whom he takes under his protection. Explaining to everyone that no one will dare to touch the girl until she recovers completely, Wuchen goes to the doorway, directly to the crowd. The embittered bully, ignoring the words of the doctor, tries to find out the identity of the unknown defender, but in turn the hero interrupts him, stating that no one now has the right to even touch his patient with a finger without his permission. With bewilderment and anxiety, the girl watches what is happening from her window, wondering if the same pervert, according to her, really decided to interfere in his own business and protect her. Unaccustomed to resistance, Hu-tzu comes close to the doctor and says with a threatening look that no one can intimidate him in this village. Wodian accepts Yi's challenge with a cheeky grin, pretending to be preparing to teach the impudent big guy a lesson and show that he's not afraid of him at all. Unexpectedly for everyone, the doctor opens his fist in front of the bully, showing him only a handful of dust spread out on his palm. The big man looks at the handful of dust that the stranger is holding out to him, puzzled and confused. As if in an unexpected moment, the kid blows it away right in the face of the goon. The young man, with a defiant grin, demonstrates this maneuver to Hu-tzu, stating that it will be as easy to deal with him as blowing off this dust, infuriating the big guy. An enraged man rushes at the healer with his fists, while the leader of this group stops him, while the hero himself remains frighteningly calm. Old man Joe begins to suspect something is amiss, wondering why a stranger who has not been seen in the village is so boldly protecting the Lee family and deliberately provoking Hu-zi, mentally knowing that it is not worth it. Wodian dismisses the lender's suspicions, stating that he is not saving Wan-er out of personal interest, since she is not his type, which causes a funny outburst of rage in the girl herself, who is watching the whole picture from the window. Ignoring the girl's fury, the outsider gets to the heart of the matter and busily asks the leader of the group the amount of debt owed, questioning the need for the entire crowd to be present. Baffled by the stranger's icy calm, old man Joe is visibly nervous and stammers out the amount of 20,000 he owes. Enraged by what he has just heard, Wuchen is amazed that an elderly man is willing to ruin a young girl's life and take her away from her family for just 20,000. Disappointed by the answer, the healer shames the crowd of fellow villagers for bullying the old man and his granddaughter. Despite the stranger's attempts to throw the crowd into a state of disillusionment, Hu-tzu finally loses his composure and charges with a shout, declaring that he will still get the girl. A panicked Wan-er shouts to Wuchen to take care, to which he responds with a smug grin, clearly enjoying her sudden concern for his safety. The girl screams in horror at Wutian to dodge, fearing that he will not be able to withstand the powerful blow of the big man, while the doctor himself only gives her a calm look, ignoring the fist flying at him. At the moment of impact, a rather loud and incomprehensible sound resembling a cough flew out from the big man's side. While Wan-er closes her eyes in horror to avoid seeing the moment of impact, Wuxian lets go with a defiant smile and lets the goon's fist stop at the back of her head, showing complete superiority and control over the situation. The whole crowd is shocked as the bully falls to his knees, right at the feet of the stranger, from sudden impotence, not understanding why his muscles instantly failed right at the moment of impact. With icy arrogance, Wuqian addresses Hu-tzu, confirming his superiority, reminding him that dealing with him is no more difficult for him than blowing away dust. Old Man Joe panics at the sight of his paralyzed grandson and hysterically orders him to get up immediately, not realizing that his best fighter is completely incapacitated. The once brave daredevil, sprawled helplessly on the ground, moans in a low voice that he can't move a finger. The crowd of fellow villagers falls into superstitious horror and confusion, unable to understand how Wuxian managed to take down their best fighter in one invisible move. Old Man Joe, having completely lost his former greatness, in hysterical horror lashes out at the stranger with accusations and pathetic threats, demanding that his grandson be immediately restored to the ability to move. Touched by the boy's intercession, Grandpa Lee humbly and gently appeals for his mercy, asking him not to be too cruel to his fellow villagers, while the boy maintains a calmly confident appearance. Wudian arrogantly forgives the offender, deciding that the lack of damage allows him to be generous today. With a barely perceptible movement, the boy removes the paralysis from the bully, while he gasps in shock and is relieved to find that he can move again. Turning his back on the crowd, the outsider leaves imperiously, ordering them to come back for the money in 3 days. Wuchen ends the skirmish with an icy and unwavering order to scram, while strongman Hu Tzu, shamefully supported by his grandfather, is forced to retreat under the gaze of a guy who clearly does not intend to repeat himself twice. Trembling with impotent and desperate anger, the big man obsessively insists that Wan Air belongs to him and greedily demands revenge from his grandfather, while old Joe remains grimly silent, clearly aware of the dangerous force they are facing. Joe, overwhelmed by the show of force, grudgingly acknowledges Wuxian's danger, but still holds out hope, deciding to return in 3 days to see if this audacious upstart can collect the promised 20,000. A crowd of armed villagers breaks the siege, admitting temporary defeat. With undisguised relief and trepidation, Wanner watches the crowd leave from the window, realizing that the nightmare is over for now. The brave hero, with a straight face, teases the worried Wanner, asking about her concern in his direction. Capricious, the girl blushes with embarrassment, denies any concern, and, in a fit of surging feelings, shouts out that it would be better if Hu Tzu beat him to a pulp. Wuxian just snorts dismissively at the girl's angry tirade, stating with absolute certainty that he would easily punch a dozen people like this bully. Instantly changing her anger to genuine curiosity, the girl enthusiastically interrogates the defender about how he managed to defeat the bully. With a smug grin, the kid once again reminds him that he is a medical legend, claiming that any ailments are nothing to him. Mentally, the guy remembers and rejoices at yesterday's successful collection of medicinal herbs, thanks to which he was able to make several different powders. Wanner makes fun of Wuxian, calling him a liar and refusing to believe in his incredible skill, while the boy tries to keep his cool, even though the girl's jokes slightly hurt him. With a mixture of irony and mock resentment, the healer resents being taken for a liar in this decade, calling it a sad situation. Wudian launches into a brazen attack, confidently declaring to the dumbfounded Wan Air that his medical talents can not only heal illnesses, but also increase her breasts, unceremoniously asking if she is interested. Shocked and brought to tears by the shameless offer, the girl freezes in silent indignation. Noticing Wanner's distress, Wudian stood up in a stupor, asking her if he had said something bad. Through sincere crying and resentment, the girl complains that she is being bullied at school, calling her the princess of boards, and now the guy has joined the number of offenders, which makes the guest feel extremely uncomfortable. Wanner's behavior causes Wuxian to panic, causing him to make ridiculous excuses that he is not mocking at all, but only telling the truth about his professional skills. With a determined and defiant look, the girl takes the guy at his word and demands that he prove his medical abilities in practice. Putting aside any embarrassment and moving from tears to assertive actions, the girl shows her figure to the healer and hopefully asks him if his medical skills are really capable of such a thing. Wudian, who has just boasted about his incredible talents, finds himself in a complete stupor and embarrassment after the girl's actions. The next morning dawns and Lee's house is flooded with soft sunlight, creating a sense of calm. Wanner, standing at the door, remembers with annoyance Wuxian's bragging about her breast augmentation yesterday, realizing that in the end, he didn't do anything. Blushing with embarrassment and inner anxiety, the girl is tormented by contradictory thoughts. She simultaneously hopes for the miraculous powers of the guy and seriously fears that he just wants to take advantage of her gullibility. Remembering the cruel taunts of her classmates who tease Wanner and joke that a plane can take off on her flat chest, the girl tries to make the right decision. Driven to desperation by the bullying of her classmates, the young lady resolutely bursts into the doctor's room, throwing off any embarrassment ordering him to help her change her figure. A stunned Grandpa Lee freezes with a broom in his hands, becoming an unwitting witness to an extremely ambiguous scene and a shameless proposal of his granddaughter. In a panic, asking her grandfather what he left in the doctor's room, the girl is overwhelmed with mixed emotions, while the old man, calm and puzzled, explains that their guest went to collect medicinal herbs, and he himself decided to take a moment to get out. The heroine freezes in silent shock and blushes when her grandfather, hearing her loud screams, decides to ask her why she started talking about breast augmentation. Burning with shame, the girl couldn't think of anything better to do than quickly run out of the room, shouting that she didn't say anything like that, hinting that her grandfather just heard it. The young lady was so engrossed in her own thoughts that she did not even notice that on her path, along which she was running, there was a stone on which she safely tripped. At the most convenient moment, the boy returns home after collecting herbs, while the girl is already flying in his direction. The crash rang out across the street after the collision. Woo-Yan and Wan-Er end up in an awkward position on the floor after accidentally falling, frozen in utter silence from shock and awkwardness. After a bad fall, the girl sits on the floor, crying out in pain and clutching at the already damaged area under the doctor's disapproving gaze. With an important look and disapproval in his voice, the boy scolds the girl, reminding her of his words that she should refrain from physical exertion. The young man, standing up from the ground, with a serious and slightly threatening look, declares that he will have to give her a massage again, which greatly shocks Wan-Er. An obnoxious girl goes into a real tantrum at the suggestion of her savior, calling him a pervert in a panic and desperately protesting against repeated massage. Ignoring the shouts and curses, the healer set to work. After finishing the massage, Woo-Chin decided to make more healing powders and preparations from the herbs that he had collected. While watching the doctor work, Wan-Er buries her face in her pillow and grumbles, calling him a pervert and a scoundrel because of what happened. After some time of grumbling in his direction, without distracting from work, the guy answers the girl that he is tired of the eternal insults and decides to change the subject by asking which seafood is most valued. Wan-Er, still sulking and fuming, replies to Woo-Xian that the most expensive seafood is obviously lobster, which costs several hundred wen. Having received the answer to his question, the young man put aside a thought and a certain goal related to the emphasis on crayfish. A few moments later, an old man came into the boy's room, bringing with him a certain item that the boy had asked for. Grandpa doubtfully asks Woo-Xian if this is really what he needs, while the young man carefully examines what Lee has brought. The young man confirms with confidence that the older man has brought exactly what is needed to implement the plan. After completing the preparation of his mysterious concoction, the healer smears it on the rim of the jug, while the grandfather and granddaughter watch in bewilderment. Having prepared everything that is needed, Woo-Chen triumphantly invites his companions to go fishing, which should bring them a fortune. Arriving at the coast, the resourceful guy sets up his own wicker traps that sink to the seafloor. Waiting for a bite, the guy sat down right by the water, watching the trap, enjoying the sound of the water. While waiting, the guy glanced at Wan-Er sitting next to him, looking at her interested face and lost in his thoughts. Noticing the beauty of the girl, Woo-Chen realizes that he really likes this type of girl, despite all his words and her insults to him. Unlike those girls from the time where the hero came from, filled with energy, he draws conclusions to himself while looking at Wan-Er. Realizing that the girl sitting next to him, who is currently in the same time as him, is just a miniature angel, quietly hoping that this may be a heavenly sign for the boy. From a distance, a cry of delight can be heard, which breaks the silence of the young couple. And along with this, the guy's thoughts, it was Old Man Lee, hurrying to inform the young people that he saw a miracle. Startled by the loud sound, Wan-Er jumped up from her seat, asking her grandfather what had happened. Covered in sweat and with surprise in his eyes, an elderly man, out of breath, tells the guys to go with him to see how many crayfish he saw on one of the banks. The top of the Yinchuan building in the eastern city cuts through the sky. Blonde girl sitting in her chair at the desk, looking at the view from the window of her office. Remembering a familiar person, the girl thinks about the past 3 days. Realizing that a close friend has not been in touch for long enough, she begins to believe in the rumors about his death. A knock on the door makes the CEO forget about his thoughts and go back to work. Informing her boss that the bank has sent another notification, the subordinate opens the office door and enters it. Turning to her employee, the blonde girl asks her about the contents of the letter, assuming that it still makes sense about paying off the debt, to which she receives confirmation. The director asks his subordinate, Xiao Meng, to arrange a dinner with President Zhu to spend the evening in a business meeting and discuss further business. While protecting and worrying about her director, Xiao warns her that President Zhu is not a good person, and eating lunch with him is like a sheep entering a tiger's den. Realizing that the situation is getting worse every day, the girl is aware of all the risks and also assuring her employee that the president is still the same person, even if not a good one. Unnecessarily concerned for her management, Xiao desperately tried to make another argument, but was quickly interrupted by the director with another request to just arrange a meeting. After a productive and quite profitable fishing trip, Li's house was filled with a pleasant smell of various dishes, and its residents gathered at the same table for a meal in honor of a good occasion. Old man Li, embarrassed, turns to Wuxian, feeling deeply moved by his actions. He decided to sincerely thank him. While letting out a tear, Grandpa doesn't stop thanking the guy, mentioning that after selling the crayfish, he was able to cover the debt that he borrowed from Old Man Zhou. Puzzled by the question, Wan finally decides to ask the guy she mockingly calls a pervert how he managed to make it so that the crayfish seemed to swim to the shore, waiting for them to catch them. Nothing more than a snide smile and a sarcastic tone, the young healer did not give out in response to the question, asking people on the other side if they would believe if he said that he was superhuman. With her usual petulance, the girl turned away from the brute, grumbling under her breath. However, after all that had happened, Wan thanked her savior, her family's helper. Wuxian coldly and indifferently replied that there was no need to thank him, but it would be enough if the girl did not kick him when he gave her a massage, which received a confused and somewhat angry look in her direction. Wan reacts quite violently to the words of the healer, while the latter, with his arms crossed, is absolutely calm and smug. During the meal and a heated discussion of quite juicy topics, a knock sounded from the front door, forcing everyone sitting to pay attention to it. After asking who was there, Grandpa Li allowed the knocker to enter the house. The door slowly and timidly opened, and a familiar silhouette appeared in the opening. It was Old Man Zhou, who was embarrassingly walking into the room. Such an unexpected visit from an unwanted guest due to past events caused the Li family and the healer to freeze in mute shock. An elderly man with a gray beard curiously enters the house and asks about the reason for such a luxurious feast. Not understanding the purpose of the visit, Grandpa Li indignantly asks Zhou about the reason why he came, noting that the debt has already been paid to him. Old Man Zhou, with a serious and slightly guilty look, admits that he has come to apologize and discuss some matters concerning his grandson, Hu Zi. Grandpa Li and granddaughter Wan are frozen in silent shock and bewilderment, while the once leader of a mob of angry villagers starts talking about the relationship between their grandchildren. The red-haired girl looks extremely confused and tense, while Wuxian decided to jump in, boldly exposing Zhou's true intentions, asking if he was still trying to bring them together. Resolutely taking Wanner's hand, the young man lifted her up from the chair and declares his intention to bring final clarity to the situation. Pressing the girl powerfully to his chest and hugging her with one arm, Wuxian sternly and menacingly declares her his girlfriend, shocking everyone present. With a determined look, the boy harshly demands from the old man that he force his grandson to give up the girl. Startled by Wuxian's unexpected statement, Wan screamed at the guy. In order not to screw up the plan, the healer pinched the girl directly on the bite site so that she would not have time to say anything superfluous, which only made her squeak in pain. The girl only managed to turn to the defender as he cut her off with a menacing look without giving her a chance to get a word in. With a bit of annoyance, Wuxian explained his plan to Wan in a whisper, that he was putting on a show to make the Zhou family fall behind her, causing the girl to blush even more. As Old Man Zhou watches the painting, he notices in his mind that the redhead doesn't feel uncomfortable in the guy's arms, concluding that they like each other. With a heavy sigh of disappointment, Zhou hurriedly decided to leave the house, saying that the young people had their own plans and that he needed to hurry about his business. In an awkward silence, a couple of young boys watched the old man go, waiting for him to leave. Exactly after the old man left, the girl broke into a scream for her defender, asking how he had the courage to behave like this, threatening to bite him to death. The scream was so loud that the entire courtyard could have witnessed it. Towards nightfall, Wu Tian and Wan retreated to her room to discuss a private topic. Once again doubtful, the girl continued to ask the doctor about his medical abilities. Allegedly, he could increase her breasts or not. Being excited about the upcoming procedures, the girl was bombarded with questions from her lawyer about what he would do, whether it would hurt, and how he decided to fulfill her dream. Trying to dismiss the doubts of the red-haired companion, Yu Tian cites his experience as an example, referring to the fact that he has already enlarged the breasts of the president's daughter herself. As the doctor turned away, thoughts of the boy's bragging flashed through the girl's mind with a certain irony. Turning back to the girl, the healer picked up a bowl of some sort of solution from the table and slowly stirred the substance with his hand. A pleasant smell spread around the room, seducing the girl who decided to ask what it was. Dryly replying that the solution was not for eating, the healer slowly smeared it on his hands. Observing the girl's confusion and alertness, the young man with determination in his voice says that he needs to apply the product directly to the site of the injury, having done a massage. An awkward silence strikes a couple of young guys, while the young man waits for the girl's decision, monotonously rubbing ointment on his hands. Finally embarrassed, but still determined to go along with it, Wanner squeezed her eyes shut as she lifted her t-shirt, agreeing to the procedure where she would pretend to be touched by a dog. Embarrassed by yet another insult, Woo-Yan said that he wouldn't be polite either. Closing his eyes in the complete silence and shyness of the room, the doctor began the procedure, during which he burns with shame. After an hour of the procedure, the girl sprawled on the bed, blushing from what had happened. Wiping her hands of the medicine and promising the girl to take the medicine soon, Woo-Yan hurriedly leaves the room. The hero, who was already in a sweat after the procedure, decides to go out on the night street for a walk, immersed in his thoughts. Swearing that even during the massage the boy was suffocating, he understands how weak his new body is, making a decision to make some medicine for himself so as not to repeat the fate of the previous owner. Full of confusion from the huge flow of thoughts, the young man looks up at the starry sky. Looking at the glow of the moon, Woo-Yan understands that the ability to control his desires is very necessary for him. The next morning, the weather was beautiful, and the warm rays of the sun covered the eastern city with their radiance. A young man in a black suit strikes up a conversation with his father, who is sitting across from him, enthusiastically reading the newspaper, drawing his attention to the reports that his son has read. Drawing conclusions from the reports that the boy has studied, he hurriedly informs the man about the death of a certain bastard. Responding to his son's loud statements, the man looked up from the newspaper, asking the young man again, as if hoping that he had heard wrong. A solid man, sitting in a chair with a newspaper in his hands, looks at his son, asking how the death of an unknown person happened, to which he receives an answer in the form of rumors that a bunch of garbage killed the person. With an evil grin and an arrogant tone, the young man notices that they can afford such a death. Setting aside the newspaper for more peaceful times, the father asks to pretend ignorance and not to spread this information to anyone, even his second uncle. A young guy, looking intently into the eyes of his father, smiling maliciously, offers to see how events will unfold, making it clear that he knows what to do. Without paying much attention to his son's behavior, the man shifts the topic, asking how the boy's relationship with Shin Yue is progressing, remembering that he boasted about how good everything is. The question put the young man in an awkward position. He had no choice but to make a ridiculous argument, saying that Shin Yue is not like other women. Seeing his son's embarrassment, the strict father laments to him, "If this girl is the same as other women, then she won't be an Uyang," mentioning that this step is important to achieve their goal and raise their status. Bowing his head, with perspiration on his face and a tremor in his voice, the young man promises to do everything in his power. The sky is covered with sparse clouds, but this does not prevent the sun from shining its rays, illuminating the streets and the house of the Lee family. Dr. Woo-Yan, sitting at his desk, quietly prepares a new substance from the collected herbs for his collection. The peaceful harmony is interrupted by the door being thrown open abruptly and Wan-Er shouting that they urgently need to hurry up and leave, arguing their behavior with bad news. From surprise and loud sounds, the healer loses the bowl with which he was working, and the plate with the substance shatters on the floor. Still terrified and confused, Woo-Yan reaches hopelessly for the broken pieces of his crockery, muttering about the substance he spent a lot of time on, just as Wan-Er starts to aggressively notice that now is not the time for this at all. With horror in her eyes, the red-haired girl informs the doctor about the plague in the tree, and also that Grandpa wants them to leave immediately. The poor boy, moving away from the fright, manages to look at the person who caused so much trouble and noise. The girl grabbed the healer's arm and dragged him along, asking him to just run. Woo-Yan looks after Wan-Er with a puzzled expression, wondering why the plague came out of nowhere. After the young couple slowly left the house, they were stopped by a group of people in protective overalls. The closest employee turns to them, explaining that to prevent the spread of the plague, they must be quarantined, sending them to a special center, while the girl is scared to death, and the guy only stared at the people in front of them. Woo-Yan can't stand the words of the man in overalls and breaks down to shout, calling him stupid for deciding to quarantine everyone indiscriminately, although neither the doctor nor the girl even has symptoms of the disease. Instead of listening to the stranger's comments, a gun was pointed at the healer, silencing him. While a young couple is being targeted by two people, the leader of this group notices that those who resist will be put down with tranquilizers. Blocking the way for her companion, Wuyan reflects on such cruel methods with a clear look of despair on his face. Cornered, the young couple decides to follow the instructions of the men in overalls. Accompanied by a squad of sanitary workers, the heroes were taken to the quarantine center. Full of tension, Wudian and the terrified red-haired Wan-er obey the orderly's orders as they enter the building. From the threshold of the viral house, the healer notices a crowd of people with various types of ailments who are forced to sit on the floor and wait for their time due to lack of seats. A large number of villagers are gathered in the center, some sitting in the shade, trying to rest from moral exhaustion, others experiencing agony from the symptoms of the disease. Grandpa Lee notices the newcomers and hurriedly calls out to his granddaughter, to which she pays confused attention. The irritated old man begins to reprimand his little girl, calling her stupid for not listening to his advice to run away with Wuxian, but the girl barely managed to insert words, informing her grandfather that they came too quickly. Having overheard the old man's conversation with his granddaughter, the stranger decided to do his bit, explaining to his grandfather that the entire village had been blocked off for several hours since the plague broke out. A frustrated old man asked questions about what they could do, feeling sorry for his granddaughter for being still young. Not listening to his grandfather's reassuring words, Wan-er tries to cheer him up, asking him not to worry, since there are doctors here. But despite all the attempts of his granddaughter, Old Man Lee refuses to believe that everything will be fine. Wuqian, in turn, doesn't try to interfere with the Lee family's conversation, standing on the side and watching the situation from the window. Discussing what kind of plague this is, the healer looks intently at the doctors who are busy with their work. The young man, collecting all the information in his head that he knew about a certain plague, realizes that he has heard about symptoms such as fever, headache, and muscle pain. However, despite all the knowledge and thoughts in his head, the boy understands that his knowledge ends in herbs, but not in diagnostics, so he decides to just go outside and ask. After announcing his decision, Wutian turned to Wan-er, who was desperately trying to calm her grandfather down. Leaving the old man alone with his thoughts, the girl hurriedly got close to her familiar friend, grabbing his hand and asking him not to go outside. The young lady decided to ask Wutian rhetorically what if he was also infected with this strange disease. Watching the young couple, Old Man Lee decided to confirm his granddaughter's words by telling the healer that there was no need for him to go there and asking him to just wait for a while. Smiling maliciously, the young man reassured the girl, saying that everything would be fine with him and continued to go according to his plan. Disappointed by their unrequited concern, Wan-er and Old Man Lee were forced to watch Wuxian in silence. With his hands in his pockets and a measured gait, the curious young man calmly walked out of the center into the street, where many doctors and employees were busy. After some time of walking, the boy was stopped, ordering him to stand still. A young man in a white coat, an employee of this center, pulled his mask down, turned to Wutian, asking what he was doing and reminding him of his words about the ban on going out. The staunch guy in his defense said that he was just out for a walk, asking the young doctor about the situation, offering his help, to which the latter, as if with fear, explains to him about the large amount of efforts and the mobilization of labor, even though they cannot solve the problem. Wuxian was amused by the doctor's quick temper, which he mentally noted, agreeing with his words, suggesting that he go back to his own business while he went back to his own. This audacity of the stranger brought the young guy out of himself, to which he rudely ordered him to go back without question. The situation surrounding the heroes greatly increased the mood around them, which was very noticeable in the hero, as the young doctor's words made him boil over, rudely responding to his order. The commanding tone was replaced by embarrassment and a certain fear of Wuxian, which made the doctor even more seethed at the stranger's courage. Out of desperation and adrenaline in the blood, the center worker loudly calls the quarantine officer, carrying in his own words slander about the patient's escape, demands to shoot him. Wutian did not tolerate the loud statements of his opponent, explaining his behavior as a simple desire to offer help and calling him unscrupulous. At the loud conversations of young people, another doctor approached them from the crowd of employees. An elderly man with a gray beard and a neatly coiffed hairstyle stopped the two hot hearts from bickering, asking what had happened between them. With a kind of elation and bemusement, the young doctor informs the old man that he has arrived on time, informing him that Wuxian claims to be able to solve the problem. The older man is skeptical of Wei Junji's words, asking if he really thinks the young man in front of him is a doctor. After learning the name of the loud and hot-tempered guy, Wudian ironically remarks that his name is equivalent to hypocrite in Chinese, approving of his parents' choice. Outraged by these words, Wei punches Wuxian on the arm. A young student seized with anger, claiming to show a stranger that he does not care about his name, asking for a certificate of qualification. Deftly manipulating the doctor's indignation and putting him in a stupor, Wuchen asks a provocative question about the effect of animarin rhizome in butterfly bush flower. The stranger's bold question stunned Yunji, making him doubt his own courage. Without any hesitation and with a certain arrogance, Wutian easily answers his own question, telling the doctor about the effects of the herbs asked and giving him advice to take them, as he considers him foul-mouthed. Outraged by such accusations, the young man breaks down to shout and, in a fit of anger, grabbing the stranger by the collar, demands to explain his words. With a slight sneer and still haughty tone, Wutian calmly advises him on a different set of herbs so that the young doctor's body won't be so weak. With a measured and very firm blow, the tomboy's hand flew away from the hero's collar. Maintaining a calm tone and unwavering appearance, the herbalist, being confident in his abilities and knowledge, declares that no one understands his work better than himself and deftly notices that if he is not qualified, then the young man is also. An elderly man, hearing about the stranger's abilities, approached him, asking if he was a doctor of Chinese medicine. While buttoning the top button of his shirt after the young man's provocative behavior, Wutian explains to the old man that he is not really a doctor, but just an expert in herbs. The man, adjusting his glasses with obvious interest, continues a conversation with a doctor unknown to him, asking about how he can prescribe medicines, noticing his modesty. The man's heavy hand fell on Wuxian's shoulder, leading him to show the patient and hear his opinion. The next building from the quarantine station was equipped for doctors to work with plague victims. The old man brought the guy to the ward where one of the victims of the disease is located, which is currently being monitored by a nurse. A man is lying on a hospital bed in an extremely serious, painful condition with pale skin and rolling eyes. An experienced doctor and a young man with serious faces discuss the patient's condition, trying to find something unusual in it. The young tomboy caught up with a couple of knowledgeable people and, out of his own resentment, calls Wuxian a charlatan with a malicious grin, doubting his abilities. Wuxian doesn't take it long, but with a cold and determined look, he abruptly interrupts Yunji, telling him to be quiet. The young man in the white coat froze in shock and intense tension, barely able to force out the words from the unexpected audacity and invisible strength of the opponent. Paying attention to his apprentice, the old man looks at him with disappointment, thinking about his stupidity and cowardice, secretly regretting that he chose him as his apprentice in the first place. An elderly doctor analyzes the patient's symptoms and suggests the presence of a viral infection, but notes that for a final diagnosis, it is necessary to wait for the results of medical tests. Without hesitation, Wuqian confidently addresses Old Man Wu, stating that he has the recipe ready, demanding paper and pen to write it down. A young herbalist with a confident smile slams the paper down on the table with a prepared pen, ready to write a recipe, as if challenging the doubts of others. The boy, saying aloud all the components for the medicine, clearly and actively writes down the prescription without hesitation. Casually and smugly, Wuqian hands the prescription sheet to the stunned doctor, dictating clear instructions on how to prepare and take the decoction. With a triumphant smile, having restrained everyone's intrigue, the young herbalist announces the names of his recipe, calling it a life-prolonging soup. Dr. Wu is thrilled, admits that he only heard about the legendary life-prolonging soup in old documents, and now admiringly calls the young man a super doctor. With enthusiasm, the old man passes the paper to the nurse, ordering her to immediately prepare the medicine strictly according to the prescription, and she dutifully agrees. A skeptical student with his arms crossed on his chest calls the proposed name of the recipe too pretentious and pompous. Wuxian turns to the young doctor, who is sweating profusely at the sight of him, with a calm and satisfied look on his face. With a mocking grin, the herbalist decides to put an end to their nonsense with the tomboy, calling him a hypocrite and noting that he is only strong in sarcastic comments and not in action. The hero points his finger at the young student and, with ironic seriousness, advises him to leave his wife, if he has one, so as not to harm her with his stupidity. The doctor's assistant finally loses his temper at the herbalist's impudence and furiously demands an explanation, promising that he will not leave it just like that. Literally numb with shock, the young doctor listens as the stranger methodically lists his hidden symptoms, such as heaviness in the lower back or constant cold in the lower part of the body. Drenched in cold sweat, Yunji asks in utter horror how he knows such intimate details about his health. With a deadpan smile, Wuyan continues to finish off the boy, adding to the list of his ailments frequent headaches, bad sleep with nightmares, pallor of the face, and night trips to the toilet. The assistant doctor, gasping with amazement, realizes that the stranger is right in that he accurately identified every single symptom of his. The herbalist deals a devastating blow to the ego and audacity of the opponent, claiming that he has kidney failure and serious problems with men's health. Blushing with rage and shame, Yunji desperately tries to deny everything, claiming that the hero is talking nonsense, and he himself has fun every night with his wife, who allegedly begs him to continue. Stammering with anger and turning purple, the young doctor demands to stop this stream of nonsense immediately, while his colleagues in the background watch his hysteria with bewilderment. Maliciously whispering to each other, the employees come to the conclusion that the violent reaction of the young man only confirms the truthfulness of the herbalist's words, and sincerely sympathize with the poor man. During the heated conversation between Wuxian and Yunji, the nurse returns to the room, solemnly carrying the tray, and announces that the medicine is ready. Dr. Wu, in a hurry, orders to immediately serve the prepared medicine to the patient, whose condition is getting worse and worse by the minute. Barely teetering on the edge of life and death, the pale patient takes the first dose of dark medicine. The senior physician holds his breath and watches the patient in tense silence, waiting for the slightest sign that the medicine has begun to take effect. A little over an hour, the doctors, along with the herbalist and nurse, stayed in the ward, waiting for the result. Quietly recovering, the patient in the hospital bed begins to show the first signs of recovery under the watchful eyes of the nurse and doctors. Amazed by the incredible result, doctors watch as the patient returns to a healthy blush and even breathing, realizing that the recipe of the village guy really worked a miracle. Completely confused by the patient's recovery, Yunji freezes in place, unable to utter a single word in his defense. With horror realizing the reality of what is happening, the young doctor wonders if Yutian really has such outstanding skills, because then his own shameful diagnosis is true. Deeply shaken by what has happened, the student barely finds the strength to speak to the herbalist after demonstrating his skills. Chuckling nervously, Yunji finally admits that his bad mood was caused by the embarrassing incident last night when his wife kicked him out of bed, hoping that Wu Tian would forgive him. Abruptly stopping any attempts to justify himself, the hero throws a short and cold no, clearly not going to forgive recent insults and ignorance so easily. Breaking down, almost crying, the doctor's assistant begs the herbalist for salvation, promising a generous reward, just not to put up with his male infirmity at such a young age. With icy calm, Wuqian delivers the final verdict, stating that the pale face and weak body are a direct result of their own bad habits and debauched lifestyle, which medicine is powerless to do if a person destroys himself. Keeping an icy distance, the wanderer declares that he is not a professional doctor at all and is not burdened with the duty to save everyone he meets, but only does what he sees fit. Wuqian didn't linger any longer than necessary, announcing that the problem with the epidemic is solved and giving instructions to treat the others with the same prescription, leaving the clinic staff in a complete daze from what happened. Clutching his head in despair, Yunji reproaches himself for his blindness and stupidity, realizing what a fatal mistake he made in crossing the path of such a master. As Senior Dr. Wu watches the herbalist walk away from the clinic, he mentally notices the peculiarity of this young man. Thanks to Ye Wuxian's treatment method, the situation in the city has finally stabilized. The disease has receded in all those infected, and no new cases have been recorded. The villagers enthusiastically thank Dr. Ye for saving them, and even though he habitually refuses the title of doctor, the fame of him as a great master of medicine instantly spreads among the villagers. About 7 days have passed since the outbreak of the virus and the triumphant victory over it. After finishing all of his chores, Wuqian finally began the procedures to strengthen his body, standing in the backyard of the Li family's house, doused in his own made essence. The young man seems to use his inner strength to literally suck in and absorb the remnants of the solution applied to the body. After the solution was completely absorbed, the young man breathed out a sigh of relief, looking at the bright blue sky of a clear day. The herbalist is proud to note that after a long time, his body is finally gaining strength, and this transformation has affected not only his torso, but the entire body as a whole. Straining her entire body, Wu Tian decides to release her masculine strength to the outside. With undisguised male pride, the boy notes that his miracle remedy has restored its former strength to even the most intimate parts of his body. At the most important moment of releasing the male power, Wan came to the courtyard with the desire to tell Wentian the good news. Before she can say that the reporters want to interview the nice doctor, the girl notices the whole demonstration up close. The young lady freezes in complete shock and blushes deeply from what she saw. Enraged and embarrassed, Wan throws a bottle at the herbalist, calling him a jerk and demanding to know what kind of disgrace he just showed her. The well-aimed bottle landed right on the most vulnerable spot, causing Wuxian to cry out in sudden and sharp pain. Crouching in unbearable pain and pressed against the wall, the poor guy desperately begs not to kill his dignity, which has just finally returned to working condition. After a few moments of gathering time, Wuxian decides to go out to the courtyard to meet the reporters. A smiling Wang Fangxi came out to meet the hero, posing as a TV reporter and pointing the microphone directly at the newly minted medical star. The persistent journalist politely but firmly asked Wuxian to give her some time for an exclusive interview. A completely unperturbed herbalist tells reporters that he is not a great doctor and has nothing to do with medicine at all, after which he dryly asks everyone to leave immediately due to lack of time. Fearing for his life, Wuxian mentally reasons that publicity will reveal his location to those who killed the previous owner of his body. Trying to turn the tables, a young man with a fake smile advises a journalist to interview Dr. Wu, calling himself an ordinary peasant and belittling his role in what happened. The journalist, with a dazzling smile, insists on her own, stating that according to all the villagers of the village, he is the very great doctor about whom there are rumors. Insistently convincing the hero, the reporter emphasizes that the interview will bring him fame and reputation because he probably does not want his talent to go unnoticed. The assembled crowd encourages Yuchen to agree, promising that fame will save him from any financial problems and will be an opportunity that should not be missed. An enthusiastic Wan with sparkling eyes supports the crowd, dreaming about what a celebrity her friend will become if he gets on TV screens. With an exasperated wave of her hand, William tells the red-haired girl to mind her own business and leave him alone, which only makes her look puzzled and offended. Smiling slyly in anticipation of a great story, the reporter insists on his own and advises the herbalist to stop these senseless attempts to hide the truth, because the whole district has already recognized him as a brilliant doctor. Grinning, Wudian finds an ingenious way to shut up the persistent journalist, asking her if she will become his wife if the whole village suddenly starts claiming this as well. The crowd is completely shocked by this audacity. People are outraged that Wudian dared to openly flirt with a famous reporter in front of everyone, and they are branding him shameless. A confused journalist tries to save face and seize the initiative by suggesting that the hero first give her an interview before discussing marriage. The herbalist shows no other emotion than a smug grin, putting the impudent journalist in an awkward position. Yewojin coldly rejects the journalist, saying that he doesn't need a wife with no sense of self-esteem who is willing to endure harassment for the sake of work. Watching the journalist's conversation with a young man in the crowd, Wan mentally approves of Wuxian's refusal, but burns with jealousy, outraged that he even allowed himself to openly flirt with another woman. The tense exchange is interrupted by the sudden appearance of an elderly man who demands to explain what is happening here. In the silhouette of an adult man from whose side the voice came, the hero recognized Dr. Wu. A young doctor, noticing his old friend, anxiously asks him if he has blabbed such secret data to the journalist. Dr. Wu is professionally honest and refuses to take credit for anyone else's glory, confirming that it was the boy who performed the medical feat. Expressing deep respect for his colleague, the elderly man declares that such a genius can save many lives and restore the old faith in the future of Chinese medicine. Despite Dr. Wu's praise, Wuqian continues to stubbornly deny his involvement in medicine, explaining that he doesn't care about saving lives at all. The herbalist proceeds to take decisive action and, in a commanding tone, demands that the operator immediately give him the captured film in order to prevent information leakage. Realizing the seriousness of everything that is happening, the guy understands that if information about his abilities gets on the TV screens, his anonymity will come to an end. Wang Fancy came to the defense of the cameraman. The journalist orders her colleague to continue shooting and reminds that they have every right to cover events. In turn, the hero goes to open conflict, harshly stating to the reporter that he has every right to say no and demands that they immediately get out and leave the record. Dr. Wu tries to defuse the situation and acts as a peacemaker, offering both sides to compromise and discuss everything calmly in a friendly atmosphere. Wang Fangxi complains to the elderly doctor about the herbalist's ingratitude because she tolerated his flirting and bad attitude and now sincerely does not understand why he refuses a short interview that does not harm anyone. Others also joined in the conversation, trying to convince Wuxian that the interview would benefit his career and not push the conflict to the limit, but he remains adamant. Realizing that the news is spreading quickly, the hero mentally realizes that his original plan to stay in the village for a few days and then leave is destroyed, and the only option left is to leave this place immediately. The herbalist decides to go on the offensive, ordering the journalist to go inside for a private conversation. Frightened by such an audacious offer, The reporter flatly refuses to talk in private, distancing herself from the hero. Meanwhile, with a mysterious grin, Wuqian offers the journalist a look at his hand, hinting that he has already managed to somehow influence it. Wang Fengxi freezes in silent horror, unable to look away from his hands, which have revealed something frightening. The reporter is horrified to discover that both her palms are blackened, as if from a terrible disease or poison. In tears and rage, the journalist demands that the herbalist answer what he did to her. Wuqian calmly confronts Fancy with a choice. Either she goes inside or her hands will remain black for the rest of her life, while he emphasizes that he is the only person who can heal this. The girl, trembling with fear and anger, points at the young man with her blackened hand. Outraged by his threats and questioning the fact that he is the only one who can help her, she remembers the doctor standing in the middle of the crowd, looking back at him with hope in his eyes. With an anxious and hopeful look, the girl turns directly to the elderly man, begging him to look at her blackened hands and confirm whether he knows how to cure this sudden illness. Dr. Wu falls into deep confusion when the journalist holds out her blackened hands to him and, adjusting her glasses, unable to find the words, realizes the gravity of the situation. An elderly doctor admits his helplessness, saying that he is too old for this and only understands that the spots on his hands are caused by a mixture of herbs and cannot even determine their types, let alone prescribe treatment. Wang Fengxi is in utter despair, sweat rolling down her face and disbelief in her eyes, shocked that even Uncle Wu, whom she considered an indisputable authority, has no idea how to help her. An elderly man convinces a journalist to trust the young guy and go with him, admitting that the guy is extremely arrogant, but he has a good heart, because it was he who selflessly coped with the plague. Fancy, unable to contain her irritation, calls Wuxian a scoundrel, but agrees to his provocation and decides to go with him. The door of the house closes, cutting off the young guys from the rest of the world and leaving them alone. Standing with his back to the girl, the guy gets down to business. Offering the reporter a deal, he asks her for a favor in exchange for healing her hands, while the girl's face shows puzzlement and indignation. Fancy snorts indignantly at Wuxian's suggestion, bluntly stating that her hands are in such a state because of him, and genuinely wondering how he would ever think that he would agree to help him after this. In his defense, the guy puts a tough ultimatum: if you do not heal your hands within an hour, they will remain so forever. Realizing that the reporter is cornered, he voices his request. He needs her to check one person for him. With a clear expression of cold calm on the guy's face, he decides to reveal his cards, explaining that the person who needs to be checked is himself. The reporter's eyes widen in incomprehension, and a cold sweat breaks out on her face as she asks him again, unable to believe that Wuqian is actually demanding to investigate himself. The stunned reporter asks the perfectly logical question of whether the man has gone mad, genuinely not understanding why the young guy should burden her with an investigation about himself. The atmosphere in the room becomes even more tense. Wuqian abruptly ends the girl's doubts, urging her not to pretend to be a fool. He is confident in her abilities, arguing that with her explosive character, she would have been fired from the post of journalist 10 times already, giving a weighty argument that she behaves with the respected Dr. Wu, not just as an acquaintance, but as a spoiled child. Calling him uncle, the boy finally puts her in a stupor, disarming the girl. The girl's eyes become extremely serious. Analyzing the behavior of her opponent, she finally becomes convinced that this person is not as simple as it seems at first glance. Finally, Wuxian reveals the true reason for his strange request. He confesses to her that he has completely lost his memory. The guy decides to describe everything that happened to him, telling how he came to himself in the vicinity of a fishing village, and his only assumption is that they tried to kill him. He planned to hide his identity and conduct a secret investigation in the village so as not to attract the attention of those who had already tried to eliminate him once. Fancy freezes in a complete daze, her voice shaking with disbelief, and she stares intently at the boy's face, trying to find the slightest sign of lies or mockery in his gaze. Finally believing in the stranger's story, the reporter realizes that if the story about falling from the rocks is true, then her insistence on an interview would unwittingly put the guy under attack. When suddenly, during a conversation, the young man puts a container of water on the table right in front of the girl. Wuqian squeezes the contents of a strange bag into a basin of water, creating a healing solution, and once again reminding Wang Fengxi that he has no reason to lie. Her careless action as a journalist has already put his life in danger, so she simply has to help him. A container of water begins to emit a dazzling glow as the mysterious powder dissolves in it. The last instruction of the herbalist sounds as simple as possible. You need to lower your hands into the basin and wait only 3 minutes. The girl decides to take a desperate step and plunges her hands into the luminous solution, frozen in agonizing expectation while the therapeutic mixture envelops her hands. There was silence in the room, broken only by the steady ticking of the clock and the tense breathing of the heroes. The results surpassed all expectations. The girl looks in amazement at her hands, and from the frightening blackness, there is no trace left. The deal is sealed not only by words, but also by a miracle, and Wuchen folded his arms across his chest, showing with all his appearance that his part of the contract was executed flawlessly. After a successful healing, the door of the house opens, and the girl goes out into the courtyard, where all the waiting crowd outside pays attention to her. Everyone around us literally explodes with surprise. People enthusiastically shout about the miracle. The dazzling healing is completed, and Wang Fangxi steps out to the crowd, showing off his perfectly clean hands. The herbalist himself, watching the next triumph, remains standing in the doorway, visually escorting the girl. Now that all the arguments are over, the journalist makes her final promise, confirming that she fully accepts the terms of their deal. The girl, coming closer to the crowd, gives a command to the film crew to gather and leave. As soon as Fangxi leaves the scene, Wuxian is once again under intense scrutiny, and Dr. Wu, keeping his composure, tries to find out the details of their private conversation. Using the tactic of honest innuendo, the guy's in no hurry to reveal his true motives, even to Uncle Wu. A conversation with an elderly person becomes more serious. An experienced doctor does not just show curiosity, but tries to warn the guy about who he decided to do business with. Dr. Wu suggests that Wuchen take up the vacant position of director of the traditional Chinese medicine department at his hospital. Despite such a lucrative offer, the young man rejects it and insistently shoves the guest out, stating that the conversation has dragged on. An elderly doctor asks not to rush to refuse, offering in addition to a high position any material benefits, including an apartment, car, and money. The hero politely thanks for the generous offer, but firmly stands his ground, explaining that due to the lack of medical education, he cannot accept this post, no matter how tempting the conditions may be. Ending the conversation, the young man resolutely closes the massive gate right in front of the confused doctor, briefly throwing him his last words. It is deep into the night, and the heroes are standing alone on the balcony, thoughtfully looking at the starry sky and the growing moon. An agitated Vanya comes out to him on the balcony, who turns to him and asks with trepidation in her voice if he really needs to leave and if he can't stay. With a heavy sigh, the man explains that due to recent events, his continued stay here has become inappropriate, although initially he was going to stay longer. The girl sincerely objects, being engaged in her willingness to face any dangers side by side with him, since she is absolutely not afraid of anything. Listening to such sincere words, Wu Tian silently and attentively looks at the red-haired girl, clearly considering her decisive confession. With a condescending smile, the guy gently strokes the girl's head and calls her silly, promising that even after he leaves, he will still visit them at school. Warner's face is flushed, and she asks hopefully if this is true, offering to seal this promise with an oath on her little fingers. With a soft smile, the man agrees and seals the deal, twining his little finger with the embarrassed girl's finger under the light of the night moon. Watching Warner's actions thoughtfully, Woodian mentally wonders why his heart has suddenly become so heavy, and comes to the conclusion that the feeling of being taken care of by someone else is truly a wonderful feeling. Old Man Lee came over and decided to do his bit, telling the young wanderer that this world is for young people like him, and promising that no matter what decision he makes, the old man will always be on his side. I smile and thank the old man for his support, but suddenly, the warm atmosphere of their nighttime conversation is broken, and the front door of the house opens quietly, thanks to an uninvited guest. Huji suddenly appears in the doorway, his imposing figure literally looming over the guy who clearly did not expect to see such a guest and looks puzzled. Old Man Lee is completely shocked to see an old acquaintance, clearly not expecting to see this person today. The formidable Zhou Huji, who was not expected by anyone, suddenly bows down in front of Wuchen in a deep bow, begging him to accept him as a disciple. Shocked, Wen looks at the giant prostrate on the ground and can't believe that he came to ask for a disciple. The young man recognizes Huji's shrewdness, who understands the benefits of such an alliance, but still refuses him and tells him to leave, since he does not plan to take students. Bigman humbly vows to correct any flaw in his life, so long as Master Ye is satisfied with him and changes his anger to mercy. The exasperated herbalist once again chases Huji away, wondering why this hot-tempered bully suddenly thinks he is his master. The big guy continues to bow furiously, begging Master Ye to accept him as a disciple and give him a chance to learn from him. Watching this picture, Old Man Lee skeptically notes that Huji, with his level of intelligence, would hardly have thought of this and accuses Old Fox Joe of having instigated the bully. The red-haired girl tries to calm the giant down, and asks him to get up, explaining that Mr. Ye is always true to his word and it is useless to kneel in front of him. Flattered by Won-er's attention, Huji enthusiastically recognizes her as master's mistress, promising unquestioning submission. The girl blushes to the tips of her ears and waves these words away in a panic, calling his treatment utter nonsense. The guy puts a wad of money on the table and declares that this 20,000 yuan is his tuition fee. Huji leaves, finally saying that if this amount is not enough, then he is willing to pay more. Leave the bewildered trio alone with the wad of money, the goon hurries away. Vanya, visibly embarrassed, rests her cheeks on her hands and dreamily reflects on how pleasant this guy's treatment still sounds. In the early morning of the next day, journalist Wang pays a personal visit to Wuxian at the Li family home. There's an awkward pause, and the reporter just clutches the envelope to herself and looks at the guy as if she's embarrassed or upset. Wuxian notices the girl's strange, disdainful look and wonders why she is looking at him as if she saw some pervert in front of her. Instead of explaining too much, journalist Wang hands the guy the same envelope, briefly inviting him to look for himself. Clearly perplexed, Wuxian accepts the mysterious envelope from the girl's hands, and the casual touch of their fingers causes the girl to flinch. Reporter Wang goes into a real rage because of an accidental touch with a guy, wiping her hand with a napkin with disgust. The herbalist opens the envelope with anxiety and grumbles in a low voice at the journalist's overly squeamish reaction, sincerely not understanding what he managed to offend her so much. Starting to study the contents of the documents, the guy's face changes and with increasing anxiety, asks if the case is really so serious. Wuxian shuffles through the papers in the envelope in shock, and his eyes widen at what he sees. The information inside clearly came as a complete surprise to him. Shocked by what he's read, the guy shouts obscenities to himself, and he throws the papers away from him. A confused doctor, standing among the sheets of paper scattered on the floor, asks journalist Wang in bewilderment if she is sure that these documents are even related to him. Not at a loss, the reporter sharply confirms the authenticity of the papers and orders him to shut up, saying that she is literally sick of breathing with him under the same roof. Enraged and in complete shock, the young man realizes that these papers are really his personal documents and cannot restrain an angry exclamation. Finally, it becomes clear that the dossier describes Wuxian as a real scumbag, an empty place, and a womanizer who does nothing but spend family money. The documents continue to destroy his reputation, accusing him of a dissolute lifestyle, links to dubious campaigns and endless changing of girls. The degree of absurdity in the papers is off the scale. He is accused of trying all sorts of follies, disappearing every night in nightclubs and baths, earning a reputation as an absolute evil seducer. After a full review of his own file, Wuxian falls into a stupor, putting together the last piece of the puzzle, understands why he felt so weak and fragile. The wanderer realizes that he has been reborn in the body of an unscrupulous man, whose dirty reputation and instincts now cause sincere disgust in the journalist Wang. Noticing the guy's genuine confusion, the reporter changes her anger to doubt and asks if he really lost his memory and doesn't remember anything about his past exploits. Meanwhile, Wuxian vehemently denies his involvement in the Playboy's adventures, secretly rejoicing at the coincidence of names with the former owner of the body, which greatly simplifies his life in the new world. Despite the fact that dozens of pages in the dossier are devoted to the love affairs of the former owner of the body, the journalist finds some really useful and important information among them. Correspondent Wang tells the guy the most important detail from his new biography. It turns out that he has not only his own company, but also a fiancé. Wuxian is completely bewildered that he suddenly has a fiancé in this world, because he doesn't even have a girlfriend here. The girl shocks the guy with the news that his company is in a deep crisis, turning the conversation from his personal adventures to serious business problems. The real final blow for the man was the result of all the documentation, which states that the company is on the verge of bankruptcy and his fiancée got into serious trouble. Shocked by the latest news and especially by the danger threatening his unknown fiancée, the guy anxiously asks the journalist what kind of trouble she got into. The journalist only calmly explains to him that his fiancée was brazenly framed. Trying to piece together all the facts, the fact that his fiancée was framed, and the fact that the previous owner of his body wanted to kill, the guy wonders who was behind all this. Reporter Wang coldly rebuffs Wuxian, saying that she has absolutely no obligation to report to him about the details of his fiancé's problem. The girl finally distances herself from his problems, explaining that saving the bride and the business is exclusively his own business. Frozen in silence and considering his next move, the hero stares at the journalist. The guy decides to take the initiative and directly asks the girl what she wants to learn for her own benefit from this case. Being satisfied with the words of the opponent, the girl decides to ask where such a person has such a baggage of knowledge in the field of medicinal herbs. Just grinning maliciously, Wiccan teases the journalist. Realizing that there is not a soul left in the house, except for the two of them, Herbalist C ironically asks the guest if she is not afraid to be alone with a person like him. The journalist parries the guy's threat, saying that it's not her who is afraid, because this particular klutz is in mortal danger and can be killed at any moment. Suddenly taking off, Wiccan rapidly shortens the distance and runs into the startled journalist, literally knocking her off her feet. Knocking her to the floor, the guy threw all his weight on the girl, as if covering her. Enraged by the herbalist's actions, the reporter accuses the brute of trying to use force due to the inability to find arguments in the dispute. Putting a finger to his lips, the guy silences the amazing judoka, abruptly changing the atmosphere in the room to tense expectation. Wutian didn't wait for the girl's response, pointing at the wall where the strange footprints were visible, causing her to instantly forget about the recent altercation. There are fresh bullet holes on the wall, which still emit light smoke, confirming that the couple just opened fire. Instantly oriented, the pair clung to the wall under the window to get out of the line of fire and take cover. The guy assumes that the unseen shooter is still outside and waiting for the right moment for the next shot. In a panic, the reporter asks what they should do next, to which Wutian only snaps irritably, because he himself barely managed to realize what was happening at all. Wang Fanci demands that his partner in need immediately do something, because it is obvious that the killers came exactly to his soul. As if thinking out loud, Wiccan suggests that the target may be not only himself, but also the journalist herself, because her father is a high-ranking person who allegedly could cross the road, and mockingly informs her that now is not the time to whisper and coo with him. Outraged to the limit, the girl takes out her phone and calls the guy shameless, categorically denying any hints of tenderness in such a critical situation. Before the girl could finish her angry monologue, a hand silently appeared through the open window, holding a gun directly to her head. With a gun pointed at the terrified couple, the intruder in a tactical vest coldly demands to give him the phone, cutting off any chance to call for help. Holding the victims at gunpoint, the mercenary holds out his open palm, waiting for the phone. The journalist's hand, trembling with fright, passes the phone to the killer, losing the last hope of communication with the outside world. Trapped, the heroes watch in horror as the ominous shadows of their pursuers materialize in the doorway opposite them. One of the mercenaries mockingly notes that the couple reacted quickly, but they were let down by carelessness, or rather the open window, which was the perfect invitation for the killers to go inside. Facing the danger, the stunned journalist asks the intruders in a shaky voice who they are, even though the answer seems obvious. A cold-blooded mercenary in sunglasses and a green tactical cap declares that their identities do not matter because the main purpose of this visit is extremely simple and terrible. Today, this couple must die. At the most stressful moment, Wutian decides to try his luck and literally tries to sell his partner in distress. Enraged by the betrayal, the girl did not wait for reprisals from the killers, and she struck the guy with a crushing blow with her shoe. Driven to a white heat, the journalist curses Uchin for his cowardice and betrayal, calling him a disgrace to all men, promising to remember this moment. One of the mercenaries climbs through the window into the house, moving the front sight on the guy. Judging Wuxian for his words, the mercenary disdainfully confirms the rumors about his worthlessness, stating that he is even ashamed to get his hands dirty about someone like him. In response to the contempt, the boy with a malicious smile offers to just let him go so that he no longer has to feel shame for killing such a pathetic opponent. Taken aback by this audacity and preposterous suggestion, the murderers stand for a moment in complete disbelief, looking at each other. The mercenaries burst into hysterical laughter at such an escapade, declaring the couple a death sentence. Watching Wuxian's humiliating behavior, Wang is enraged to realize that she shouldn't have helped such a scoundrel, and now she is overwhelmed with bitter regret that she even got involved with him. While the bad guys are laughing maliciously, the guy suddenly changes his face and with icy calm declares that they will have to be disappointed since he intends to survive. At the crucial moment, Wuxian takes the initiative and points a finger at the discouraged journalist, asking the mercenaries a provocative question about whether they even know who her father is. Wang Fangxi, taken aback by the betrayal, looks in horror at Wuxian, who calmly offers the murderers to spare him at the cost of her life. The guy mockingly warns the killer about the influential journalist's father, questioning his chances of salvation in the event of her death. The mercenary remains unwavering, making it clear to the herbalist that the status of the girl's father is not news to him or an obstacle. Wuqian feigns extreme indignation and shock, trying to put pressure on the determination of the hitman who dared to go against the family of the city's leader. The mercenaries reveal their true intentions. They don't need the girl, but Wuqian is their only goal for today. The boys are left in a helpless position on the floor as armed mercenaries encircle them, creating an oppressive silence in the room. Wang Fangxi bursts into hysterical laughter after realizing the absurdity of the situation and the true goals of the intruders. Gleefully mocking the guy, the reporter calls his imminent death a fair price to pay for his betrayal and promises to mention him only on the anniversary of his death. Unexpectedly for everyone, Wu Tian instantly grabs the girl's hand, cutting off her laughter and forcing her to focus on herself. The guy's gaze turns icy as he interrupts the girl's laughter with a statement to stop joking and come back to reality. Wu Tian abruptly presses his hand to Wang Fangxi's mouth, shoving an unidentified object into it. The reporter swallows the thrown object in shock and angrily slaps the healer's arm, while he remains completely icy calm in the face of danger. The journalist, horrified and furious, demands an explanation, trying to understand what exactly he made her swallow. Unperturbed, Wu Tian explains that he forced her to take an antidote to neutralize certain medicinal properties. Completely confused, the girl never expected to hear about the antidote, and her eyes are filled with growing suspicion. Suddenly, the hero raises his hand and shouts a command, as if launching some pre-prepared plan or trap. The mercenaries are completely confused, their confidence instantly evaporating when they realize that the situation is out of control while slowly sinking to the floor. The girl's eyes widen in horror as she realizes that something completely out of the ordinary is happening. The reporter can't believe her eyes. It looks like real magic or some incredible trick, watching as the armed mercenaries fell to the floor as if knocked down. The killer realizes that he is completely paralyzed and cannot move a single muscle. A group of bandits in a rage and powerlessness try to understand what they were poisoned with, while their bodies finally refuse to obey. Journalist Wang is completely bewildered. She looks at Wuqian as if he is some kind of supernatural being, not understanding how he was able to single-handedly incapacitate an entire group of armed men. With a slight grin, the herbalist reveals his secret. It turns out that it's all a matter of sleight of hand. He discreetly sprayed a paralyzing powder while everyone was distracted. The wanderer calmly admits that he began to act the second the enemies first crossed the threshold. While the mercenaries thought that they had everything under control, he was already imperceptibly spraying poison behind their backs, calculating their every step. Wuqian admits that talking about the girl's father was just a ploy to stall for time before the drug takes effect. But at the same time, the journalist is struck by the guy's cunning, watching him closely. The healer rises confidently to his feet, towering over the fallen mercenaries and taking control of the situation into his own hands, while the opponents are helplessly buried in the floor. Standing over helpless enemies and putting his hands in his pockets, the hero's figure looks quite frightening and majestic, demanding that the bandits give out the name of the customer, promising an easy death for the truth. Wuqian smiles ominously, looking straight into the eyes of his victims and giving them another option: to remain silent. The mercenary lying on the floor snapped back, calling the guy a worthless brat and saying that he wouldn't get a single lead from them. The young man condescendingly points out that mercenaries are used to relying on weapons for interrogations, but his methods of working with information are fundamentally different. Lying on the floor, the militant is horrified to realize that the guy is planning to use his special interrogation methods against them, not bullets, raising his eyes to the majestic figure of the hero. Wuqian opens his shirt, revealing an arsenal of mysterious pouches attached to the lining, and invites the mercenaries to choose their own method of torture. The girl points curiously and cautiously at the colorful bags, not understanding what dangerous surprises the guy hides under his clothes. The boy ironically informs her that among his many potions, there is even one that can cure her constipation. The journalist becomes enraged by the ridiculous diagnosis and in response wishes constipation to the whole family of the impudent doctor. Wuqian decides to put the jokes aside and gets back to business, once again focusing all of his attention on the mercenaries lying in front of him. The boy rushes the enemy with a choice, and without waiting for an answer, mockingly offers the mercenary a bag with his personal recommended remedy. The killer struggles to save face, shouting that he is not at all afraid of threats and considers the stranger a worthless weakling. In turn, the guy with an anticipatory smile opens a pink bag and offers a brave mercenary to become the first volunteer to test this tool. The young man effectively swings his hand, spraying sparkling powder directly in front of the enemy's face. The militant falls into a stupor from the unexpected movement of the guy and, alert to the consequences, inhales the drug. Wuqian is pleased to note that he has not used this powder since its creation and calls the bandit lucky enough to have the honor of becoming his first test rat. The killer is genuinely surprised that his secret powder didn't have an instant effect. After jumping to conclusions, the mercenaries taunt the herbalist, calling him a pure bluff, and promise to shoot him on the spot as soon as they regain their ability to move. The bandit continues to snap back, calling Wuxian a jerk, while the healer himself, with a deadpan smile, advises him to take a closer look at his partner's condition. The bandit begins to sense something amiss, sensing strange changes in his partner after exposure to the powder. Instead of lethal poison, one of the militants received a powerful dose of love powder and began to ambiguously stare at his partner. The subject finally lost his head from the effects of the drug and began to shower the bandit with unexpected compliments. The revelations of the partner put in a stupor one of the bandits, who cannot believe what is happening. Shocked and horrified, the killers beg the guy not to approach them and agree to give up all the information just to stop this crazy experiment. Journalist Wang is delighted with what is happening, filming all this absurdity on her phone, while the mercenaries are floundering on the floor in an attempt to fend off the sudden love of their partner. Wuxian calmly advises the mercenaries to hurry up with the story before the drug takes full effect and their love showdown does not go too far. The bandits break down under the onslaught of love and hand over the customer. They were hired by a certain Liu Fu, a guy from the Liu real estate group. The healer gets to the point and asks why Liu Fu hired them to kill him. The mercenary panics and confesses that they are only performers and do not know the motives of the customer, begging to let them go, while the love of his partner already rests right on his back. The girl with a serious look says that she knows this very Liu Fu. Wu Dian shows mercy, throwing the mercenaries an antidote that will restore their ability to move and ordering them to get out, saving their lives. The bandits thank the guy for showing mercy and promise that this was the last time they got in his way. The mercenaries retreat in a hurry, leaving only clouds of dust in their wake. Reporter Wang is perplexed and asks why he just let go of those who came to kill him. The herbalist explains with a sly smile that everything is not as simple as it seems, and he did not intend to let them go in peace at all. After running a few dozen meters away from the house, one of the mercenaries felt the effect of the new powder, and even he began to rapidly turn red and swim. The antidote turned out to be a trap. Now the whole trio is under the influence of love powder and in complete confusion, blush in front of each other. The killers finally succumbed to the aphrodisiac right in the forest. Once the entire extremely tense situation was over, and the pair of guys watched the mercenaries run away, Wuxian turned to the girl and stared at her in silence, making her visibly nervous. Journalist Wang, confused by this look, nervously asks if the herbalist has noticed her beauty. The guy sharply demands that the girl give him the phone on which she filmed what is happening, to which she panics and asks why he needs it. As if with a threat, Wuxian asks the reporter if she wants him to cure her of her illness. The girl, in a rage, denies the existence of problems and, being capricious, turns the arrows on the healer himself. Wuxian waved his hand and headed for the exit, leaving behind a scathing joke about watching videos on the toilet until his feet were numb. Wang Fangxi timidly holds the guy's sleeve, trying to stop him. With hope and confusion, the girl asks if he can really help her. Calling the journalist hypocritical, Wu Dian agrees to examine her and tells her to pull up her jacket so that he can feel her stomach for diagnosis. The girl clarifies why he should touch her stomach, to which she receives a caustic response in the form of an ultimatum. Journalist Wang embarrassingly lifts up her jacket and allows you to touch her stomach, threatening to cut off the guy's hand if he touches something extra. Without taking the patient's empty threats personally, Wuxian proceeds to examine her, and his touch makes the girl cry out in surprise and embarrassment. The boy orders her not to move, and he ironically thinks about her behavior, also noticing that he could easily conduct an inspection through her clothes. Watching the doctor's examination, Vaughn stands there in a daze with a deep blush on his face, clutching the hem of his robe convulsively and not knowing how to react to what is happening. The young man, with a very serious look, feels the patient's stomach while she stands motionless, holding her breath from the awkwardness of the moment. Closing her eyes in shame, journalist Wang screams and demands to finish this humiliating examination as soon as possible. After completing the diagnosis, Wu Tian calmly lists the symptoms, indicating bloating, hard and lumpy stomach to the touch, parched mouth, burning tongue, and sweating limbs. The boy goes from words to deeds, sitting down at the table, began to quickly sketch out a recipe that flaunts quite serious ingredients. Being in a stupor, the girl could not believe that such a rude and cunning person actually has such deep knowledge and takes his business so seriously. Wu Tian hands the journalist a piece of paper with a detailed algorithm for preparing the broth, strictly instructs her on the cooking time and the order in which each ingredient is added. The reporter looks at the recipe with doubt and hope, wondering if this unusual remedy will really be effective. Noting that the consultation is paid, the herbalist issues the journalist a bill of 20,000 yen. Dumbfounded by the price tag, the girl calls it robbery in broad daylight and indignantly demands to explain how you can charge 1,000 yen for each component. During the disturbance, the door of the house opens and Wan-er, who has returned from shopping, enters the room with her grandfather Lee. A red-haired girl spots a journalist in her house, happily greeting her, while her grandfather cordially invites her to stay for dinner. Reporter Wang, who has such an illness, puts on a smile and thanks for the hospitality, trying to hide her reluctance to stay. Wu-Tian snatches the paper from Wang Fangxi's hand, asking Wan-er to burn the recipe, prompting the red-haired woman to ask a dumb question. Taking the precious sheet back, the journalist in a panic and angrily agrees to the terms of payment, while not holding back the strongest expressions addressed to the herbalist. Fancy approached the girl and whispered to her to stay away from such a greedy and ruthless guy who charged her 20,000 for a recipe, supposedly 1,000 for each component. Hearing such an amount, Grandpa Lee and Wan-er were shocked, while Wu-Tian calmly states that this is still a discounted price, as his recipes usually cost much more. The guy keeps an icy calm and, as if by chance, drops the phrase that he is leaving tomorrow anyway. The herbalist's words cause the red-haired girl to stand up in a stupor and change her mood to sad. The next day, early in the morning, Wu-Tian is already standing in the courtyard with his suitcase, fully prepared to leave, while all his friends have gathered to see him off. The guy gives the last instruction to Grandpa Lee about the recipe for catching crayfish. Allegedly, too much attention can turn into serious trouble. Old Man Lee sincerely regrets the guest's imminent departure and finally tries to persuade Mr. Ye to stay for a few more days. Almost crying, the red-haired Wan-er reminds Wuxian of his words that he won't be leaving so soon, not understanding why he changed his mind so suddenly. The guy reveals the true reasons for his rush. Allegedly, he was away for too long, mentally realizing that the appearance of murderers on the horizon can become dangerous for the Lee family. The girl is clearly upset by Wuxian's words, lowering her eyes and silently waiting for him to leave. Wan-er defiantly shoos the herbalist away with a petulant grudge, even though her displeased hints that she is in pain. Trying to cheer up the little girl, Wu-Tian promises that this farewell is not forever, and they should not worry so much about the separation. The herbalist promises red-haired Wan-er to visit her at school, and also jokingly reminds her to monitor the healing process of her injury, which makes the girl noticeably blush. Under the girl's confused cry, Wu-Tian leaves. Journalist Wang sees the guy off and curiously asks him about his future plans. With a serious look, the young man confesses that his next goal will be to find his unknown fiancée, who supported the company for so long and was framed by evil people. After making a short stop, Wu-Tian declares that his main goal is to find out who is behind everything. The action is transferred to the metropolis of Dongcheng, where the heroes have a new view of the big city and many high-rises. Fancy enthusiastically shows the healer the big city, hoping to impress him after the quiet village life. With slight disdain, Wu-Tian examines the city cars, mentally noting that they are low-grade compared to the ones in his future. Annoyed by the guy's arrogance, the reporter urges him to just wait and see for himself. The heroes arrive in the Tianxin district, which is much quieter and not as populated as the city center. Journalist Wang proudly shows off her apartment, ironically calling Wuxian a fastidious miracle doctor, waiting for his admiration. As the healer walks into the apartment, taking in the interior, Fancy stands smugly behind him, arms folded, thinking that every piece of furniture is priceless, expecting the guy to be smitten by such luxury. Wu-Tian, in his usual cold manner, calls the journalist's luxurious apartment a normal place to live. Furious at the boy's words, the girl stares at him with a clearly angry expression, genuinely not understanding if it's really that hard for him to say a single kind word. Sitting down imperiously on the sofa in the living room, Wu-Tian does the journalist a huge favor, stating that he can accept these conditions and live here, calling himself not so picky. A puzzled Fancy looks at the guy in disbelief, wondering if he plans to live with her, to which he gets a smug response from the guy that he only went with her all the way. Blushing, the journalist in a rage shouts at the herbalist, not believing in the impudence of her guest, who so calmly decided to live with her. Wu-Tian continues to show his generosity and promises to protect himself, allegedly not allowing Fangxi to take advantage of him while he lives in her house. Taken aback by the healer's words, the reporter falls silent, wondering who is so blind to take advantage of him, because she is primarily afraid for her own safety. Without arguing with Wuxian's complacency, Fangxi agrees to let the herbalist stay with her, informing him that he will need to pay 10,000 yuan for 1 month and a guarantee fee of 20,000 yuan. In confusion, the guy barely finds the words, not expecting such an answer, calls his new cohabitant black-hearted for such greed. With a malicious smile on her face and a cunning look in her eyes, journalist Wang casts a glance at Wuxian, uttering a caustic phrase that she supposedly learned from him. Against the backdrop of a night metropolis with illuminated skyscrapers and bright spotlights, two men look at the Crescent nightclub. In the dim light of the club, a group of people relax on a long leather sofa at a table filled with alcohol, where a large man in the center hugs two girls, while the rest of the guests in relaxed poses communicate and drink in the atmosphere of a noisy party. A large man named Lu Fu with a smug smile sits surrounded by two flirtatious girls, one of whom embarrassingly calls him naughty in response to his words or actions. A blue-haired man named Qiu Hongsheng puts his arm around several girls with an arrogant and satisfied smile, telling one of them that she should feel flattered by Mr. Lu's attention, which many others crave. In the background, a man named Zhou Yun points in the direction of the group with a malicious grin, assuring the girls how lucky they are to meet Mr. Lu, while the rest of the audience in the background silently watch what is happening. Mr. Lu points a finger at the kids with a dismissive expression, telling his buddies to stop flattering him and rudely calling them uneducated. Zhou Yun, with a slightly nervous smile, thanks his boss for the valuable advice, while the hero's inner monologue angrily denounces the hypocrisy of a man who bought a diploma with his father's money and has no right to talk about education. Suddenly, there is a call from the pants pocket of the leader of the company, who is distracted from his company with a puzzled look. Mr. Lu answers the phone with an exasperated look, rudely demanding that the caller speak faster or drop the phone, as the caller is distracting him from his rest. After hearing the unexpected news that Yewuchin is still alive on the phone, the boss's face changes abruptly and tries to end the conversation hastily, ignoring what is being said to him as if it is none of his business. The plump man's face contorts in utter shock and horror, and sweat rolls down his cheeks as the news hits him, and he screams into the phone, unable to believe that his enemy is still alive. Julian freezes in shock, eyes wide open, and a cold sweat breaking out on his face, clearly as shaken by the news as his companion. In a panic, the henchman chases the girls out of the room while they leave in a hurry through the open door, obeying his sharp and alarmed order to leave the room immediately. Left alone in the room, Mr. Liu continues the phone conversation in a tense position, stuttering with excitement and trying to find out the exact location of the person who was recently seen alive. The leader of the group, covered in cold sweat, listens in a daze to the threatening order to find and eliminate the surviving enemy on pain of his own disappearance, after which only short beeps are heard on the phone. A stunned Mr. Liu freezes with a blank stare and a pale face, while Qiu Hongsheng and Zhou Yuan ask in alarm and bewilderment what happened after noticing his sudden change in state. Clutching a mobile phone in his hand, as if plunged into a heavy and gloomy silence after a frightening conversation, a plump man sits on the edge of the sofa. In a state of extreme confusion and anxiety, Mr. Liu addresses his stunned companions with a desperate question, whether they are really sure of Ye Wuxian's death. Zhou Yun, with sweat on his face and worry in his eyes, confirms to his master that they personally eliminated Ye Wuxian, and there can be no mistake. Mr. Liu's face contorts with rage and nervous tension as he sweats in fear and informs his charges that their enemy is still alive. One of the henchmen jumps up in complete shock and bewilderment, throwing up his hands and exclaiming that this is impossible because they personally buried the target. Mr. Liu, with a stern and determined expression, broadcasts a harsh ultimatum to his boss, announcing that Ye Wutian must disappear by any means necessary, warning the accomplices that if they fail, their peaceful and luxurious life will be over. Qiu Hongsheng and Zhou Yun, visibly pale and sweating in fear of their boss, are at a loss for words as they are sternly asked if they understand everything. With sweat on his face and obvious anxiety in his voice, one of the henchmen asks what they should do with the target's bride, fearing that the survivor will go to meet her first thing. Gripped by anger and nervous tension, Mr. Liu grits his teeth and sweats as he gives a sharp order to find Ye Wuxian first, before taking any further action. At the same time, in the cozy living room, the mother worriedly addresses her daughter, who is sitting on the sofa with her arms folded and a faraway look, asking if she can hear her words. The blonde girl keeps a cold, detached silence. An older woman named Kikyun excitedly persuades her daughter to leave the company, saying that A has already done enough for this ignorant and incompetent bastard, and it's time to stop wasting your energy on him. In response, the girl with closed eyes and a determined look contradicts her, stating that now is not the time to do this, setting out her plan. An elderly man who is the girl's father named Chung Pajong sharply urges his daughter to listen to her mother and stop searching, declaring his intention to break off the engagement with the Ye family tomorrow, and adding that if this bastard is dead, then he deserved it. Unable to tolerate her husband's tone, Ki Kyun countered by blaming him for their daughter's suffering, claiming that it was his decision to mend fences with the Ye family that led to the current troubles. Sighing heavily, the man bitterly admits that he owes his achievements to the support of his wife, but he never thought that their child would lead such a bitter life. Getting up from the couch, the blonde girl asks her parents to put this argument aside for a while and admits that, despite his bad attitude, she has been running this company for too long to just give it up. With a cold and unwavering expression on her face, the daughter tells her parents that at the moment she wants to focus exclusively on work and all other issues do not matter to her. An outline of tall, modern residential buildings is shown against a clear sky, including one of the Wang Fancy apartments. Wudian keeps a straight face as journalist Wang Fangxi tosses a stack of papers on the table in front of him with the material he has collected at his request. A journalist in a business burgundy suit points to the papers provided and eagerly asks the guy about his future plan of action. The Travnik, studying the received documents, informs the girl of his intention to meet with the object of investigation and puzzles her with a request for another service. With a slight blush on his cheeks, the boy turns to the girl with an unexpected and direct request to lend him money. Wang Fangxi is infuriated by Wuxian's audacity, accusing him of being a consumerist, while he calmly retorts that he was only in this situation because of her interference in his peaceful life. The man points an accusing finger in the direction of the startled girl, blaming her for the appearance of dangerous pursuers in her life. Having given up under the onslaught of accusations, the annoyed companion reluctantly hands the hero a bank card with a large amount, urging him to moderate his expenses. With a mysterious half-smile, the young man shows the received card, hinting at some special purpose of these funds. Against a clear sky, the monumental glass skyscrapers that house the main office of the influential Liu Fu Corporation stand tall. The depressed manager sat at his desk in deep silence, tormented by thoughts of his personal problems and worries. An insomniac man with dark circles under his eyes is extremely restless, tormented by uncertainty about the fate of his enemy and the lack of news from hired performers. A secretary in a strict uniform shyly peeks into Liu's office, distracting him from his thoughts. An attractive employee in tight-fitting office clothes asks the manager to sign the prepared documents, holding a folder and pen in her hands. A tired manager with obvious signs of lack of sleep accepts papers from a subordinate, confirming his consent to the signature with a short and tired answer. A flirtatious assistant approaches the boss closely and complains with resentment in her voice about his sudden indifference, trying to draw attention to her person, feeling the indifferent gaze on herself. A rude refusal escapes the lips of an angry man, who, drilling the girl with a hard look from under dark circles, expels her out. The shocked receptionist froze in disbelief. Accustomed to the boss's free behavior, she never expected that this time he would just throw her out the door. A furious cry escapes the man, who in a fit of anger orders the stunned subordinate to immediately get out of his sight. The secretary leaves the office in a rage, cursing her boss for his arrogance and rude refusal. The girl slams the heavy door of the general manager's office shut and storms away, fists clenched in impotent rage. In less than a couple of minutes, other guests approach the study door. The office door opens again, anticipating the next visit. An exasperated Mr. Liu, without even looking up from his papers, rudely shoos the newcomers away, mistaking them for the secretary who has returned and declaring that he is in no mood to bother with her today. The boss's eyes widen in horror, and a drop of cold sweat rolls down his face as he finally realizes who exactly entered his office. Ye Wuchen bursts into the office, and with a mocking grin, he puts his arm around two vulgar girls and openly mocks the fury of his pursuer. Startled to the core, the boss jumps up from his chair, dropping papers, and with an expression of pure horror on his face, shouts the name of his enemy, not understanding how he dared to come directly to his office. Keeping a calm and defiant expression on his face, the uninvited guest mockingly offers Mr. Liu a break from hard work in the company of the two girls he brought. The man's face contorts in a grimace of genuine bewilderment and disgust when he asks about the beauties, clearly not sharing the tastes of his opponent in relation to these girls. The terrified boss waves his hands in fright and makes excuses to Ye Wutian, stating that after a rough night with other girls, he is completely exhausted and asked to keep these beauties for himself. Sweating with tension, this person asks in his thoughts an angry question: how can his opponent even be interested in such women? With a mocking grin on his face, Ye Wuqian effectively sprays a mysterious sparkling powder in front of the opponent, continuing his game and sarcastically remarking that such a small thing should definitely not be difficult for Mr. Liu's strong physique. Gritting his teeth at the growing anxiety, the bewildered man frantically tries to unravel the true meaning of his enemy's words and strange actions. An abnormal heat suddenly shoots through the poor guy's body, causing him to stand in a stupor as he tries to figure out exactly what Wuqian has done to him in complete confusion. With one confident movement, the intruder turns the latch of the lock, finally cutting off the path to salvation and locking his enemy and leaving the whole company alone. The trapped fat man stutters in a panic, asking Ye Wuqian in a trembling voice about the reason for the locked door, while the latter leans against the door jamb, blocking the only way out. The herbalist reassures Liu with mock concern, stating that he locked the door solely for his comfort, so that none of his subordinates would accidentally witness his upcoming lovemaking with girls. Gritting his teeth and panting heavily, the unfortunate boss shivers all over as he watches the scene unfold. At Ye Wuxian's order, two girls with burning eyes and predatory grins pounce on the numb-faced boss, who is watching in horror as they approach. While Wuxian, who is watching from the side, is carrying out his revenge. Two vulgar-looking women, who are under the influence of love powder sprayed by him, passionately lash out with a hug at the fat Liu Fu sitting in his office, who screams in horror and rage, demanding that they stop. Calmly filming what is happening on a video camera, the main character mockingly informs the terrified opponent about the considerable cost of such maintenance, and with a malicious smile advises him not to restrain his base impulses anymore. Sweating profusely and flushed, the man is completely confused by the strange heat throughout his body, realizing that he is finally losing control of himself under the irresistible influence of the aphrodisiac. Overcome by a raging heat and completely losing his composure, the man tears his clothes in a furious frenzy under the stunned gazes of the women standing nearby. Both women freeze with comically exaggerated delight, their mouths wide open on their flushed faces, completely entranced by the sight before them. Squinting his eyes and keeping an insidious grin on his face, the young man continues to enthusiastically record the shameful scene on a video camera, encouraging his enemy with approving words that everything is going exactly as planned. An hour later, a crowd of curious employees gathers at the door of the office, who with expressions of obvious bewilderment and awkwardness on their faces, listen to strange sounds coming from inside. In the center of the light-filled office, a man lies exhausted and undressed on the floor, while the two invited women sit calmly in chairs and smoke, waiting for further developments. A completely exhausted opponent of the main character lies with rolled eyes at the feet of hired women who sit impressively in chairs and calmly let out puffs of cigarette smoke, looking down on the defeated enemy. Standing behind the crowd of shocked employees, Wuqian continues to coolly review the footage, while the witnesses of the scandal violently discuss what they saw, exchanging caustic comments about the promiscuity and questionable courage of their boss. Looking at the bright display of the video camera, with a satisfied half-smile, the Avenger triumphantly confirms the success of his plan, enjoying the dirt he received. A multi-story modern hospital building with clear rows of windows and a red medical cross on the facade stands against a clear sky under the rays of the sun. In a hospital corridor, a nurse and a patient in hospital clothes freeze in surprise when they hear a furious cry coming from behind the closed door of the ward, demanding to kill someone. Sitting in a hospital room in striped pajamas, Liu Fu, flushed with anger, clenches his fists in a furious frenzy and opens his mouth wide, loudly shouting out an oath to kill his abuser. Two subordinates sit at the bedside of a hospitalized boss, trying to calm him down with doctors' advice about the need for rest and veiled promises to severely teach their common enemy a lesson in the future. Trembling assistants, barely able to contain their nervous tremors, swear to their enraged boss that they are ready to do whatever he wants, while he continues to hatch a plan for revenge in a frenzy. Biting his finger in deep in thought, the man analyzes the incident with obvious bewilderment, trying to understand how his enemy, who previously seemed worthless and narrow-minded, suddenly showed such frightening calculation and competence in his actions. Panic-stricken and aware of the impending threat, Mr. Liu furiously points a finger in the direction of his subordinates, orders them to find the offender at all costs, and return the video, realizing that this compromising material can finally destroy his life. The subordinates leave the room, leaving Mr. Liu alone with his angry thoughts and the frightening silence of the hospital corridor. Left alone, the man again falls into an anxious daze. He thoughtfully rubs his chin, feverishly going through the options for further actions in his head, because he understands that Ye Wuqian will not miss the opportunity to use the dirt he has. A sudden and rhythmic knock on the door startles Mr. Liu, who is momentarily distracted from his gloomy thoughts, and with a wary look at the entrance, gives permission to enter, not suspecting who decided to visit him. The door opens and a visitor enters the room with a confident step, his highly polished black shoes ringing on the hospital floor, announcing a visit from someone with firm intention. To Mr. Liu's surprise and horror, the uninvited guest turns out to be Ye Wutian himself, who greets his defeated enemy with a casual and triumphant smile on his face, enjoying the effect. Dumbfounded by the enemy's audacity, Mr. Liu becomes indescribably enraged, opening his eyes wide and spluttering, cursing Ye Wuxian, accusing him of deceitful deceit and not understanding how he dared to come to him after all that he has done. Hypocritically cupping his hands in front of him, the boy calmly distorts the situation, presenting his dastardly act as a service to satisfy other people's carnal desires, and immediately moves on to the main purpose of the visit, extorting money from the desperate Mr. Liu. With a defiant and mocking grin, Ye Wutian holds up 3 fingers, without a shadow of doubt announcing the colossal ransom amount of 30 million won, while boldly stating that it's quite a bit for silence. Hearing about the fabulous sum of 30 million, Mr. Liu jumps up in bed in utter shock and rage, not believing his ears, flatly refusing to comply with the absurd demand, and hysterically chases the impudent blackmailer away, considering it an evil joke. Faced with a sharp refusal, Wutian is not upset at all, and with feigned sympathy advises Mr. Liu to save his health, after which he informs with a malicious smile that, as a loyal friend, he has already called the Protection Service Bureau, thereby finally driving the developer into a trap. The man's face contorts with primal horror at the mention of the Bureau, as he realizes that the insidious opponent has moved from simple blackmail to the systematic and merciless destruction of his entire life and career. Leaning over Mr. Liu, who is shivering in bed, Ye Wuqian whispers in his face with a mocking half-smile about his intentions to hand over the video to the police, and paints the shame that will come when the footage of his crimes gets into the hands of the media and becomes public. Drenched in a cold sweat from the realization of the hopelessness of his situation, the leader of a large company is horrified to realize that if a compromising video gets into the police and is distributed to the media, then his life, influence, and reputation will be instantly destroyed without a chance to recover. Broken and driven to despair by the threat of imminent disgrace, Mr. Liu hangs his head dejectedly and, barely able to force out the words through the humiliation that choked him, agrees to pay an insane 30 million yuan in exchange for the return of the incriminating video. With his hands trembling with hidden anger and impotence, the businessman hands Ye Wutian a bank check for a colossal amount, effectively signing a capitulation to the brazen blackmailer in the hope of buying back his freedom and the remnants of his ruined reputation. The adventurer accepts the coveted paper with a smug look, skimming the check for 30 million, while a slight smile plays on his face as the winner successfully completes his audacious financial adventure. The silence of the hospital room is suddenly broken by the sharp creak of the door opening, which causes both of them to freeze in surprise and alarm in the face of a new uninvited witness to their secret deal. Police officer Chang Xiaomei resolutely enters the room, accompanied by his colleagues, and, presenting his ID, demands in a stern voice to explain who exactly made the call, instantly changing the balance of power in the room. The adventurer is momentarily speechless at the sight of a striking and statuesque officer, unable to hide his shock at such an impressive appearance. With a panicked fake smile, the businessman tries to convince the officer of a ridiculous misunderstanding and send off the police, while inside he is torn with impotent rage at the adventurer who defiantly set him up for a blow, calling a patrol right to the place of their dirty deal. Chang Xiaomei's icy tone and stern gaze instantly thwarts any attempts to make the situation seem trivial when she harshly states that calling the police is not a game. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, the adventurer takes a moment to distract himself from the tense situation, allowing himself to ironically assess the imposing appearance of the officer standing in front of him and briefly wonder how things are going with his loved ones. The officer can barely contain his anger at the brusque look on her face, and the angry vein on her face is clearly visible, indicating that she is ready to firmly stop such impudence on the part of the suspect. Enraged, Officer Chang Xiaomei points her finger firmly at Wuxian and loudly declares that empty calls only interfere with the work of the police, after which she demands in a commanding tone that he immediately follow her to the police station for further investigation. Taken aback by such a sharp and unexpected demand, the fraudster freezes in mute bewilderment, while a noticeable shadow of annoyance appears on his face from the fact that his brilliant plan suddenly turned into the prospect of a trip to the police station. With an indignant look, the main character goes on the offensive, justifying his unceremonious views with ridiculous arguments that such a bright appearance of an officer simply cannot go unnoticed, and with defiant enthusiasm, agrees to go to the station to prove his dubious case. Gritting her teeth at the simmering anger, Officer Chang Xiaomei can barely contain herself after saying such a defiant thing, while her face is suffused with a crimson flush of rage at the extreme arrogance of a guy who has completely overstepped the bounds of what is allowed. Seeing that the situation has escalated to the limit, the terrified businessman begins to fussily justify himself to the officer, trying to expose everything as an annoying mistake and tearfully begging not to take his friend to the station. Officer Chang Xiaomei maintains a heavy, meaningful silence, looking intently and with obvious disbelief at the faces of those present, as if trying to discern the true motives of their ridiculous excuses behind this sudden spectacle. Holding a check for the impressive sum of 30 million, the young herbalist reflects with a slight grin that this money will be a temporary salvation for Chung Kekshin, and ironically notes his strange concern for a woman he has never even met. With a satisfied smile on his face, Wuchen decides not to put things off in a long box, and tightly clutching the valuable check in his hand, goes straight to the bank to complete the financial transaction as soon as possible. Once in front of the impressive Dongcheng Bank skyscraper, the guy freezes for a moment, assessing the scale of the building in which he will have to solve his financial problems and cash a multi-million-dollar check. After entering the building itself, Wu Tian calmly stood in line at one of the operating windows, and despite the fact that he had a check for an astronomical amount in his pocket, Mr. Zhou, with a sweet smile, tries to force his company on the bank employee, playfully asking her about her plans for the evening, but Shui resolutely stops this inappropriate courtship, coldly urging him not to distract her from her official duties. Watching this scene from the sidelines, Ye Wutian is skeptical about Mr. Zhou's persistent attempts to hit on the girl. Mr. Zhou, leaning casually on the counter, continues to make insistent pleasantries to Shui, offering her dinner together under the pretext of making a deposit, while the girl, maintaining professional restraint and coldness, only asks him to wait. After completing the deposit operation, Joy hands Mr. Zhou the receipt, but the latter, clearly not wanting to leave the bank so quickly and stop talking, suddenly declares the need to withdraw 100,000 yuan in cash, inventing a new excuse to linger at the employee's window. With difficulty restraining her growing irritation, the girl bluntly declares to the master that his endless and meaningless financial manipulations are beyond the bounds of decency and extremely inappropriate. Ye Wuyan unceremoniously puts a hand on Zhou's shoulder and advises him to give up on these futile attempts, to which Zhou seethes with rage and rudely declares that his wealth allows him to behave as he pleases, and it is no one's business. With icy disdain in his voice, Ye Wutian slaps down his opponent, sarcastically asking if he's not ashamed to flaunt his pitiful pennies and flaunt such insignificant wealth in a public place. Annoyed by the interference, Mr. Zhou slams his savings book down on the table, trying to overwhelm his opponent with his financial superiority. In a fit of anger, the blonde guy demands to immediately cash out his entire account, loudly shouting that there is a whole million in it and urging Ye Wuxian to take off his eyes properly and realize who he is dealing with. With a feigned sigh, the herbalist throws up his hands, declaring that this person himself decides to expose the paucity of his million-dollar contribution to the public and thereby completely disgrace him. With one sharp movement, Ye Wudian covers Zhou's savings book with his check, literally pinning it to the table and making it clear that this small piece of paper is worth much more than all the possessions of an arrogant rich man. With a triumphant grin, the herbalist leans over the startled gentleman, insultingly calling him four-eyed and urging him to carefully examine the amount on the check, while Shui, tired of all this mess, silently watches what is happening. Seeing the numbers on the check, the bespectacled man pales in shock and is almost speechless when he realizes that this is not just a piece of paper, but a fortune of 30 million yuan, which is 10 times higher than his own savings. Confused and alarmed by the sudden heat of the moment, Shui hurriedly calls the two men to order, reminding them that they are in the bank and must keep quiet. Shui lays out 300,000 yuan worth of heavy wads of cash in front of Mr. Zhou, offering him to take the money and end the long-running incident. Desperately clinging to the remnants of his pride, Mr. Zhou questions the authenticity of Ye Wuxian's check and points to his wads of cash with a nervous grin, trying to convince others that only his money is real and weighty. Mr. Zhou, having completely lost his composure, turns to rude insults and breaks into a shout, defiantly asking the stranger if he has ever seen such a huge amount of money as he has just laid out on the table. Suddenly, a deafening gunshot cuts through the tense silence of the banking hall, causing everyone present to freeze in horror and instantly ending a meaningless argument about money. A group of armed robbers burst into the bank with bags, and their leader, raising his gun in the air, orders everyone present to immediately freeze in place. With a mocking grin on his face, the scarred leader of the gang publicly announces the robbery, making it clear that the situation in the bank is now under his complete and brutal control. The masked robber, threatening with a gun, rudely orders all visitors to immediately squat down and promises to shoot anyone who dares to call the police in the head. Ye Wuxian looks around anxiously, unable to believe that someone would dare to commit such a daring armed bank robbery in broad daylight. Mr. Zhou falls into a stupor of fear when one of the robbers appears right in front of him, and his wads of money, which he just boasted about, now sit alone on the counter like easy prey. The scarred gang leader mockingly thanks the frightened guy for the $300,000 he has prepared, while the latter, trembling with fear, helplessly babbles, requests not to take his money. The leader of the robbers puts a gun to the head of Mr. Zhou, who is shaking with horror, and imperiously declares that this money now belongs to him, to which he obediently agrees in complete despair. As long as the robber continues to hold Mr. Zhou at gunpoint, Ye Wuxian remains remarkably calm and even allows himself a slight grin. When asked by the startled leader about the reasons for his fearlessness, Ye Wuxian explains with a calm smile that the robbers only need money, not lives, and since he is not the owner of the bank, he has absolutely nothing to worry about. The organizer of the robbery, clearly intrigued by Ye Wuxian's audacity and logic, bursts into loud laughter and admits that the guy is damn right about their true goals in the bank. Suddenly, the leader's triumphant laughter is cut off as he sees a dense ring of police cars through the window and hears the order to surrender immediately amplified by a megaphone, realizing that the bank is completely surrounded and no escape routes are cut off. The bandit, whose face was contorted with annoyance and tension, said through gritted teeth that he had not expected the police to arrive so quickly, while Ye Wuxian continued to observe his reaction with the same unperturbed expression. Once trapped, the criminal presses a gun to the guy's chin and declares him his hostage, but he only mockingly asks if the bandit has lost his mind, trying to choose such a daring and unpredictable person as a human shield. Ye Wuxian unceremoniously points a finger at the trembling Mr. Zhou, stating that such a cowardly and pathetic person would be the perfect hostage for the robbers. Mr. Zhou seethes with indignation and fear, insulting Ye Wuxian for his bold words, while the gang leader, following the advice of the guy, rudely orders Wuxian to get out, deciding to change the wayward hostage to a more pliable victim. Looking at the guy's frightening calm and mocking grin, the bandit begins to feel something is amiss, realizing that this young man, who does not show any fear of weapons, can pose a much greater danger to him than all the police outside. Outside the bank, a very agitated police officer points out the building to his colleagues, urging them to immediately pay attention to something unexpected that has started happening in the epicenter of the hostage situation. The police officers, including Officer Chang Xiaomei, hold the building at gunpoint with a determined look, but suddenly her face shows extreme amazement at what she saw. To the utter amazement of the police, the young man calmly walks out of the doors of the captured bank with his hands raised, becoming the only person who left the building in the midst of the raid. When Ye Wuxian comes out to the police surrounding the bank, he loudly urges them not to open fire and informs them that he is a hostage, trying to maintain an outward calm under the sight of many guns. Chang Xiaomei is stunned when she recognizes Ye Wuxian as a hostage and can't believe that this guy she knows is in the middle of a daring bank robbery. Instead of rescuing the hostage, the officer angrily accuses Ye Wuxian of daring to rob a bank and orders his colleagues to immediately arrest him, which threw the guy into complete shock and bewilderment. The dumbfounded young man desperately tries to resist the arrest, shouting to the police about a terrible misunderstanding and insisting that he is the victim, not the criminal. With a malicious smile, Chang Xiaomei taunts Wuxian, noting how quickly he has turned from a good citizen to a robber, and promises that he will definitely not get any leniency from her now. While being held by the police, the herbalist loudly calls for justice and demands a meeting with the commander, accusing the officer of abusing power for personal revenge. While Wuxian is being bundled up and led away to the police cars, he continues to look around indignantly in search of the commander. Xu Yuanhua, Chang Xiaomei's boss, appears in front of the victim, who introduces himself and suspiciously asks why the robbers decided to voluntarily let the guy out of the building. Ye Wuxian tries to justify himself to the police chief, saying that he has no money and is not afraid of criminals at all, but suddenly stops at the word money, remembering something extremely important. The kid breaks out in a cold sweat when he realizes that he left his check for $30 million on the bank counter in the heat of the fight, and this sudden loss scares him much more than the police guns pointed at him. Realizing that a huge amount of money may disappear without a trace, Ye Wuxian abruptly changes tactics and, awkwardly scratching the back of his head, declares to the dumbfounded policeman that he suddenly remembered something and decided to voluntarily return to the bank as a hostage. Chang Xiaomei stops the young man in disbelief, asking if he is in his right mind to return to the armed criminals, to which the latter calmly replies that he just left his check for a huge amount in the bank. The officer looks at the guy with obvious skepticism and suspicion, asking Wuxian point-blank what reasons she has to believe his audacious promise not only to return the check, but also to deal with the criminals. The cunning guy pushes the professional duty of an officer, noticing that rescuing many hostages is an impossible task for the police, and in this situation, Chang Xiaomei simply has no choice but to trust him. Xu Yanhua decides to give Ye Wuxian a chance and allows him to return to the bank, but with a serious look, he demands to clarify what his real percentage of confidence is in the success of this dangerous venture. With a mysterious half-smile on his face, the guy gives the most confident answer, stating that his chances of success are exactly 100%. As Ye Wuxian confidently walks towards the bank's entrance, Chang Xiaomei turns to the supervisor in a panic, wondering how a potential criminal could be released back to his accomplices. The chief confidently declares that the guy is not a robber and offers the officer to personally get acquainted with the case materials while she studies the papers, not believing that this upstart can be someone outstanding. After running her eyes over the documents, Chang Xiaomei falls into a stupor, and her face contorts in shock as she realizes who this brash guy really is. Above the bank building, the angry cry of a young police officer is heard, who, beside herself with rage after reading in the documents, showers Wuxian with insults, calling him a shameless scumbag and a pervert. The boy calmly enters the bank building, causing the armed robbers to freeze in complete shock at such impudence of the suddenly returned hostage. The bandit leader asks Ye Wuxian in complete disbelief why he came back, while his partner shouts in panic that the guy was sent by the police and needs to be killed immediately. The herbalist, with a disarming grin, asks the robbers not to get excited, assuring them that he came as a friend, and his only goal is to collect the check left on the counter. The young man goes to the counter and, finding that his check has disappeared without a trace, falls into a rage, asking where it went. With an incredulous look, the guy turns to the leader, suspecting him of theft, to which the bandit irritably replies that he is busy with a serious matter and someone else's check is completely uninteresting to him. Noticing the startled employee, the guy turns to Miss Xu with the hope that she has not seen his check, to which the girl only stammers in surprise, unable to immediately answer. With a shaky voice, the girl confirms that it was Mr. Zhou, while the bespectacled man standing behind suddenly realizes the gravity of what is happening and lets out a cry of surprise. Enraged, Ye Wuxian grabs the collar of the terrified kidnapper with a death grip, demanding to immediately return the stolen check, which is vital for him to save his wife. The situation escalates to the limit when one of the robbers puts a gun to the back of the guy's head, making it clear that his patience has run out. Putting a gun to the herbalist's head, the bandit threatens to explain why the police so easily allowed him to return to the building. Ignoring the gun at the back of his head, Wuxian declares with frightening calmness that the purpose of his return is very simple: he came to deal with them. The bandit leader roars with derisive laughter, taking the guy's words for a ridiculous joke, and through his laughter declares that he is just an incredibly funny guy. The bespectacled man is absolutely terrified when Ye Wuxian, ignoring the pointed weapon, tightens his grip on the man's collar and glares at him fiercely. Shaking the terrified man by the front of his shirt, the guy gives a tough ultimatum about the immediate return of the check, to which the poor guy in a panic swears that he did not take anything, and even on pain of death will not be able to give it back. Without waiting for an answer, the hero delivers a crushing kick to the man in glasses in the stomach, in a rage demanding to immediately confess where his check is hidden. Through groans of pain, the poor guy continues to insist on his innocence, assuring the guy that he really did not take the check. Suddenly, Wuxian notices a piece of paper falling out of the pocket of Zhou's pants as he crouches in pain, and a hunch flashes through his mind. With one sharp movement, the guy reaches into the pocket of the bent man, intending to personally check his guesses and pull out the hidden document. The young man resolutely reaches into the pocket of the opponent, ignoring his resistance, and finds there scraps of paper that confirm his worst suspicions. Wuchen can't believe his eyes and gasps with rage as he realizes that the check that was his last hope has now been destroyed. With trembling hands, the hero picks up scraps of paper from the floor, on which the words confirming the guesses are clearly visible, finally making sure that the kidnapper tore his priceless document into small pieces. Finally losing control of himself because of the destroyed check, the guy puts all his rage into a powerful right hook that hits the thief's face, smashing his glasses to smithereens. In the video surveillance room, security personnel are watching the drama unfolding in the building, with their eyes glued to the monitors in obvious concern. Watching on the screen as the guy beats up the alleged hostage, the security officer panics and does not know what to do, but her more experienced colleague urges to remain calm and continue monitoring. Falling into an indescribable rage, Wutian begins to violently trample on the defeated Zhou, shouting curses and demanding to return the 30 million yuan that his torn check cost. The stunned robbers, who initially thought Wuxian was just a funny guy, watch in complete shock as he calmly tramples Zhou into the floor, turning the scene into a bloody massacre. Pressed against the wall and completely broken, Zhou begs piteously for mercy, begging Wuxian to stop beating him and haltingly suggesting that he try to somehow fix the situation with the torn check. He turns to Shu hopefully, trying to figure out if he can still save the day by cashing the check. But the girl just shakes her head sadly as she stares at the tiny pieces of paper in his palm. After hearing Shu's final verdict, Wutian finally loses his mind and violently attacks Zhou again, shouting that this money was the only chance to save his wife. In the surveillance room, Chang Xiaomei, seeing the situation spiraling out of control, angrily demands his commander's permission to intervene, claiming that Wutian went too far in beating up the hostage. The commander restrains Xiaomei, arguing that the robbers behave passively. Despite Wuxian's aggression, he notes the guy's uniqueness and decides to wait, believing that Wuxian is able to cope with the situation on his own. Meanwhile, the robbers are at a loss to discuss their next actions, and one of them anxiously notes to the boss that if Wutian continues to beat Zhou so brutally, he will simply die, and murder was not part of their plans. The bandit also states that they are ready to leave, having filled their bags with cash, only they need to take several hostages for protection. A bald gang leader with a sinister grin on his face gives the final order to his subordinates to take hostages to begin the retreat process. The organizer of the criminal group points out Shu and orders her to approach him, choosing a terrified girl as one of the hostages to cover them up. Shui, realizing that she has become the target of the robbers, freezes in horror, tears welling up in her eyes, and her voice trembles as she tries to comprehend the whole nightmare of her situation. To stop any attempts at resistance and intimidate those present, the leader raises his hand and fires a shot at the ceiling, causing Shui and the other hostages to shudder with a deafening crash. The enraged ringleader points his gun directly at the bank employee, and losing his temper, shouts a death threat, ordering her to come immediately if she does not want to get shot. Broken by fear and at gunpoint, Zhu dutifully agrees to the criminal's demands and, trembling all over, begins to slowly approach him. The leader unceremoniously grabs the girl by the face, intimidating her with ambiguous hints that only haste prevents him from having fun with her for a long time, which causes the girl to finally fall into a daze of horror. Just when the bandit was already sure of his complete power over Shui, a hand suddenly and firmly grabs his wrist, stopping any further actions and causing him to cry out in surprise. This daredevil turns out to be Wuchen, who confidently pulls Shui to him and with a cheeky grin declares to the leader that this girl belongs to him, not intending to give her into the hands of bandits. The bandit, completely baffled by the guy's audacity, looks at Yu Tian in disbelief, trying to figure out what's going on, and asks him what he's doing, while the guy's iron grip on his arm remains unshaken. The young man firmly declares that Shui is under his protection, and the bandit mockingly asks if he decided to play hero and save a beautiful lady in distress. The guy calmly explains that saving the girl is just a nice addition, because even at the entrance he warned that he intends to deal with the whole gang entirely. Suddenly, one of the robbers with a scar on his face bursts into hysterical laughter, bending over in half, which causes extreme bewilderment and alarm in his accomplice, who does not understand what happened to Mutu. The second accomplice also falls into some kind of crazy state. With tears in his eyes, he begins to talk incoherent nonsense, turning to the ghostly father and asking why he killed his dog for meat, which plunges others into complete shock. The third raider finally loses his mind, collapses on his knees in front of an ordinary houseplant, and choking on tears, begins to conduct a furious interrogation, accusing the flower of treason and comparing himself to some imaginary rival. The last member of the gang, watching in horror the madness of his comrades, himself cannot stand the psychological pressure. He clutches his head and begins to sob loudly, completely unaware of the nightmare that is happening around. The bald bandit suddenly feels someone's frightening influence on him. He is thrown into a cold sweat, and his eyes are involuntarily drawn to the flower standing next to him, which in his clouded mind begins to seem like a source of something attractive. Madness finally overwhelms the raider, and he puts a pot of flowers on his head and, glowing with happiness, begins to skip around the hall, enthusiastically shouting nonsense about his magnificent hair, with which no one can compare. Shu looks at the chaos around her in complete confusion and asks if it was her savior who brought the raiders to such a state, to which the guy only asks with a smug smile if she was impressed by the sight. The police were able to calm down further outrage, and all those involved were taken to the police station for questioning. A young police officer enters the interrogation room, where the organizer of chaos in the bank is sitting with complete calm and indifference, with her feet on the table. An enraged Chang Xiaomei seethes with rage and points a finger at Wuxian, accusing him of being rude, while he continues to sit in a defiant pose with his legs crossed on the table, maintaining a completely unperturbed and defiant appearance. Wu Tian is sitting with his arms crossed in a disgruntled and self-confident manner, and with obvious skepticism expresses to the officer his complaints about the unfair, in his opinion, arrest after the rescue of hostages. Enraged, Chang Xiaomei slams her hand down on the table and leans forward, emotionally chastising the guy for being too violent towards the robbers. Wu Tian, with a calm and even slightly arrogant look, parries the officer's accusations, calmly stating that his task was only to neutralize the criminals, and preserving their sanity or normal state was not part of his plans at all. Pushed to the limit, Chang Xiaomei grabs the collar of the herbalist's shirt and comes close to his face, furiously demanding to bring the criminals to their senses immediately and threatening him with murder charges. Wu Tian, undeterred by the officer's aggressive push, responds with a cheeky grin and an ambiguous joke, offering to demonstrate his talents in alleviating the fate of women in a completely different, provocative way. Offended by the suspect's insolence, Chang Xiaomei blushes deeply and grits her teeth in indignation, unable to contain her emotions from such shameless and provocative behavior of the detainee. Wu Tian finally gets up from his chair and, keeping his usual composure, agrees to help the injured robbers to avoid being charged with murder, but at the same time puts forward a counter-condition to the officer. A guy with a sly grin offers the officer to become friends in exchange for his help. Officer Chang Xiaomei froze in utter confusion, asking again about the offer of friendship, while a drop of sweat rolled down her face at the suddenness and absurdity of the situation. The officer, who has changed into a tight evening dress, looks doubtfully and slightly suspiciously at the smug-smiling guy, wondering why their friendly meeting began with a trip to a nightclub. With a sly and triumphant smile, Wu Yan reminds the girl of her promise, stating that their dating ritual must necessarily include dancing together. Chang Xiaomei, with a confused and slightly confused look, inwardly complains about the impudence of his companion, mentally calling him a scoundrel because of his shameless offer. A girl in a tight dress resolutely follows her companion up the stairs, accepting his terms and warning him aloud that he will not dare to open his hands during the dance. Under the glow of the disco ball, the characters spin in a slow dance, while the guy confidently hugs the girl around the waist, and she, contrary to her past fears, confidentially puts her hands on his chest. The guy pulls the girl close to him, crossing the boundaries of decency, to which she reacts with a sharp warning, threatening to chop off his hands if he does not behave properly. The impudent man only grins slightly at her threats, looking straight into her eyes with defiant calm, as if the prospect of losing his hands doesn't frighten him in the least. This cocky guy holds the girl even tighter, putting his hand unceremoniously on her hips and mentally mocking the fact that he, being a sage of medicine, allegedly cannot cope with some girl. The girl's cheeks are flushed at the audacity, and her eyes are filled with a mixture of genuine indignation and confusion at how far this dance has gone. With a decisive movement, the girl slaps the guy's outstretched hand with force to stop him. This impudent man rubs his reddened hand with an aggrieved look and theatrically complains that she is too cruel for a simple walk with a friend. Chang Xiaomei states with a slight grin that he always keeps his word, so she is ready to finish this dance with Wuxian, but immediately strictly warns that if he loosens his hands again, she will have to forget about politeness. As if continuing her threat, the girl, in the dimness of the club atmosphere and loud music, looks through the fingers of her hand, which she has just hit, at her dance partner. Yewuchin quickly regains her composure and looks at Chang Xiaomei with a slight challenge, asking rhetorically about the seriousness of her intentions, while the tense atmosphere around them literally sparkles. Chang Xiaomei gracefully pulls away from Wuxian, pausing in a graceful pose under the spotlight, and her cold profile seems even more out of reach at this moment. The guys crowded around enthusiastically and embarrassingly watch the girl, not hiding their admiration for her beauty and calling her an incredibly hot thing. The onlookers watching from the side are burning with envy, calling Ye Wuxian a real lucky guy, because it never occurred to them that such an exceptional and charming girl like Chang Xiaomi could be found in such a place. Wu Tian, barely able to contain his excitement, gives Chang Xiaomei a conspiratorial look, while she responds with a confident and slightly sly smile, as if accepting the terms of this dangerous game. The guys in the crowd suddenly stop and look at each other with growing suspicion, noticing something strange and inexplicable in the behavior of the dancing couple. The impudent man, with an anticipatory grin and a drop of sweat on his face again, reaches out to his companion, whose face is frozen in mute amazement at such insistence right under the club's floodlights. The beauty reacts with lightning speed to the attack, intercepting his hand with a hard movement, while a sonorous slap reverberates through the hall, interrupting the guy's attempt to close the distance again. The restless cavalier, ignoring all warnings, makes an even more audacious attempt and pulls his hand to the girl's thighs, while she half turns to watch his defiant gesture. The recalcitrant partner instantly stops the liberty by striking a sharp blow on the raking hand, which causes a ringing clap to resound through the club again, forcing the daredevil to recoil. The dumbfounded guy grits his teeth in a frenzy of pain, while his charming opponent flashes a triumphant look, clearly enjoying her superiority in this duel. The dance finally turns into a real battle for departure, hands flash with incredible speed, and the sounds of endless clapping merge into a single cannonade, watched by onlookers who cannot believe that this couple staged a full-fledged duel right in the middle of the party. Half an hour later, the night city is still shining with lights, and the floodlights continue to rush over the club building. The winner stalks off proudly, throwing a pointed reminder over her shoulder about her profession and how not to underestimate its power, while the defeated bully shudders all over, cradling his swollen hands from the endless clapping. Suddenly, a mobile phone vibrates insistently in the pocket of her tight-fitting dress, causing the triumphant woman to freeze in place and distract herself from her thoughts. Holding the phone to her ear, Chang Xiaomei tiredly answers the call, closing her eyes as her voice sounds unexpectedly soft against the night skyscrapers after a recent brawl. The girl's eyes instantly become serious and focused, and a drop of sweat on her cheek betrays her sudden alarm at what she heard on the phone. Chang Xiaomei says a quick word into the phone, then quickly takes off and runs across the parking lot to his car, clearly in a hurry for an important meeting. A dumbfounded Chang Xiaomei indignantly demands that the impudent intruder leave her car, while Ye Wuxian calmly buckles on his seatbelt, clearly not going anywhere. The sly fellow passenger is sprawled out on the seat and with an ironic grin justifies his presence by the absence of a taxi, while simultaneously trying to find out the reason for such a rush of his companion. Realizing that there is no time to argue, Chang Xiaomei abruptly starts the engine and tells Ye Wuxian that if he really wants to go with her, he should just sit still while she rushes to her destination. The car takes off with a deafening roar, leaving burning tire tracks on the asphalt, and flies out of the parking lot at breakneck speed into the darkness of the night. A few minutes later, Chang Xiaomei's car pulls up at the entrance of the city hospital, whose brightly lit windows and red cross on the facade contrast alarmingly with the silent, starry sky. After breaking into the building, Chang Xiaomei turns to Dr. Wei with an anxious voice, trying to get some news about his mother's condition. Dr. Wei freezes in slight confusion, involuntarily staring at the girl's revealing evening dress, which looks especially provocative in the hospital walls. The concerned doctor takes a confused look at the medical papers and informs Chang Xiaomei that her mother's condition is extremely serious, and the doctor's prognosis is still disappointing. The girl timidly asks the hospital employee if she can see her mother, to which she receives approval with a request not to linger, while Wu Tian, deciding not to wait in the parking lot, calmly walks over to them. While the girl is absorbed in the bad news, her companion closely studies the doctor's features, feeling a strange déjà vu and trying to find in the pile of memories the very moment when their paths crossed before. Ye Wuxian's memory finally picks up the correct fragment, and with a sarcastic grin, he recognizes the medic as the same arrogant doctor from the village they met during the plague. The doctor's face contorts in genuine horror and shock as he realizes who exactly is standing in front of him, and the name of the person he clearly didn't expect to meet again involuntarily escapes his lips. The panic-stricken doctor quickly points out the room number and, with a tight smile, tries to retreat as quickly as possible, just to get away from the person he is so afraid of angering. Entering room 318, Chang Xiaomei struggles to hold back his tears, forcing a faint smile as he gently informs his mother of his arrival. The mother, trying not to show how hard it is for her, with a gentle smile makes fun of her daughter, saying that her own illness scares her much less than the absence of her husband's heiress and her difficult character. Noticing a strange man next to her daughter, the patient looks suspiciously at the stranger and anxiously asks who this man is and why he came with her. The young man smiles politely and introduces himself to the mother of his companion, trying to make a pleasant impression and diffuse the tension that has arisen in the ward. The woman in the hospital pajamas brightens up and starts peppering the guest with questions about how long they've known each other and what he thinks of her daughter, which makes her blush deeply with embarrassment. The young man suddenly stretches out his hand to the girl, causing her to freeze in complete confusion, and catches every movement with undisguised excitement. Putting his arm around the bewildered companion's shoulders, the young man confidently declares to her mother that he considers his chosen one the most gentle and beautiful girl in the world, adding with a disarming smile that in her eyes he is the best man. Smiling approvingly, the woman makes it clear that the guest made a great impression on her and insistently advises her daughter not to miss such a worthy person while she is in complete confusion. Hurriedly leading her companion out of the room under the plausible pretext of an important conversation, the girl promises her mother to return immediately while she waves after them with a satisfied look. Once in the corridor, Chang Xiaomei, in a fit of indignation, pushes Ye Wuxian against the wall and, gesturing furiously, chastises him for bragging about his attractiveness, insistently escorting the self-styled handsome man home in a taxi. Leaning back against the wall, the guy justifies himself by saying that he only wanted to please a sick woman who clearly liked him as a future son-in-law. Ye Wuxian's gaze instantly turns icy and piercing as he tells Chang Xiaomei the terrible truth that her mother's condition is critical, and without proper treatment, she has at most 2 months to live. Shocked and angry, the daughter appeals to the common sense of her companion, demanding to stop talking this terrible nonsense, because we are talking about the person most dear to her, namely her mother. Keeping calm, the young man claims that he is telling the absolute truth, and although he cannot fully heal, he is quite capable of prolonging the life of a sick woman. The girl hesitates, remembering the incredible rumors from the dossier of her friend, where it was said that in one fishing village he was revered as a miracle worker who managed to stop even the deadly plague. With a cheeky grin, the guy promises that everything will be done in the best possible way, accompanying his words with an extremely ambiguous and unceremonious reminder of the recent tactile contact. The girl frowns and gives her companion a look of displeasure that is a mixture of suspicion, embarrassment at his impertinent words, and a shadow of doubt about the sincerity of his assurances. Lowering her head and hiding her face behind her hair, the girl asks a direct question about the price of such help, wanting to know what exactly the young man will demand from her in return. With a meaningful smile, Wuxian sets out his condition, demanding that when everything is over, Chang Xiaomei must give him another dance. Returning to the ward, the herbalist voices the diagnosis with frightening accuracy, saying that the girl's mother has a mid-stage hepatoma and serious problems with the spleen. Standing at the bedside of the patient, the young man continues to list the symptoms with the confidence of an experienced doctor, namely diabetes accompanied by diarrhea, weak kidneys, cold limbs, pallor, and thread-like pulse, and every word he says makes the daughter and the patient herself freeze with amazement. The girl is in the deepest shock. Just one look at this klutz was enough to accurately list all the symptoms, without making a single mistake in his frighteningly accurate conclusions. Concentrating on writing down the prescription in a notebook, the boy explains that the most important thing right now is to eliminate diarrhea and lists the necessary dosages of herbs, while he honestly and mentally admits that even in his home world, such a disease is difficult to cure completely, but he can extend the patient's life by 2 years. Handing over the appointment sheet, Wuxian explains in detail how to prepare the decoction and the intake regimen, realizing that in the 2 years that he extends her mother's life, his medical skills will grow so much that he will be able to completely heal her. When the patient hopefully asks if he is a doctor, The young man honestly admits that he does not have a medical title, but asks to trust him because for the sake of the opportunity to dance with her daughter again, he will put all his strength. Blushing in embarrassment, Chang Xiaomei covers his face with the prescription sheet and angrily calls Ye Wuxian a pervert, clearly not knowing how else to react to his direct flirtation in front of his mother. Leaving the walls of the hospital, young people find themselves on the street, where there is a barely perceptible distance between them and a strange tension after everything that happened in the ward. Going down the stairs, the girl cannot stand it and directly asks where her companion learned medicine, because according to the dossier, he is just a slacker who beats all day long. Ye Wuqian laughingly evades the question, complaining about excessive female curiosity, while Chang Xiaomei vehemently retorts that she is not concerned about idle interest at all, but about her mother's health and the reliability of the prescription. And for this, she is ready to answer any of his questions herself. Brusquely pointing at the girl, the herbalist asks a very tactless and personal question about the changes in her figure, ironically comparing her shape in the past with a flat board and demanding to explain such dramatic changes. Seething with such impudence, the officer abruptly and furiously sends the young man away, while the latter only looks at her calmly, not at all remorseful for his provocation. Next to the couple is a parked car, from the window of which a young man in a beige jacket suddenly looks out, and with a malicious grin he calls out to the main character, calling him a miracle doctor and pretending to be surprised at such an unexpected meeting. Wuxian asks in bewilderment why the doctor is no longer trying to escape, to which the doctor, putting aside his pride, tearfully begs Dr. Ye for the help he asked for back in the village, mentally admitting that he is ready to sacrifice his reputation just to cure his delicate male ailment. Despite the pleas, the herbalist remains adamant. He abruptly interrupts the man, stating that he is not a doctor and his other people's diseases do not concern him. Driving away the annoying guy, he gestures to him to get out of his way, leaving the girl completely perplexed by such severity. Throwing away the last remnants of his pride, the annoying dandy literally falls to his knees in front of Yetian, blocking his path, begging for salvation, admitting defeat, and hoping only for the boy's mercy. However, the young man just casts a cold, contemptuous glance over his shoulder, once again repeating that he is not a doctor and has no desire or obligation to save someone who does not deserve it at all. Resolutely interrupting the dandy's humiliating pleas, Ye Wuqian puts his hand on the girl's waist and walks away, leaving behind the hospital and all the ridiculous attempts of the annoying guy to beg for healing. Watching this scene, Chang Xiaomei genuinely doesn't understand the reason for such harshness and asks the guy in bewilderment why he refuses to help a person who is so desperate to ask for it. Ye Wuxian just grins and with undisguised impudence asks the girl a counter question why she does not allow him to touch her, to which she calls him an impudent person and declares that she will never allow such liberties. With a slight grin, the guy explains his position. He just doesn't want to help everyone in a row. Allegedly, if he starts saving everyone he meets who begs for support, he will very soon just fall down from deadly fatigue. As the couple continues their conversation under the night sky, the young man in a beige jacket who was abandoned by them remains standing at a distance, completely shocked and desperate that his only hope of healing is so calmly leaving. Humiliated and rejected, the dandy seethes with impotent rage as he watches the pair leave, trembling with anger and swearing through his teeth that Ye Wuqian will regret his audacity again. Meanwhile, in the hospital, Mr. Liu, still in disbelief, exclaims in complete shock in his room. The dazed boss jumps up from his hospital bed and interrogates his people with undisguised horror, unable to comprehend the fact that the huge check he wrote was invalid. Mr. Liu's servants confirm the news with malicious grins, explaining that the check was torn to shreds, and now the guy will not be able to get a single penny on it. The red-haired boss of these guys is grinning contentedly in his hospital bed, exulting at the return of a huge sum, and anticipating how many beauties he can seduce them instead of paying for his salvation. Surrounded by his subordinates in a hospital room, the supervisor confidently declares his intention to continue pursuing Cheng Keshin, despite the lack of rapid progress. One of the assistants with a sly smile shows the boss a small bottle, offering to use this love potion to significantly speed up the process of winning the girl's heart. The red-haired man, in a rage, knocks the bottle out of the assistant's hands and reprimands him for his stupidity, stating that the truth lies in the seduction process itself, and with his money there is no need to use such means to attract beauties. The assistant is taken aback by his superior's sudden display of generosity, while his superior tells him to save the potion until his patience finally runs out. Clutching the cherished bottle in his palm, the stocky patient turns his attention to his goals and busily questions the blue-haired subordinate about Chung Keshin's recent situation. A blue-haired henchman with a sly look reports that the girl has serious debts to the bank and suggests that the owner used the money to save her so that she would throw herself into his arms out of gratitude. Thinking about the $30 million returned, the red-haired schemer agrees with the subordinate's plan and immediately angrily inquires about Ye Wuxian's whereabouts, declaring his firm intention to deal with the strange young man. Obediently accepting the boss's order, the henchmen chorus their willingness to comply immediately, while the door to the hospital room suddenly swings open to admit a new visitor. The henchmen are startled when the figure of the same young man looms up in front of them, ironically inquiring if it is he who is being sought so hard here. A dark-haired young man with a deadpan smile confirms his presence, looking at the stunned pursuers with obvious superiority. Everyone present in the ward is horrified by the sudden appearance of the young man, and one of the assistants even falls to the floor in surprise, while their boss in a daze recognizes the newcomer as Mr. Ye. Gritting his teeth in rage and breaking out in a cold sweat, Mr. Liu vents his indignation in anger, struck by the audacity of an uninvited guest who dared to come to him in person. Maintaining an icy calm, the dark-haired guest urges Mr. Liu to calm down his ardor and first expel both henchmen from the ward. After hearing the disparaging remark, the bespectacled assistant becomes enraged and points a finger at Ye Wuxian, indignantly shouting out a question about who he dares to call a henchman. The intruder's gaze turns hard and piercing as he icily gives a curt and imperious order to his subordinates to get out immediately. The blue-haired assistant, sensing something amiss, hurriedly restrains his enraged partner and hurries him to leave, reminding him that this is the heir of the Ye family, with whom it is better not to antagonize. When the assistants leave the room, the stocky patient is left alone with the uninvited guest, who looks down on the bedridden schemer. The red-haired Mr. Liu shrinks into the pillows, realizing that now there is no one to protect him from the confident heir of the Yi family. With a slight, almost mocking half-smile, Ye Wuxian reminds Mr. Liu of the recent incident with the check and politely but firmly asks Mr. Liu to write him a new one. Outraged by this impudence, the red-haired fat man goes on the offensive and, spluttering, declares that this is impossible because the deal is already closed and the poor safety of the check is solely the guest's fault. With a mocking grin, Ye Wuxian leans over the bed and reminds Mr. Liu of the existence of backup copies of the video, while the red-haired schemer, realizing the seriousness of the threat, freezes in a cold sweat. Despite the obvious threat, the red-haired rich man finally loses his composure and, gritting his teeth, in a rage shouts out that he will never write a new check, and the heir to the Ye family will only get what he wants over his dead body. Ye Wuxian doesn't get upset at the audacious refusal, but keeps an icy, scary smile on his face and hopes that Mr. Liu won't have to regret his decision bitterly. Panicked at the thought of the possible consequences, Mr. Liu abruptly raises his hand and, losing all dignity, desperately shouts out a request to wait, trying to stop Ye Wuxian from already leaving. Hearing the desperate exclamation behind him, Ye Wuxian turns his head slightly, and a triumphant, superior smile plays on his face, and he knows that his plan has worked flawlessly. The young man gives a copy of the video to the malicious, red-haired boss, while receiving the second cherished check for 30 million yuan, and with it, he leaves the ward. Walking confidently down the hospital corridor, with the newly written check in his hand, Ye Wuxian keeps an icy calm on his face, while a plan is already maturing in his head to brutally punish Mr. Liu, because no amount of millions can atone for the attempt he organized. As Ye Wuxian retreats down the corridor under the terrified gaze of one of the assistants, he cynically reflects that he saved Lu Fu's life only to use it as a personal ATM, which he intends to return to for money whenever the need arises. After seeing the guy off with wary eyes, the two assistants hurriedly return to their boss's room, where they stand hesitantly in front of his bed, waiting for further orders from the distraught Liu Fu. Once surrounded by his loyal people, Mr. Liu finally gives vent to anger and, in a rage, crumpling the blanket, screams curses after Ye Wuxian, outraged that he dares to behave in his ward as a full-fledged owner. Blinded by the desire for revenge and reddened with rage, the boss clenches his fist convulsively and announces to his men that he will give a reward of 10 million yuan to anyone who manages to finish off this smug scum. After hearing about the fabulous reward, Mr. Liu's henchmen exchange glances with undisguised shock and greed, realizing that their boss is extremely serious and is ready to go to any lengths to eliminate an impudent enemy. Overzealously kneeling in front of the boss's bed, The mercenaries rush to assure their master of their loyalty, promising to make every effort to meet his expectations. Meanwhile, the sun's rays envelop the chic and majestic Dongchengye Mountain Villa. In the study of Dongchengye Mountain Villa, the owner of the house drops the book in a fit of extreme excitement and, leaning forward in his chair, asks the young man with obvious disbelief and anxiety whether the news received is really reliable. After confirming to his father with grim certainty that their arch-enemy is still alive, the young man with a cold gleam in his eyes asks permission to personally handle the matter and send mercenaries to finish off the surviving bastard for good. After laying siege to his son and warning him against rash actions, the father imperiously orders him not to interfere and focus on his own affairs, along the way inquiring about how his relationship with Ouyang Xingyue is progressing. With ill-concealed annoyance, the young man confesses to his father that Xingyu is not at all like ordinary women and repeatedly hurts his manhood, defiantly ignoring any signs of attention and responding to his advances with a decisive refusal. With a stern and significant air, the father instructs his son, explaining to him the changing nature of honor, which in some cases can be more valuable than gold, and in others cheaper than paper, and insists that he learn this important lesson in life. Succumbing to his dark side and wanting to get a rebellious girl at all costs, the young man puts forward a monstrous proposal to his father, or rather to drug Xingyu with chemicals in order to force her to become his woman. Enraged by such a reckless and dangerous suggestion, the father turns to his son with icy anger in his eyes and sternly asks if he is tired of living, forcing the young man to be silent in fear and realize the gravity of his mistake. In another part of the mountain villa, in a spacious, traditional study, a stately-looking elderly man stands with his back to the newcomer, intent on writing on scrolls spread out on the table, while his visitor pauses respectfully at the threshold. Pressing his hand to his chest in a fit of sincere indignation, the man emotionally demands an explanation of why he is forbidden to take Ye Wuxian home, because he, as a father, considers it his indisputable right. Putting down the brush and maintaining an icy calm, the patriarch of the Ye family, Ye Haoteng, delivers his harsh verdict. He sees no reason to return Ye Wuxian, as he believes that he has completely discredited himself with his actions. Despite the harsh rebuff, Ye Hendong continues to push desperately, reminding his father that Ye Wuxian is his only son, and begging the patriarch to show mercy and allow him to return the young man to the family, even if his current wife, Wei Rong, is not the boy's biological mother. With a sharp and furious stroke of the brush, Patriarch Ye Hoteng angrily asks why they should bring back a worthless playboy, an ignoramus, who only dishonors their name, thinking that the presence of such a person will bring an indelible shame on the entire Ye family. The patriarch of the Ye Haoteng family puts a hard line on the dispute, stating that as long as he is alive, this bastard will not return to their home under any circumstances. Devastated and crushed by his father's inflexibility, Ye Yong seeks oblivion in alcohol, alone pouring his despair straight from the bottle amid empty vessels and spilled wine. Gently but firmly taking the bottle away from her intoxicated husband, Weirong reminds him that alcohol will not help solve problems, and with barely concealed concern, asks if the patriarch really responded with a final refusal. Ye Yong, in the grip of strong hops and bitterness, casts a heavy, bleary look at his wife, which is a mixture of resentment at her interference and unbearable heartache from realizing his powerlessness before the will of his father. A saddened Wei Rong sympathetically puts her arm around her husband's shoulders, lamenting the impossibility of giving him an heir against the background of strict prohibitions on the part of the head of the Ye family. The grief-stricken man frowns and closes his eyes in heartache, confessing his deep sense of guilt towards the biological mother of his firstborn and expressing sincere regret that Wuqian has to suffer because of the circumstances. Sitting at the table next to empty wine bottles, the man continues to think about his own business, while at the same time his wife gives him disturbing news about the problems that have arisen in his son's business, advising him to personally check the company's affairs if possible. The enraged father presses his hand to his face in a rage, realizing that the same detractors are once again harming the enterprise run by the heir, and threateningly declares the fatal mistake of his enemies. Looking at the man sternly, the stepmother warns him against hasty accusations, insistently reminding him to have strong evidence before voicing such suspicions aloud. The hot-tempered head of the family slams his fist down on the wooden surface of the table in indignation, knocking over the glass and spilling the drink, while a crimson flush appears on his face from the irritation that overwhelms him. Glowing with hundreds of windows, the skyscraper towers over the city at night, While inside the corporate founder's headquarters, work is in full swing, despite the late hour and the star-studded sky. Chung Kexin, who is sitting in a chair with a confident and slightly arrogant look, asks her frightened assistant if the place is ready for the upcoming meeting, while she obediently stands in the background with a notebook in her hands. Noticeably agitated secretary in a light blouse with a black bow timidly asks the boss about the need to select a male companion, clutching the papers to her chest. Standing in front of a massive desk, a subordinate argues her proposal with the disappearance of her boss's betrothed and also warns her against the danger posed by the dissolute disposition of Governor Zhu, with whom she will meet. With a proud and unyielding look, the blonde goes to the panoramic window with a view of the night city and abruptly breaks off the dialogue, declaring her loyalty to the status of the bride of this scoundrel and completely abandoning anyone's male protection. After collecting the documents, the businesswoman resolutely heads out of the office, while her assistant, with a clear concern in her eyes, tries to keep up with her supervisor. Gritting her teeth and squeezing her eyes in frustration, the young employee mentally resents the irresponsibility of the missing groom, sincerely sympathizing with her boss, who is forced to save someone else's company alone. The luxury restaurant building glows with lights under the night sky, inviting patrons to the secluded Su Yun Hall, where an important business meeting is to take place behind a massive wooden door. Entering the banquet hall, a young woman apologizes for being late to two solid men who are already waiting for her at a red tablecloth table. With a broad smile, the red-haired official casually invites his guest to sit down at the table, while his bespectacled companion obsequiously bustles around, preparing a chair for the newly arrived lady. The girl sitting at the table reacts with obvious bewilderment in her eyes to the bespectacled man, asking who it is, who is standing next to her with an ingratiating smile, trying to please an important guest during their meeting in the restaurant. A smiling official introduces his colleague, Governor Wang, stating that he was transferred to their bank only recently, while Chung Kexin listens attentively to the men, maintaining a polite but reserved smile on his face. With a flattering grin on his face, the fat man in glasses is lavishing compliments, comparing the business qualities of his guest with the masculine ones and feigning a sense of inferiority in front of the incredible Miss Chung. Concluding the official part of the meeting, Chung Kexin discreetly thanks both governors for their support, shaking hands with one of them, while her assistant waits modestly to the side, watching the negotiations. Changing from being friendly to brusque, Governor Wang grabs the girl's hand in a death grip, preventing her from pulling away after the handshake, which makes Chung Kexin visibly nervous, trying in vain to free her hand from his sweaty and tight embrace. With an affectation of good humor, Governor Wang apologizes for his awkwardness, while Chung Kexin, who is forcing a smile, tries to keep her composure in this unpleasant situation, while his colleague calmly smokes next to her. Having completely lost all sense of propriety, Governor Wang lets go of the girl's hand and starts licking his own palm with a disgusting, greedy expression, savoring the moment when he recently touched Chung Kexin. Trying to change the subject as soon as possible and get rid of the feeling of disgust, Chung Kexin suggests ordering, hoping that the food and formal conversation will help get the meeting back on track. Cigarette smoke covers the face of Governor Zhu, who, with a cold and suspicious squint, suggests to Miss Chang that the secretary should be turned out of the door, hinting at some secret conversation that is not intended for other people's ears, while the poor assistant in the background freezes in surprise and fear, realizing that the situation is heating up. Panic-stricken, the assistant mentally begs her boss to ignore the officials, realizing that if she leaves, Miss Cheng will be left alone with these dangerous people in an extremely vulnerable position. Showing firmness and resourcefulness, Miss Chung declares that the secretary is like a sister to her and offers to leave the girl in the hall and offer her wine, while the assistant in the background actively nods, trying her best to keep a helpful smile on her face. Annoyed by the refusal, Governor Zhu's face changes and with cold arrogance accuses Miss Cheng of distrust, stating that with this lack of sincerity, they have nothing else to talk about. Shocked to the core by Governor Wang's brazen behavior, Chung Kexin freezes in silent shock, and her face, covered in drops of cold sweat, reflects a whole range of feelings, from extreme disgust to the realization of what a dangerous and dirty game these unscrupulous officials are trying to drag her into. Despite Chung Kexin's attempts to protect her, the pressure of the officials becomes unbearable, and after giving in to their harsh demand, she orders the girl to leave the hall immediately with a heavy heart, leaving her completely confused and anxious. Under the stares of the officials and her boss, the assistant wanders dejectedly to the exit, leaving Chung Kexin alone in the oppressive silence of the luxurious restaurant hall, with people whose true intentions are becoming increasingly frightening. A triumphant grin spreads across Governor Ju's face as he realizes that their plan has worked. The last barrier in the person of the assistant has been removed, and now there is nothing to stop him and Governor Wang from moving on to their true dirty intentions towards the defenseless Chung Kexin. Taking advantage of the assistant's absence, Governor Ju moves on to the next stage of his plan, and with a fake friendly smile, he raises the glass, insistently offering Miss Cheng a drink to the bottom, clearly intending to bring the girl to a helpless state in this isolation. Faced with a desperate situation and the insistent pressure of the officials, Chung Kexin is forced to accept their rules of the game, and she drains the glass in one fell swoop, while the governors watch with contentment as their plan to get the defenseless girl drunk begins to bear fruit. The hypocritical Governor Ju continues his psychological attack, accusing Miss Cheng of being promiscuous just because she allegedly failed to live up to his expectations as a decent woman, trying to finally suppress her will and make her feel guilty in this stalemate. Confused by the harsh accusation, Chung Kexin puts her hand to her temple, feeling the alcohol and psychological pressure begin to take effect. And with genuine bewilderment and growing anxiety, she tries to understand why Governor Ju suddenly called her loose. With a malicious grin, Governor Wang finds fault with Chung Kexin, pointing out a couple of drops left at the bottom of her glass. And he also accuses her of breaking the rules of the feast, using this trivial excuse to make the girl drink even more. The officials continue to jeer at Chung Kexin, who is already barely aware of what is happening from intoxication. While she tries to explain that they are just drinking and not getting drunk, Governor Wang unceremoniously puts his hand on her shoulder and mockingly declares, insisting that there should not be a single extra drop left in the glass. The impudent Governor Wang feigns deep resentment, and with hypocritical indignation, he asks again if Miss Cheng thinks he is ignorant, and immediately proceeds to open blackmail, hinting that their further cooperation depends on her answer. Feeling cornered and afraid of ruining an important deal over a small matter, Chung Kexin dutifully apologizes to the unscrupulous governor, but despite her obvious dizziness and discomfort, she picks up the bottle again to fill the glass to the brim and make amends for her supposed guilt in front of these unscrupulous manipulators. To appease the aggrieved officials, Chung Kexin offers to drink another glass as punishment, while Governors Wang and Zhu, not hiding their triumph, enthusiastically egg her on. Feeling completely unpunished and seeing that the girl is completely crushed and disoriented, Governor Wang offers another toast with a carnivorous smile, refilling her glass and continuing this relentless drinking marathon in order to put his dirty plan into action as soon as possible. Under the guise of another toast, they continue to fill her glass continuously, forcing her to drink more and more while she is in a completely helpless and vulnerable state. While heavily intoxicated, Chung Kexin struggles to return to the business issue. Barely holding the stack in her hand and fighting dizziness, she timidly asks Governor Ju for leniency in the matter of a loan for her company. With undisguised lust, Governor Ju silently glares at Chung Kexin as a final plan matures in his mind. Looking at how alcohol has robbed the girl of her usual stamina, he calmly calculates his next actions. With predatory satisfaction, Governor Ju watches as the alcohol finally clouds Chung Kexin's mind. Looking at the girl's flushed face and heavy gaze, he can barely contain the triumph of his dirty plan nearing completion. Chung Kexin finally gives in to the plea and sees no other way to get the loan approved, so he knocks down the glass again, even though the alcohol is already pouring by. An hour has passed and the relentless marathon continues. The table is literally littered with empty bottles, but the officials do not stop, and Governor Wang, maintaining a frightening calm and false friendliness, insistently offers Miss Cheng another shot. With each passing second, Chung Kexin becomes more and more aware that her strength is running out. Her body is becoming a stranger, and her mind is shrouded in a heavy fog. And as she clutches another stack in her hand, she realizes with horror that her limit has already been reached. Realizing that she is on the verge of losing consciousness completely, Chung Kexin struggles to save herself. Barely able to stand and fighting nausea, she politely apologizes and goes to the toilet, hoping that this short respite will help her recover a little and escape from the gaze of the officials. Noticing the state of her boss, the secretary is seriously frightened. She watches with alarm as the usually confident and persistent Chung Kexin barely holds on to the edge of the sink, trying to recover under the icy water, realizing that the situation is out of control, and her boss urgently needs help to get out of this nightmare dinner. The secretary panics and begs Chung Kexin to stop drinking, She sees that her boss is on edge, and she understands that if this continues, the situation will become completely unmanageable, and the girl tries to reach out to Kexen's consciousness, hoping to stop this nightmare before the officials take advantage of the CEO's final helplessness. Despite her trembling hands and blurry eyes, Chung Kexen stubbornly shrugs off the assistant's worries by splashing ice water on her face, and she tries to summon the last of her willpower, telling her secretary that everything will be fine. The secretary, seeing Chung Kexen's stubbornness, angrily throws out that she is simply infuriated by her recklessness. Annoyed that her advice is ignored, she goes to the exit, saying at last that she will wait outside. Left alone in front of the mirror, Chung Kexen lets loose her tears as she looks at her reflection. She wonders bitterly if this ungrateful ignoramus and fictitious fiancé, who is not even dear to her, is worth all this suffering and humiliation. At this point, the young headmistress comes to the bitter realization that formally the company belongs to the groom, but it is she who puts all her soul and strength into it, and, wiping away tears, she grits her teeth with determination. The girl understands that she cannot allow her work to go to waste because of someone else's ignorance. Chung Kexen gathers the last of her willpower and wipes away her tears in the bathroom, returning to the common room, and with a fake, forced smile, she apologizes to the officials for her long absence, trying not to show how bad she is. Governors Wang and Zhu exchange a meaningful look of triumph, and they see that the girl has returned from the bathroom, still pale and barely able to stand, but ready to continue, which is a sure sign for them that the fish is on the hook and is not going anywhere. Governor Wang, still wearing a mask of feigned generosity, hands Chung Kexen another glass, and with an unctuous smile, he declares that he and Governor Zhu have discussed what is happening and decided that it is inappropriate to force a woman to drink along with them. Hearing the promise that this stack will be the last, Chung Kexen feels a sudden surge of hope, and a look of genuine joy and relief crosses her haggard face, asking if it's true, hardly believing that this nightmare marathon will end soon. With gratitude for the supposed mercy, the guest raises this last glass and makes a toast to the health and happiness of the officials, hoping that this sacrifice will put an end to the humiliating bidding. Closing her eyes and gathering the last of her strength, the girl drinks every drop. As soon as Chung Kexen drains his glass, an ominous silence falls over the hall, broken only by a low, satisfied chuckle as Governors Wang and Zhu exchange brief glances, their faces contorted with triumphant grins. Realizing that the last stack was a condition of their agreement, the shy girl picks up her chopsticks and with a tight, almost unnatural smile, invites the officials to start eating. As soon as she put the glass on the table, she felt a strange numbness spread through her body, and her head began to buzz. This was not the usual intoxication. Consciousness began to fade too quickly, and a bad, sick feeling arose in her stomach. Suddenly, Chung Kexen's head is pierced by a sharp flash of awareness that turns out to be more terrible than intoxication itself. She feels her body stop responding to her, and her consciousness is covered with a thick, unnatural fog. The headmistress's eyes are blurred, and her eyelids are unbearably heavy, and she feels cold sweat rolling down her face and an unnatural heat running through her entire body. Chung Kexen has a terrifying hunch through the haze that obscures her mind, and as she looks at the officials, who now look like sinister figures to her, she realizes that they have put some kind of powder in her drink. At the moment when the poor girl's consciousness finally fades under the influence of the drug, her hand slips powerlessly off the table, and there is a sharp, deafening sound of breaking glass. Instead of the usual warmth from the alcohol, she felt a sharp, paralyzing spasm, and her mind instantly went blank, and a leaden weight spread through her body, completely different from simple intoxication. Gasping and clutching at her collar, she barely manages to mumble an apology and heads for the exit. Feeling the ground give out from under her feet, Chung Kexen struggles to get out of the hall, finding herself in the corridor, almost falling, having to put her hand on the wall to somehow keep her balance. The effect of the drug is devastating. The girl feels like her body is covered with a frightening shiver, and her mind is covered with a viscous fog. She desperately fights against the rolling unconsciousness, whispering to herself not to stop. In the hallway, Chung Kexen is overcome by a primal, animal fear as she feels the effects of the drug rapidly deprive her of control over her own body. Her legs become wobbly, and her heart is pounding wildly, trying to disperse the poisoned blood. Her body betrays her, and the sudden wave of weakness and dizziness is so strong that she can't keep her feet, and she feels a hand brusquely grab her, stopping her from falling. She is clinging to the stranger powerlessly, her head falling heavily on his chest. Judging from the determined grip and statuesque bearing, this person doesn't look like the henchman of those officials. Through the haze of dope, she feels the touch of hands. This is not the grip of a vile official or his henchman, but the touch of a person whom she no longer hoped to see, namely her missing fiancé Yuchen. While Chung Kexin struggles desperately against the dope in the corridor, the atmosphere inside the meeting room is heated to the limit. Governors Wang and Zhu, seeing her hasty departure, no longer hide their annoyance. The cynicism of the officials knows no bounds. Looking at the door through which Chung Kexin disappeared, Governor Zhu notes with cold calculation that if their guesses are correct that she escaped, then this woman reacts very quickly. An ominous silence falls over the hall as Governor Wang and Governor Zhu stand in tense anticipation, realizing that the situation is out of their control. Realizing that the victim is about to escape, the officials finally throw off their masks. The officials jump up from their seats, their faces distorted with anger and self-confidence. Acting quickly and decisively, Wooden takes the half-conscious bride away from the dangerous restaurant and pursuers. He realized that now she needs a safe place where the drug can end without the threat from those monsters. In the hotel room, Wu Tian acts without delay to bring Chung Kexin to her senses and neutralize the heat caused by the drug, filling the tub with cold water and gently lowering the girl into it while she is still dressed. Submerged in the icy water, Chung Kexin breathes heavily and quickly, trying to control the heat and fog in her head. Although the cold bath helps her not to lose consciousness completely, the effects of the powerful drug still cause her suffering. In the hotel room, the struggle for the girl's condition continues. The icy water in the bath knocks down the heat a little, but the toxin is still too strong. Wu-tian anxiously looks at the exhausted Chung Kexin with his hands on her head. He sees how much she is suffering, and his heart breaks from the inability to stop this torture instantly. Looking at the suffering Chung Kexin, Wu-tian is immersed in strange and contradictory thoughts. He is not just back in her life, he feels as if he is living a completely different fate. Suddenly, the girl, struggling with the growing heat, reaches out and clings tightly to the guy's shirt. Despite the fact that her mind is clouded by the drug, she finds the strength to act. The bathroom is filled with steam and despair. Chung Kexin, overcome with heat and finally losing control of herself under the influence of poison, goes from words to actions. She can no longer restrain her instincts and reaches for Wuxian, looking for salvation in him. Wuxian squeezes his eyes shut, struggling to keep his composure, his face flushed and large beads of sweat rolling down his skin as Miss Kexin's closeness and desperate embrace in the bathroom become a real challenge for him. At the most tense moment, when the herbalist is struggling to maintain his composure under the onslaught of the drug beast, a sharp, insistent knock on the room door cuts through the silence of the bathroom. A sharp knock on the door causes Wuxian to instantly snap out of his internal struggle, and he is relieved to get out of the bath, waiting for his salvation in the person of the courier. Having received the coveted delivery from the courier, the healer does not waste a second, and right in the hotel room, he begins to prepare a complex composition. His movements are precise and confident, confirming his skill and experience. In the makeshift laboratory on the hotel table, Wu-tian shows miracles of resourcefulness. He does not have professional medical equipment or a cauldron for brewing potions, so he uses what was at hand, namely an ordinary hotel kettle and simple dishes. Holding a bowl of ready-made decoction in his hands, the groom resolutely returns to the bathroom, realizing that every second now counts, and the effect of the poison has reached its peak, and Chung Kexin is almost out of control. Wu-tian stares at the medicine he has prepared, and his face flushes with embarrassment again. Like an experienced healer, he understands that just drinking this decoction will not be enough. The poison has penetrated too deeply into the body. Half an hour after the complex and delicate procedure, the long-awaited lull comes. After laying the girl on the bed, Chung Kexin finally fell into a deep, peaceful sleep. Looking at the sleeping bride, Wu-tian feels a huge sense of relief. The storm has finally subsided, and he gently adjusts a lock of her golden hair, admiring her calm appearance. While Chung Kexin is sleeping peacefully, Wu-tian stands by her bedside, lost in dark and angry thoughts, thinking that thanks to the reporter Wang Fangxi for her cooperation, he managed to save the blonde girl at just the right moment. Wu-tian takes one last look at the sleeping girl, his face focused and his eyes filled with cold determination, because now that Chung Kexin's life is out of danger and she can safely recuperate, he has the opportunity to deal with those who set up this vile trap. While Wu-tian was fighting for the life of his fiancée in the hotel, the atmosphere in the restaurant was completely different. The perpetrators of the incident, unaware of anything, returned to the table and continued the feast. While the groom prepares a plan of retribution, those who stage this attack are not even aware of his intentions. Governor Zhu and his accomplice, raising their glasses, celebrate, despite the fact that their target has escaped. Governor Zhu squints contentedly as he takes a sip of the expensive alcohol and continues to tease his companion, a smug, almost predatory smile playing on his face, as if he is confident that he is in complete control of the situation. His accomplice's nasty laughter echoes through the restaurant, further accentuating the depth of their fall, his glassy gaze and dripping saliva betraying his animal nature as he finally gets drunk and claims Chungkekshin. Governor Zhu's cynicism is too extreme, and in response to the words of his accomplice that the girl belongs only to him, he only grins, rubbing his chin, while his ambition and lust are much bigger. The villains in the restaurant go further and further in their vile fantasies. The governor's accomplice enthusiastically accepts the offer of joint abuse of Chungkekshin, while feeling like the masters of the situation. Drunken laughter and dirty talk stop in an instant, and a door opens into the restaurant hall, on the threshold of which the figure of an unfriendly groom appears, eager for retribution for what happened to his bride. Wuxian has a strange, almost frightening smile on his face as he stands in the doorway of the banquet hall, exuding an icy calm that contrasts with his inner anger, asking the fat people if they are happy. The surprise effect worked flawlessly. Governor Zhu and his sidekick Wang froze, unable to immediately comprehend how this young man ended up here, and all their pathos along with drunken confidence evaporated in an instant, replaced by confusion. Wuxian doesn't limit himself to being a silent witness, and with chilling politeness he goes to the table and picks up the bottle of wine that one of the conspirators has just been holding on to, and his movements are smooth, almost hypnotic, but his presence fills the room with primal horror. The groom doesn't give Governor Zhu any time to ask further questions or realize what's going on, and the answer to his question is a bottle that immediately arrives with a crushing force. The impact shatters the bottle, and Governor Zhu screams in surprise and sharp pain, wine mixed with blood running down his face, drenching his expensive suit, while his accomplice Wang shrinks into a chair in horror, unable to move. A heavy, suffocating silence descends over the hall, broken only by the official's groan as he presses his hand to his bloody head while Wuxian stands in front of him, and his gaze becomes even colder because there is no longer even room for irony, only for a sentence. Despite the governor's head being smashed, his accomplice Wang still doesn't realize the gravity of the situation, and instead of running or begging for forgiveness, he jumps up from his seat, sputtering with rage, shouting loudly that everything is allowed to him. Governor Zhu, having recovered from the initial shock, furiously wipes away the blood running down his forehead, his face turning purple, and his eyes flashing with the undisguised anger of a man accustomed to absolute obedience. Wang, blinded by alcohol and a false sense of superiority, makes the fatal mistake of continuing to be rude and claim his right to offend any woman, but Wuxian's reaction to this stream of dirt turns out to be lightning fast and naturally harsh. In the next instant, a heavy porcelain plate slams into Van's head with a thud, and the impact is so powerful that shards of glass fly in all directions, and the conspirator himself is thrown back. The hall was filled with the sounds of china shattering and muffled groans. The angry groom's blows were not just a physical attack, it was a crushing response to every dirty word uttered at this table. The scene in the restaurant hall had changed beyond recognition, because just a few minutes ago, Governor Zhu and his partner-in-law Wang were swaggering about someone else's fate, choking on drunken laughter, and discussing vile plans related to Chungkekshin. But now their excessive arrogance was blown to pieces along with the restaurant's dishes. Wuxian's rage finally threw the conspirators off balance, and one of them, whose head is already bloody from hitting the dishes, in complete despair and anger, rushes into the attack and with a shout, swings at the sage of medicine, trying to strike back. At that moment, Van realizes that his body is no longer responding to him, that his arm, which is raised to strike, freezes powerlessly, and a strange, paralyzing weakness shoots through his entire body. This isn't just physical exhaustion, it's the result of Wuxian's frightening ruse, and the official who just a moment ago believed in his impunity is now reaping the benefits of his arrogance. This is a complete fiasco for the conspirators, because those who considered themselves untouchable masters of the situation now lie helplessly on the floor among the fragments of their own pride and restaurant dishes. While the defeated enemies lie on the floor, unable to move, Wenian turns his attention to the banquet table, and his calmness against the background of their panic looks frightening. The groom proceeds to the final stage of his lesson for the conspirators, holding a bowl of boiling and salted soup in his hands, and with an icy grin, he voices their immediate future. The horror reaches its climax as Wuchen talks with frightening calmness about how salt and heat will affect open wounds, and the conspirators are on the verge of insanity from fear. Behind the closed doors of the private hall, heart-rending screams are heard, from which the blood turns cold, and the retribution of the angry guy has happened, and it turned out to be much worse than simple beatings. Wenyan made his threat come true, the scalding hot and salty soup spilling over the heads of the conspirators. The brutal retribution in the restaurant was accompanied by the groom's complete triumph and the crushing defeat of his enemies, and what began as an attempt to humiliate Chung Ketchen turned out to be a physical and moral disaster for the conspirators. After Wuxian doused his enemies with boiling salty soup, the room became the place of their final shame and torment. But even in unbearable pain, the conspirators continue to cling to their imaginary status. Despite Governor Zhu's heart-rending screams and threats, Wu Tian remains completely cold. Unmoved by the cries of high status or promises of revenge, he has accomplished his task. He has defended Chung Ketchen's honor and taught the perpetrators a lesson that they will remember for the rest of their lives. Not only did Governor Zhu's threats about his high status and connections not frighten Wuxian, but they also served as an excuse for an even tougher response. Official Zhu's arrogance finally turned to animal fear when Wuchen asked his counter-question, making the official realize that this wasn't just an arrogant youngster, but someone much more dangerous. Reality hit Zhu with all its force. Governor Zhu's humiliation reaches its final stage of physical and psychological devastation, and when asked about the identity of his opponent, the official responds fearfully in the negative. Wu Tian not only throws a new blow at him, but also the shocking truth. The aftermath of the conflict in the restaurant hall had clearly demonstrated that Wuxian's true strength lay not only in his medical knowledge, but also in his ability to administer inevitable justice. The tension in the room is replaced by silence, interrupted only by the heavy breathing of defeated enemies. The angry groom, having finished his educational work with one fat man, switched to his accomplice, asking him the same question. Unwilling to face the same retribution, Official Wang repeats in despair that his opponent, the medicine sage, is losing his composure and begging for mercy and terror. After the defeated enemies realized that the legendary medicine sage was in front of them, the tone of the conversation in the restaurant finally changed. Wu Tian restrained Wang and asked him a provocative question, continuing the psychological pressure. In response to Wuxian's sarcastic question about his preferences, a terrified Wang starts shaking his head violently, at which point all of his former arrogance is gone. The official's accomplice Zhu also failed to avoid punishment because another Furforov plate arrives in his face with the guy's angry demand to answer positively to his question. With tears in his eyes and utter despair, Official Wang answers a quiet yes to the angry groom's question. Hearing the answer he needs, Wuxian closes his eyes and calms down, rips open the top of the mysterious package in which the mysterious powder was sealed. With an impressive movement of the hand, the young man sprays a self-made potion around the room. After finishing her revenge on the dreadful officials, Wuchen leaves them alone with her remedy, saying that their love for men will become extremely passionate. An unsuspecting restaurant employee freezes in disbelief before entering the room, from where strange exclamations are heard. A puzzled employee of the restaurant timidly knocks on the door to deliver the order, and with noticeable excitement listens to the suspicious rumble coming from inside, trying to understand the nature of these strange sounds. A pale-faced uniformed boy opens the creaking door with trepidation and peeks through the crack, afraid to see the source of the frightening noise. Shocked by the sight, the poor man in the bow tie drops the tray of food on the floor in horror, clutching at his heart from the unbearable nightmare that unfolded before his eyes. Another employee of the restaurant turns around in bewilderment at the shout of a colleague, not understanding the reasons for such a violent reaction, while the man standing next to her in a vest also freezes from the unexpected noise. A worried couple of service personnel hurriedly run down the corridor toward the noise, wondering about what is happening and unaware of the shock that awaits them ahead. A trio of stunned witnesses, their eyes wide and mouths frozen in silent screams, stare at the scene before them, completely speechless from what they saw outside the door. Drugged by the powerful aphrodisiac, the opponents of the medicine sage, whose bodies were covered in blood from their injuries, fell into a state of insane unconsciousness and merged in an embrace while the staff caught them. Startled by what they have seen, three eyewitnesses watched the madness unfold with wild curiosity and horror. wondering aloud how high-ranking officials manage to indulge in passion. Smiling insidiously, the dark-haired young man pulls out a smartphone to capture the shameful scene on camera and post it online for the long-awaited popularity. In the manager's office, two women are concentrating on studying the data on the computer monitor, trying to understand the current situation and find a way to resolve the incident that has arisen in the establishment. The hotel receptionist gravely points at the screen, drawing the attention of a nearby law enforcement official to important details that may shed light on what happened in the banquet hall. CCTV footage clearly shows a mysterious man in a white shirt confidently entering the same room a few minutes before the scandal broke out there. An angry Chang Xiaomei angrily recognizes the mysterious guy as an old acquaintance, rhetorically asking when this obnoxious Wu Tian will finally stop getting involved in such troubles and causing chaos. The next morning, the action shifts to the majestic Dongcheng Bank skyscraper, whose glass-fronted facades stand out against a clear sky. Dr. Wu Chen, with a sweet smile, obsessively flirts with the employee, addressing her by the name of Zhui and declaring that he missed her so much that he even lost sleep last night. A confused girl in a uniform is thrilled to thank her savior for the heroic arrest of the robbers in a financial institution, although the person opposite does not even suspect how much this act touched the heart of a young person. Seizing the opportunity, the dark-haired benefactor decides to consolidate the success and persistently invites the blushing bank employee to a joint dinner, believing that just words of gratitude for saving her will not be enough. Overcoming great embarrassment and barely coping with excitement, the girl still agrees to the meeting, quietly replying that she is ready to go to dinner right after the end of the working day. Leaning on the counter, Ye Wutian continues to flirt with the charming Shui, paying her compliments and insistently begging for an affectionate nickname, while the girl, completely embarrassed, looks down and hides a smile. Finally, unable to bear this ambiguous flirtation in the workplace any longer, a flushed Shui politely but firmly tries to end the conversation by reminding Mr. Ye that it's time for her to return to her duties. While Ye Wuchen continues to insist that there is nothing special about having dinner together, a stern old woman stealthily approaches Shui's workplace, whose sudden appearance clearly does not bode well for the young man. Instead of Zhu's gentle voice, Wuxian suddenly hears the menacing bass voice of a burly client who, with an extremely displeased look, demands to immediately decide on a banking transaction and stop wasting her precious time on empty chatter. Instantly switching to work mode under the heavy gaze of an angry client, a sweating Wuchen hurriedly hands Shui a check, awkwardly summing up that they will discuss personal matters after the shift. Just by looking at the check, the bank employee learns the same amount in the same check for 30 million, forcing her to finally make sure that this guy is fabulously rich. Slowly regaining consciousness in the quiet of the hotel room, Chung Keshin tries to shake off the remnants of the dope and realize what has happened, while her body is still shackled with weakness after being exposed to the insidious drug. Opening her eyes with difficulty, the disoriented girl feels her face and tries to focus her eyes, not understanding where she is and how she got here after that frightening dinner. Chung Kexin jumps up from her bed and screams in panic as the gravity and danger of her situation finally dawns on her. Horrified to realize that her clothes are in disarray and the buttons on her blouse are undone, Chung Kexin becomes even more desperate as her worst suspicions begin to be confirmed, and she shudders to think about what exactly happened to her while she was unconscious under the influence of sleeping pills. Bitter tears of despair roll down the poor girl's cheeks as she trembles with sobs and clutches the blanket to her, wondering if these scoundrels really mocked her, taking advantage of her helpless state. Overcome with despair and a sense of powerlessness, Chung Kexin curls up in a ball on the bed, burying her face in her lap, sobbing bitterly as she screams curses at her abusers, feeling crushed and disgraced by what these scum have done to her. Suddenly, through a haze of tears and panic, a strange detail comes to the headmistress. She always heard that the first time should be accompanied by physical pain, but now she feels absolutely no discomfort in her body. Throwing back the blanket and seeing an absolutely clean sheet without a single spot of blood, the girl freezes in shock, and the fear recedes, giving way to timid hope and a silent question. Did someone really come to her aid that fateful night and saved her from dishonor? Through the fog in her head and the remnants of her panic, Chung Kexin suddenly realizes that her worst fears have not been confirmed, and a vague image of Ye Wuxian pops up in her mind, who, despite her previous dismissive attitude towards him, seems to be the mysterious hero who saved her from disgrace on that fateful night. However, Chung Kexin quickly dismisses this thought, considering it impossible, because Ye Wuqian has disappeared without a trace, and she just can't believe that this worthless person is capable of such a heroic act. Fortunately, the quick-witted girl took the precaution to leave her phone on for recording, so now she has in her hands an indisputable audio evidence of everything that happened that night. Deciding first to ask Wang Man to bring her some clothes to clean up, Chung Keshin presses the play button of the recording with a sinking heart, determined to find out the identity of her mysterious savior at all costs. From the recording on her phone, Chung Keshin hears the stern but caring voice of her savior, who scolds her for carelessness and questionable company, and then asks someone to urgently buy specific Chinese herbs, promising a generous reward for this. Listening to the recording, Chung Keshin is struck by the incredible similarity of the savior's voice to that of her fiancé, Ye Wuxian, even though common sense still tells her that this loser could hardly have shown such care and generosity. As she listens to the recording, she blushes with shame as her own mumbled aphrodisiac-induced request for a kiss and the irritated but restrained voice of her savior warns her of the consequences of such seduction. A stunned Chung Keshin hears her rescuer barely holding back as she begins to tear her clothes in unconsciousness, and this finally convinces her that the stranger showed incredible generosity by not taking advantage of her helplessness. While she was unconscious, her savior struggled with his own temptation due to the nature of the former owner of the body, and even got a nosebleed, but showed a steely will and did not touch her. Clutching her head in utter confusion, Chung Keshin screams at the thought that her savior and witness to her disgrace might be that worthless Ye Wuqian. Sitting on the bed in a state of complete confusion, Chung Keshin resolutely dismisses the thought of Ye Wuqian, being sure that such a famous playboy would never miss an opportunity to take advantage of the situation if a woman came to his arms by herself. Chung Keshin decides to give up trying to identify the savior, as now she is much more concerned about the real threat because she insulted official Zhu, and now that his support is lost, the girl in despair does not know how she will be able to pay off a huge debt to the bank. The headmistress's heavy thoughts are interrupted by an agitated assistant, Wang, who suddenly bursts into the room, shouting out her position as she runs, clearly worried about her boss. A terrified Wang rushes to Chung Keshin in despair, complaining that she couldn't get through all night, and threatens to immediately call the police to punish the scoundrels for what they did to her. The headmistress hastily reassures her subordinate, assuring her that she is all right because on that fateful night, someone came to her rescue and saved her. Assistant Wang is relieved to agree with her boss's argument that the worst was avoided. Wang Man enthusiastically shows Chung Keshin the phone screen, encouraging her to take a look at the scandalous news that is rapidly spreading on the network. Chung Keshin is stunned and covers her mouth in shock as the scale of what has happened finally dawns on her, and she wonders in dismay who is really behind her rescue and the subsequent events. Wang Man, barely able to catch his breath with emotion and holding up his index finger for emphasis, tells Chung Keshin the even more startling news that a huge amount of money has suddenly arrived in their company's account, namely as much as 29 million. Both girls are completely confused, as one of them cannot believe in the reality of what is happening, and her assistant strongly states that none of the existing clients could transfer them such a huge amount of money. The blonde puts a finger to her chin, deep in thought, trying painfully to unravel the identity of who is really behind the sudden solution to all her financial problems. Suddenly, there was a knock on the front door of the room, interrupting the conversation of the employees and forcing them to pay attention. Two police officers suddenly appear on the threshold of the room, who show their identification cards and demand from the hostess of the room to assist in the investigation of the case of assault and grievous bodily harm to an influential person. Meanwhile, the action shifts to a modern multi-story residential complex where Wang Fengxi apartments are located. A young man with an athletic build is scratching the back of his head sleepily and wondering who could be brought to his door at such an early hour, when suddenly there is a demanding knock on the threshold. The uniformed girl is visibly embarrassed and speechless when the door is opened by a completely stripped-to-the-waist tenant showing off his impressive musculature. An angry girl in a police uniform comes close to her opponent and, furiously pointing her finger at him, demands to get dressed immediately, calling the apartment's tenant a shameless pervert. A handsome man with an athletic build, taking a relaxed pose and flaunting his relief torso, with a teasing smile asks the embarrassed guest if she is not stunned by his magnificent figure. The uniformed officer, suppressing a little embarrassment and trying to maintain professional seriousness, orders the suspect to proceed to the police station for questioning in the case of a brutal beating. A man stripped to the waist gestures indignantly, refusing to go to the police station and offering his guest in uniform to do him a favor, to which she angrily demands that he immediately get dressed and reminds that she came only for evidence and not for his arrest. Having agreed to the demands of the uninvited guest, the guy goes deeper into the room to finally put his appearance in order and put on trousers. An angry police officer, literally boiling with indignation, barely restrains a growl and lets off steam from her ears because of the inappropriate behavior of her opponent. Turning his back, Wu Tian in blue boxers slowly pulls on his black trousers with feigned resentment, while the embarrassed witness, with purple hair, watches this awkward scene from the side in a daze. Police officer Chang Xiaomei yells at the suspect in a rage, demanding that he immediately turn away and stop bullying, otherwise she will use physical force. Finally assembled, the guy and the girl go outside, where the dazzling sun against the blue sky lights up the city. In the parking lot outside the house, Chang Xiaomei, keeping a stern face, points to the car and demands that Wu Qin immediately get in the car. Wuxian is dismissive of the car being too low and refuses to get inside and tells the officer that he will drive his own car. Left behind, Chang Xiaomei is trembling with rage, unable to believe that this brat dared to speak so disdainfully of her transport. Wu Qin, confident in his own superiority, with a beaming look rolls out his personal transport, namely an ordinary old bicycle, which he considers much better than the girl's car. Chang Xiaomei freezes in mute shock, unable to believe his eyes. Can this guy with such pathos and pride pass off an old bicycle as his personal transport? The young man, pressing his hand to his chest, brags with undisguised awe that this bike is a priceless treasure that he found by pure chance and will not give up even for 5 million. The girl repeats the words of the young man in complete confusion, not understanding how this rarity on 2 wheels can cost such fabulous money. Sitting astride an old bike, Wu Tian instructively declares to his companion that in the old days this rarity was considered a priceless treasure. After saying a brief goodbye, the young man confidently pedals his metal horse, leaving the dumbfounded girl all alone in the middle of the parking lot. A man calmly pedals his 2-wheeled vehicle right in the middle of the roadway, while a car slowly trudges behind him, unable to overtake. Bystanders on the sidewalk laugh as they discuss the ridiculous picture, wondering how this old bike hasn't fallen apart yet and why it's being followed by an expensive car. Burning with shame and embarrassment, Xiaomi hides her face and clings tightly to the steering wheel, wishing that she could quickly disappear because of the absurdity of the whole situation. The action shifts to the massive modern building of the Security Service Bureau, where the heroes must arrive. After reaching the destination, the hero first of all carefully fastens his old bike with a massive cable lock so that the precious transport is not stolen. The officer skeptically asks the guy if he is really afraid of stealing his bike right outside the bureau building, to which he, concentrating on fiddling with the lock, just waves it off, saying that she is simply not able to estimate the true value of his treasure. After escorting the man to the bureau, Chang Xiaomei gravely opens the door to the interrogation room for him, inviting him inside for further investigation. Wu Tian calmly crosses the threshold of the interrogation room as the officer warns him that the person being investigated is already inside. The blonde at the table is literally speechless when she recognizes Ye Wuxian as he enters, while the guy himself falls into a stupor when he meets Cheng Keshin in the interrogation room. Frozen in front of each other, the characters keep a tense silence. The girl continues to sit with her back to the exit, while the guy, clenching his fists, stares intently at the face of his unexpected friend. Looking at the dumbfounded girl, the guy with genuine concern and a drop of sweat on his temple asks if everything is all right with her. Cheng Keshin, keeping his composure, only smiles slightly and asks Wuxian with a sly squint, what else did he expect when he met her here? A disheveled man in a white shirt, scratching his head in embarrassment with a drop of sweat on his temple, stands in the room in front of the blonde. Cheng Keshin's face is momentarily darkened by a thick shadow when she falls into deep thought or suppresses her emotions after an unexpected encounter. Keshin's eyes fill with tears of frustration and resentment as she emotionally demands an explanation from Ye Wuxian, not understanding who he thinks she is or why he is making her suffer so much after a long and unsuccessful search. Ye Wuxian looks guilty and a bit sad as she softly utters the words of apology, realizing how much pain the previous owner of the body caused her by disappearing. Despite her tears, Keshin looks at him with cold determination and pent-up resentment as she stares at the man, trying to control her emotions. Inspector Xiaomei interrupts the newlyweds' conversation with a heavy sigh, urging Keshin and Wuxian to stop their family squabbles and finally focus on business. The action shifts to a modern two-story cafe with an open roof terrace, where wooden tables are placed under a clear sky for visitors. Woochien and Kexin sit across from each other in the cafe, in heavy, tense silence, with only 2 glasses of water and a teapot between them on the dark table. With a serious and even somewhat worried expression on his face, Ye Wuchen stares at the girl, asking her directly whether she is happy to be engaged to him. Kexin stares at Wuxian with a slight blush on her cheeks and demands an honest answer from him about whether he was the person who saved her life. Ye Wuxian confirms the girl's guess with a meek expression and confesses that he really saved her by accident back then. Chung Kexin looks extremely confused and, with a noticeable blush on her face, asks the guy about how he found out about her whereabouts and why he didn't take advantage of her helpless state at that moment. Ye Wuchen calmly explains to the girl the accident of their meeting and confesses his sincere regret for her suffering, adding that she would hate him for trying to take advantage of the situation. Confused, Kexin quietly thanks her fiancé and wonders if this is really the same person she knew before, because his sincere apologies seem extremely unusual to her. Kexin is mildly surprised to ask his companion the reasons for using Chinese medicinal herbs, expressing doubts about whether he has any medical knowledge or skills. Ye Wuchen calmly holds a glass of water in his hand and explains that he accidentally got a folk remedy that serves as an effective antidote to aphrodisiacs. The husband looks intently and seriously into Chung Kexin's eyes, reminding her of the lack of an answer, and again asking if she is happy about their current engagement. Chung Kexin keeps an oppressive silence as a single tear slowly rolls down her cheek, revealing the girl's deep inner feelings and heartache. The girl tearfully reproaches Ye Wuxian for his past infidelities and sudden disappearance, emphasizing the impossibility of her happiness under such circumstances. Sighing heavily and closing his eyes in frustration, the hero tacitly acknowledges the bitterness and hopelessness of the current situation. With a downcast look and a noticeable bitterness in his voice, the young man suggests that his companion break off their engagement, recognizing the impossibility of further relations after all that has happened. Dumbfounded by this unexpected suggestion, the girl opens her eyes wide, drops of cold sweat roll down her face, and only one bewildered question sounds in her head. Abruptly rising from his seat and resting his hands on the table, the hero looms over the girl, who at this moment freezes with an expression of extreme shock and bewilderment on her face. Walking away from his already ex-fiancée and keeping his hands in his pockets, the young man declares the breakup of the engagement for her own good and promises to leave her the company as a well-deserved compensation. Finally, the young man promises to visit in a couple of days for a serious conversation, leaving a confused and clearly not expecting such a turn of the girl alone in the cafe. Giving the young man a confused look, the young woman hesitates as a tear rolls down her reddened face. Stunned by what has happened during the day, the girl sits motionless on the beige sofa in deep thought, unable to utter a single word. Noticing the depressed state of her daughter, the concerned woman tries to find out the reasons for such a sharp change in her mood and sympathetically asks about her well-being. Looking at his daughter with obvious concern and confusion, the man tries to understand the reason for her strange behavior and also asks a question about what is happening to her. Stunned and disbelieving, the girl finally reveals to her parents the bitter truth that her fiancé is determined to break off their engagement. Upon hearing the startling news, the parents are completely confused and start peppering their daughter with anxious questions about her fiancé's intentions and the future of the company. Still in deep confusion, the blonde repeats the words of her ex-fiancé that the company will now be completely under her control. Happily clenching his fists, the father suddenly changes his attitude to the situation and laughingly declares that his daughter's freedom is much more important than any business matters. Joyfully clasping her hands and beaming with happiness, the mother informs about the imminent return of her sister and offers to arrange a real holiday on this occasion. Turning her back on her happy parents, the girl apologizes for her condition and admits that she feels out of place. As the parents watch their daughter leave, they discuss her strange reaction in low voices, while the mother notices the girl's deep sadness, and the father wonders why she looks so disappointed instead of enjoying her sudden newfound freedom. Standing under the shower jets, the girl plunges into thoughts about her ex-fiancé, finally realizing that he has become a completely different person, not like the one she knew before. Despite the fact that she managed to get rid of the unwanted groom, the girl is in deep despondency and cannot understand why this event does not bring her the long-awaited joy. The next day, as promised, Wudian arrives at the Chung family home on his bicycle, keeping calm and focused for the upcoming conversation. Kexin's parents are extremely surprised to see Wuxian, as they can't believe that a man who previously did not recognize cars cheaper than $1 million now came to their house on an ordinary old bicycle. Kexin freezes in surprise, once again catching himself thinking that Wenian has become a completely different person whose new lifestyle and behavior have nothing to do with his past. Reserved and confident, Wuqian sits calmly across from Kexin's parents, ready for a difficult conversation at home. Looking at the bride's relatives with a deadpan look, the guy directly declares to them, without unnecessary preliminaries, about his final decision to break off the engagement. Smiling softly, the young man explains to the parents that he feels unworthy of their daughter and wants to end this absurd relationship to save Kexin from further suffering. Baffled and confused by Wuxian's sudden change in behavior, Kexin's parents look at each other in silence, not knowing how to react to his unexpected generosity. With a skeptical grunt, Kexin's father notices that Wu Tian has finally realized his situation and curiously asks if he plans to return to the family now. At the same time, Wu Tian, answering questions from the girl's parents, strongly rejects their assumptions, considering the very idea of returning to the previous way of life to be complete nonsense. Kexin's father, still not fully understanding the young man's motives, is perplexed as to why Wu Tian decided to leave his daughter's company if the Ye family never accepted him back. Ye Wuqian calmly explains that Kexin has fully earned the right to own the company, as she has put a lot of effort into it, while he himself has not done anything useful. The young man presents the document to Kexin and invites her to sign it, after which she will become the full owner of the company. The girl, in turn, asks the guy to leave the document, promising to carefully study its contents later, when she has more free time. Kexin's parents try to convince their daughter of the benefits of her new freedom, but she still can't shake the feeling of deep sadness and lack of understanding of why Wuxian has changed so much. The blonde resolutely cuts off all doubts and directly asks the ex-fiancé about the transfer of that significant amount of money, perfectly aware of the consequences of each of her words. The young man confirms the transaction with a short response, causing the girl to stare intently and with obvious disbelief at his face. The girl emotionally demands an explanation of the reasons for the termination of the engagement, to which the guy calmly suggests that she consider this money as compensation or a kind of redemption. Chung Kexin cries out in extreme indignation, unable to comprehend the former fiancé's willingness to give up as much as 29 million so easily for the sake of ordinary atonement. Hearing about the huge sum of 29 million, the bride's father falls into an indescribable shock and freezes with his mouth wide open in amazement. The man abruptly clutches his chest and grits his teeth at the sudden piercing pain caused by the incredible shock of hearing the numbers. A woman with short hair, seeing her husband crouched on the floor with his hands pressed to his chest, suffering from a seizure, rushes to him in a panic, desperately demanding to bring medicine immediately. The blonde girl freezes with her mouth wide open from fright and, in complete despair, shouts out an appeal to her father, seeing his critical condition. Moments later, the man was laid on the bed, and a glass of clean water and an open first aid kit with colorful capsules and pills laid out on the table next to him. The wife and daughter are busy around the man chained to the sofa, while he tries to recover under strict reminders of the doctor's ban on any strong excitement. A stunned man sits up in bed with his hand pressed to his chest, his mouth wide open in shock, barely realizing that the colossal sum of 29 million was so easily transferred. An agitated girl bends over her father and promises to take him to the hospital immediately, seeing how he suffers from a sudden attack of acute chest pain. The young man confidently rubs his hand and asks the girl not to worry, going to independently provide medical assistance to the injured father. Kexin's parents look at Wuxian in utter confusion, completely unable to understand the motives behind his sudden intervention and what kind of help he is going to give. Wuxian raises his hand and freezes, folding his fingers in a ritual gesture, as if concentrating his inner energy to perform a mysterious medical intervention. With incredible speed, the healer delivers precise blows to the body of the shocked and sweating father Kexin, consistently passing through the key acupuncture points of the patient. The boy quickly continues to work on the acupuncture points, while the stunned man lies with his mouth wide open, unable to resist the aggressive actions of his savior. Wudian completes the procedure with a sharp and precise tap on the last vital point in the lower abdomen, consolidating the result of his rapid massage. Father Kexin closes his eyes and opens his mouth wide in a cry of delight, feeling incredibly relieved and energized after completing the treatment. Kexin covers her mouth with her hand in shock and wonders how Wuxian can have such masterly therapeutic massage skills. While writing out a prescription with exact proportions of ginseng and other herbs on a piece of paper, the young man explains to Kexin the need for special care for her father due to his weakness and lower back pain. Shocked, Kexin listens carefully to the instructions for making a medicinal decoction, while she takes the recipe sheet from the guy's hands, according to which you need to boil 1.5 liters of water to 500 milliliters. Mother and daughter exchange stunned glances as they stand in front of the young man, in mute amazement at the professionalism he has just shown in treating the head of the family. Slightly embarrassed by the stares, the guy asks women to look at the prescription and not at himself, trying to return their attention to the treatment. Smiling sheepishly at Kexin's mother's questions about his medical education, the boy claims to have learned everything on his own from books and hurries to politely take his leave. Frozen in paralyzing disbelief, Kexin's father stares dazedly after the young man's departure, genuinely unsure if he's pretending to be a simpleton or if he really doesn't realize how exceptional his talent is. Reaching out to the table, the girl carefully takes the thick envelope left by the young man. Chung Kexin looks with anticipation at the envelope containing the papers on the annulment of the engagement and the transfer of the property. Mentally refusing to sign the papers, the girl leaves the package with them on the table, waiting for the guy's further actions. Sitting on the bed with his shirt unbuttoned, Wuchen carefully examines the stack of documents and reflects on the fact that the Ye family is famous in Dongcheng. Based on the data in the papers, the healer learns that the former owner of the body was a popular playboy, enjoying the attention of girls, but suffered from constant humiliation and neglect from his own relatives. Looking away with a serious expression on his face, the hero reflects that he must restore justice to the former owner of this body, since he now uses it. Throwing his hands behind his head and stretching out on the bed, the young man is annoyed to realize that even if he is completely inactive, greedy relatives from the Ye family will still look for a reason for conflict over inheritance issues. Lying in the same position and looking at the ceiling, the hero bitterly states the loss of the company and the bride, but quickly comes to the conclusion that urgent earnings are needed to confront the Ye family. Set against a clear sky with light clouds, the futuristic glass skyscraper of Chungkeshin stands out with its wedge-shaped shape among the dense urban development and gray office buildings. Dressed in a stylish blue jacket with yellow lapels and strict black trousers, the young man confidently walks forward, putting his hands in his pocket and maintaining a calm, focused expression on his face. Whispers and exclamations of surprise from employees accompany Mr. Ye's arrival, while people in the lobby discuss his long absence and wonder why he would trade nightclubs for returning to the company's office. Standing in the doorway, Wuxian looks around the room coldly, showing the unwavering confidence and determination in the current general manager's office. The sudden appearance of a guest causes Chung Ketchen to look up from her work at the table, while her assistant Wang freezes next to her with an expression of utter amazement and alarm on her face. Holding out his hand, palm up, Wuxian calmly asks about the readiness of the documents to terminate the engagement and transfer the company to Chung Ketchen's ownership. With a sharp movement, Chung Ketchen grabs the startled Wuxian by the arm, while he looks with bewilderment and slight fright at the serious girl who did not expect such a sudden physical contact from her. Chung Ketchen tightly squeezes his companion's wrist, complains about the lack of papers he needs, and insists that he accompany her to a meeting with an important client. Shocked by what he has just heard, the young man opens his eyes wide and cries out in surprise, unable to hide his utter amazement. Chung Ketchen persistently drags Wuxian towards the exit, while he is completely confused by her refusal to take the company and wonders about this girl's sanity. Assistant Wang covers her face in horror, not understanding why the general manager decided to take this despised man to meet with clients. The huge modern building of the hotel with mirrored walls reflects the clouds and stands out for its unusual geometry against the dense urban development. The trio, led by a determined Chung Ketchen, quickly make their way down the red carpet, with Wuxian following behind with a scowl, clearly not happy about what's happening. As he stares after Chung Ketchen leaves, Wuxian remains silent as his thoughts focus on the actions and true motives of this determined girl. Following Miss Ketchen down the hotel corridor, the hero involuntarily looks at her statuesque figure and is surprised to find himself thinking about how attractive his bride is. Looking at the bride intently and rubbing his chin, the healer with a sly grin on his face reflects that it would be extremely unfortunate to break off the engagement with such a spectacular girl. Turning to his companion, Chung Ketchen insistently demands his help in the upcoming meeting, reminding him of his past experience of a debauched life and the ability to drink a lot. Giving the command, the headmistress hurries her companion, to which he obediently agrees and follows her. Holding the door open, the girl kindly announces her arrival, while her companions discreetly inspect the room. 3 men in formal suits sit at a round table and greet the incoming guests, while an impressive group of dark bottles of alcohol is placed in the center of attention. Smiling broadly and gesturing vigorously, this personable man in a gray jacket turns out to be a high-ranking executive of an international corporation named Zhongjian, who greets the beauty with undisguised delight and insistently invites her to join the meal. Seeing 8 bottles of strong alcohol on the table, the young man freezes with an expression of extreme shock and is alarmed to realize the mean intentions of the host towards his companion. Leaning over the table, the heavy-set man notes the good preparation of his opponents and gets to the point, while the rest of the participants in the meeting are waiting in front of the set-up appliances and 8 bottles. Holding up a full glass, the self-confident delegate declares the need to drink for the sake of doing business and claims that the true character of a person is revealed only in a state of intoxication. Covering her mouth with her hand, the blonde woman quietly encourages her companion to develop alcohol consumption skills for the success of the deal, to which he responds with an uncertain mutter, thinking about his meager skills in this area. Raising an index finger in the air, the host condescendingly offers the guests a wager according to which the trio will win the negotiations if they can drink him alone at this table. The golden-haired woman's face lights up with joy and hope as she asks the guy again about the seriousness of his unexpected offer with wide eyes. A cold sweat breaks out on the young man's face as he tries to call out to others with obvious concern and confusion, realizing the riskiness of the game he has started. Whispering in the ear of her companion, the determined blonde reveals the huge contract value of 10 million and declares her readiness to take any measures to save the company from collapse, despite the obvious shock and protests of the young man. The dark-haired man's gaze suddenly changes to calm and confident, and a small, enigmatic grin appears on his face before he gives his final answer. The young man suddenly takes the initiative and invites an influential opponent to play a much bigger game than he originally planned. Confidently gesturing, the dark-haired hero shocks others with a proposal to raise the stakes to 50 million, forcing his companion to literally lose the power of speech from such an unheard-of audacity. Taken aback by her partner's sudden announcement, the blonde girl panics and begins to bitterly regret having invited this unpredictable man to such an important meeting in the first place. A sinister grin spreads across the face of a large man who accepts the challenge with obvious passion and finds the offer to multiply the amount of the transaction extremely interesting. The host pushes 2 bottles of strong alcohol towards the guest, offering to add another 5 million to the transaction amount for each subsequent drink, and asks point-blank about his consent to such extreme conditions. Smiling nervously and gesturing wildly, the golden-haired girl tries to pass off her partner's audacious offer as a simple joke, secretly fearing that his intoxication will lead to the complete collapse of a crucial deal. Squinting his eyes and visibly becoming serious, the heavy man with resentment and disbelief asks his fiancée if she really doubts his sincerity. Actively waving her hands in a defensive gesture, the alarmed girl rushes to assure the guy of her trust, simultaneously trying to convince him that for her companion, even 1 bottle of alcohol will be an insurmountable test. A cold sweat breaks out on the young man's face as he looks at his fiancée with obvious concern and confusion, wondering if he really looks so weak in the eyes of others. Putting a friendly arm around the stunned companion's shoulder, the young man remains completely calm and declares the need to take risks in order to achieve the goal. Blushing with excitement, the girl throws her companion a confused look, unable to find the words after his decisive and risky act. Puzzled by the guest's determined demeanor, Mr. Zhong gestures in bewilderment and asks his companion who exactly this impudent young man is to her. Calmly smiling, the hero introduces himself as the girl's fiancé, but immediately stuns everyone present with a statement about his intention to break off the engagement the very next day. Shocked by the announcement of the breakup of the engagement, the girl falls into a stupor and with horror asks questions about the reasons for such an unexpected and abrupt decision. Blushing with indignation and resentment, the girl painfully reflects, is she really so bad that the companion is so eager to break off the engagement and even begins to suspect him of infidelity? After taking the plunge, Ye Wutian instructs Wang Mang to prepare a new contract, then politely goes to the bathroom, leaving his companions in a state of complete confusion and slight shock. After closing the bathroom door tightly behind him, Ye Wutian hides from prying eyes and takes out a small paper envelope with a pre-prepared medicinal herb mixture from his pocket. Skillfully manipulating the contents of the package, the young man takes his own herbal powder to neutralize the effects of alcohol and prepare his body for the upcoming duel at the table. After returning to the meeting room to meet the waiting Mr. Zhong, Ye Wutian politely apologizes for the delay and confidently walks to the table, where 2 uncorked bottles of alcohol are already waiting for him. With a cheeky smile on his face, Ye Wuchan takes one of the bottles in his hand and invites Mr. Zhang to carefully observe what happens next. Throwing back his head, the boy greedily drinks alcohol directly from the neck of the bottle, demonstrating his readiness to fulfill the conditions of a risky bet. Mr. Zhang watches the scene with a delighted grin, while the hero's companion covers her mouth with her hand and freezes in silent shock at how easily he empties the bottle. Moments later, both bottles of strong alcohol fall to the table with a thud, confirming the seriousness of the guy's intentions. Wiping his mouth with the back of his hand, Ye Wutian admits to others with a satisfied and anticipatory grin that it's been a long time since he enjoyed strong drinks so much. The worried blonde timidly touches Ye Wuxian's hand and asks him how he feels in an anxious voice, trying to figure out if the alcohol he drank has affected him too much. Breathing heavily, Ye Wutian feels the concoction he has taken acting too aggressively and warns his companion that the consequences will be dire if she doesn't immediately let him go. Taken aback by the abrupt response, the girl immediately lets go of Ye Wuxian's hand and turns away in complete confusion, while an exasperated demand flashes through her mind to stop acting like such a pushover. Mr. Zhang applauds mockingly, praising Ye Wuxian's stamina, but immediately raises the stakes by offering to count every bottle he drinks as 3 glasses and encouraging him to show what he is really capable of. Ye Wuxian calmly accepts the challenge, picks up the bottle again, and agrees to Mr. Zhang's new terms with a slight smile. Looking at Ye Wuxian's determined profile, the girl can't hide her fear and begs him to be more careful, seriously fearing that such a burden might become fatal for him. Noticing the excitement of his companion, the hero casts a sly glance at her and asks with a self-confident grin if Kexin really cares about him so much. Blushing deeply at the question, Kexin angrily calls his words nonsense, and trying to hide his embarrassment behind a feigned anger, abandons the idea that it would be better for him to drink himself to death altogether. Ignoring the girl's concerns, the boy drains another bottle in one gulp under Mr. Zhang's satisfied and anticipatory gaze. Defiantly turning over the empty container, the guy shows that he drank everything to the last drop. Kexin is thrilled to realize that this act has earned the coveted 15 million and their company is saved, and the assistant standing next to them fully shares this glee, sincerely admiring how cool their savior turned out to be. Having caught the courage, the hero enthusiastically throws back another bottle, accompanying his powerful sip with an inspired call to continue in the same spirit. Not stopping there, the guy slams the empty container down on the table and immediately reaches for the next one, demanding another shot of alcohol. Surrounding himself with a forest of empty bottles, the hero confidently grins and reminds Mr. Zhang about the amount of 50 million, warning him against possible regrets. Having come to full delight from such superhuman endurance, Mr. Zhang publicly admits his defeat and, without hesitation, demands to bring the contract for immediate signing. When Kexin hears that she is ready to sign the contract, she breaks into a happy smile, and her assistant literally beams with delight, unable to hide her joy at such an unexpected and triumphant finale of negotiations. Both girls simultaneously bow in a deep, respectful bow to Mr. Zhang, expressing their gratitude, while the hero of the occasion remains standing at a distance with a straight face, maintaining complete calm after his victory. Overjoyed, the blonde throws herself on her rescuer's neck and hugs him tightly, showering him with compliments and eager to find out how he managed to pull off such an incredible achievement. Looking at the hero's triumph with genuine delight, the dark-haired assistant puts her hands together in a gesture of admiration and exclaims joyfully, paying tribute to his incredible success. Being in the strong arms of a stunned girl, the hero with a deadpan smile admits that in fact Bacchus just possessed him. He decided to laugh it off, explaining his incredible resilience with the patronage of the god of wine. After the successful conclusion of the negotiations, the action moves to the majestic skyscraper where Chung Kexin's office is located. Sitting in her office poring over documents, Kexin can't concentrate on her work, wondering if this guy is really her fiancé. Kexin analyzes the changes in Wuxian's behavior and is surprised to note that not only did he demonstrate outstanding medical skills and incredible endurance to alcohol, but he also showed generosity by not taking advantage of her helpless state in the past when he was drunk himself. Torn between feelings of gratitude and old resentments, Kexin pauses over the paperwork, seriously wondering if she should sign an agreement to end her engagement to a man who has so suddenly shown his best qualities. The girl's thoughts are interrupted by a sudden phone call, and she accepts the call with noticeable enthusiasm, happily greeting Hao, who has returned. After the call, the action is transferred to one of the city restaurants, where most likely a meeting with a friend who has returned is scheduled. At the restaurant, Kexin meets Hao, and they sit across from each other at a table with a tea set in a relaxed atmosphere to discuss business or just spend time together. Sitting across from Kexin, a confident Ouyang Hao asks about her health with a slight smile, mentioning that he has already heard about the events that happened to her. Looking at Hao with a surge of excitement, Kexin breaks down and begins to cry, trying to find the words to tell him everything after a long separation. Watching the girl's tears, Ouyang Hao smiles softly and urges her not to hold back her emotions and cry out, so that she can at least ease her soul a little and stop putting so much pressure on herself. Hearing the words of encouragement, Kexin finally loses her composure and covers her face with her hands, sobbing bitterly under the sympathetic gaze of Ouyang Hao sitting across from her. Choking on tears, Kexin complains to Ouyang Hao about Wuxian, calling him a scoundrel for simply disappearing at the worst moment for the company, leaving her to deal with all the problems that have piled up. Seeing that the girl is completely upset, the guy with a worried look hands her a handkerchief, trying to comfort the girl and interrupt the flow of her bitter tears. After accepting Hao's handkerchief, Kexin starts to wipe away her tears and thanks him for his support, gradually calming down after her emotional outburst. Sensing the girl's instinctive withdrawal, Hao freezes in shock at the realization that Kexin is rejecting him on a subconscious level, even though he was only trying to show concern. Confident of his influence on the girl, Ouyang Hao urges Kexin to forget about her fiancé and leave with him, promising to finally make the life they once dreamed of a reality. Baffled by such a direct suggestion, Kexin visibly hesitates and does not dare to give Ouyang Hao a quick answer, feeling inner resistance and uncertainty about the correctness of such a move. The hot guy resolutely declares to the girl that her fiancé is not worthy of her, reinforcing his words with a confident gesture of a clenched fist. Confused by the assertiveness of her friend, the girl asks him to change the topic of conversation, trying to avoid further discussion of her fiancé. Despite the attempt to change the subject, the man in the restaurant continues to bend his line, stating that he does not intend to give up and should express everything that he did not have time to do in his student years, after which he directly asks the heroine about her feelings for him. A frightened girl, wiping away her tears, begs the guy to stop this pressure and spare her feelings. Jumping up from his seat, the young man furiously proves to the heroine that life with such a non-entity will ruin her and demands an honest answer. Can she really be happy with such a person? Unable to take this onslaught any longer, Kexin hurriedly gets up from the table and confesses in confusion that she doesn't know the answer, but is eager to leave as soon as possible, leaving him completely confused. Noticing that the girl is resolutely heading for the exit, Hao rushes after her, trying to stop her and continue this difficult conversation. The confused man freezes on the spot, helplessly looking after the departing girl and not knowing how to fix the situation. Returning home in a depressed state, the girl finds her mother doing pleasant chores, and she happily informs about the visit of an old acquaintance, not suspecting what confusion this meeting has brought her daughter. Avoiding further questions, the heroine dryly informs her mother of her intention to take a shower and hurriedly goes deeper into the apartment, hoping to collect her thoughts alone. Concerned about her daughter's condition, the woman wonders if Ye Wutian has offended too, and sincerely does not understand the reasons for her sadness, believing that the return of an old friend should have made her happy, to which the father suggests just leaving the girl alone and letting her cool down. Taking a bath, the girl reflects on the rightness of her old friend and sincerely wants to end this ridiculous relationship, but she cannot understand the reasons for her recent refusal and what is really happening to her. Shrouded in steam, the girl in confusion wonders if she is in love with her chosen one, but immediately violently cuts off this thought, not wanting to admit feelings for such a frivolous person. The next morning, trying to put the torment of the night behind her, the girl goes to work. Feeling very tired after a sleepless night, Kexin walks down a busy street and tries to force herself to focus solely on work matters to distract herself from her anxious thoughts. Near the main entrance, the heroine is waiting for Hao, who, hoping for reconciliation, appears before her in an elegant suit and with a luxurious bouquet of scarlet roses in his hands. Taken aback by Hao's unexpected appearance with flowers, Kexin asks him in disbelief about the purpose of this visit. Presenting a lush bouquet, the young man invites the girl to have lunch together, hoping that this beautiful gesture will help him make amends for yesterday's incident and persistent behavior in the restaurant. Caught off guard by such a magnificent gesture, the girl is lost and does not know how to react to the offering and invitation hanging in the air. Suddenly appearing out of nowhere, the heroine's fiancé on his bicycle interrupts this ambiguous scene with flowers and, with undisguised irony in his voice, asks why this couple met so early right at the entrance to the building. With a sly squint, the groom looks into the faces of the people standing in front of him, asking a mocking question about whether he did not interfere with their private conversation with his sudden appearance. Kexin is completely lost under the gaze of her fiancé. She cannot squeeze out a single word of excuse and only freezes in fright, feeling the growing tension from the awkward situation. Noticeably tense from the appearance of an uninvited guest, a young man with a bouquet of roses takes a step towards and in a formal tone asks the groom for a serious conversation in private. Keeping a straight-faced grin on his face, the groom asks his opponent a counter question about whether he even understands who is standing in front of him, while real rage boils up inside him. With a defiant look, the young man enters into an open confrontation, and he is not at all confused by the words of the opponent. On the contrary, he only boldly asks about the significance of this fact, showing his readiness to continue fighting for the girl's heart. By shouting and pointing a finger at his opponent, Hao furiously questions his right to be called a fiancé, reminding him of the lack of any care for the girl over the past year, and demanding to know if he deserves to be near her at all. Wujin abruptly interrupts Hao, stating that his affairs are no one's business and rudely advises not to pry into other people's personal lives, while he condescendingly asks a question about the status of his opponent in this situation. Hao parries the opponent's attack and declares that, although he cannot tell the groom what to do, he has every right to seek the heroine's favor, urging him to show a masculine character and give the girl the opportunity to choose her own path to happiness. Approaching closely and without taking his icy gaze away, the groom with obvious superiority reminds the opponent that the right to choose always belongs only to the girl herself, and sarcastically asks if he still does not understand such simple things. With a hard grin, the groom deals a cruel blow to the opponent's ego, claiming that since the girl chose to hide the truth from him, then her sympathy is actually not so great. Enraged by the opponent's words, the fan turns to direct threats and publicly declares to Ye Wutian that he will bitterly regret if he dares to even touch the girl with his finger. Clenching his fists and resolutely rolling up the sleeves of his jacket, Wutian angrily shouts insults at the opponent and openly provokes him to fight, suggesting that he finally show his courage in the real business. Unable to withstand the heat of passion and the impending fight, Kexin in horror shouts out a demand to stop this farce, trying to stop the conflict between the two men on her own. Standing hesitantly in front of Kexin, Wutian remains silent, clenching his fist and glaring at her. With a serious and slightly offended look, Wutian asks Kexin a piercing question. Does she really believe that in this confrontation, he is guided only by his own selfishness and personal interests? Defiantly turning his back on the stunned bystanders, the young man silently heads for the entrance to the building, leaving his opponent and the girl alone with a heavy sense of understatement. As she watches the man walk away, she feels her heart tighten with an inexplicable pain, and she wonders in complete confusion why his disappointed appearance causes her such deep suffering. Left alone with the girl, the fan is puzzled, asks again if she is joking, and immediately makes a new attempt to get closer, insistently offering her to have lunch together, which receives a polite but cold refusal. With a blank look and obvious sadness on her face, the girl pulls away from the man, declaring the need to return to business and insistently asking him to leave as soon as possible. Kexin, with her head bowed in embarrassment, walks into the office to see Wu Yang, who is sitting at the computer and watching her appearance from his workplace. Wujin asks a distant question about the purpose of the visit, not even looking up from the documents and maintaining an extremely formal tone. Noticing the coldness in the behavior of her fiancé, the girl, with obvious excitement and anxiety in her voice, asks if he is angry with her because of what happened. Confirming his extreme dissatisfaction, the man flatly refuses to discuss what happened and tells the guest to leave immediately, ignoring her timid attempts to justify herself and explain that everything was not as he imagined. Coldly stating that her personal life does not concern him at all, the guy turns the conversation into a business channel and dryly demands to clarify the terms of signing the agreement. Sitting at his desk, the man finally breaks off the dialogue and coldly tells the guest to leave, stating that this was his last visit. Holding back tears and looking at the man with undisguised resentment, the girl in her thoughts wonders what kind of monster he takes her for, and bitterly realizes that he doesn't have to be so cruel if he just wants to cut her out of his life forever. Throwing his hands behind his head and smiling contentedly, the guy rejoices at the end of the working day and the opportunity to go home as soon as possible, while his companion, with a thoughtful and serious look, silently follows next to him. Unexpectedly blocking the way at the exit of the building, a persistent opponent with an unperturbed look waits for the meeting, forcing the guy to stop abruptly and again come face to face with his opponent, irritably commenting on the behavior of an obsessive stalker who literally watches them at the entrance. The guy points out to his companion the absurdity of the situation while they go down the stairs together. A bright red sports car that suddenly appears on the road with a deafening screech of tires goes into a skid right in front of a stunned guy who watches the driver's dangerous maneuver in shock. The man behind the wheel of the car calls out to the stunned boy with a malicious grin, mockingly calling him a loser from the Ye family and noting how long it's been since they've seen each other. Hao greets Mr. Ye with a malicious smile, noting the chance of their meeting, to which Mr. Ye responds with restrained surprise, clearly not expecting to see an old acquaintance in this place. Grinning impudently, the Ye family member who arrived points at the girl and mockingly asks Ouyang if he is really serious about flirting with her. Once under the gaze of a stranger, the girl is noticeably nervous and clutches her hand to her chest, while Wuchen retains an outward calm, although he looks at the opponent with obvious suspicion and dislike. Snorting arrogantly and closing his eyes, the guy shows complete indifference to the opponent's words, showing with all his appearance how insignificant he considers this sudden intervention. Wuxin's blonde companion grabs his arm in alarm, trying to stop him from rushing into action, while the guy himself tries to move forward with a determined look. Concerned about her companion's sudden change in mood, the girl asks in a worried voice if he's really going to leave just like that. Coldly throwing over his shoulder that he has nothing else to do here, Wu Tian ironically asks if she really wants him to become the third extra in this company. Blocking the way and waving his arms defiantly, the impudent relative with a venomous grin orders Wuxin to stand, continuing to shower him with insults. With a mocking grin, the man reminds that the future heir of the Ye family is in front of Wuchen and defiantly asks if he really doesn't have a word of greeting for such an important person. Showing complete indifference to the status of his opponent, the boy declares that he does not care about the position of the heir of the Ye family at all, and ironically asks if he really considers being expelled from such a family a reason for sadness. Leaning menacingly into his opponent's face, Wu Tian coldly mutters in order to convey to the others that very soon the power in the Ye family will change and everything will come under his full control. Watching with amazement, the girl notes to herself how much her fiancé has changed, because if before he tried to avoid any meetings with the Ye family, now he is incredibly confident and talks to Ye Guang in such a cheeky manner. Puzzled by his opponent's behavior, Ouyang frowns and realizes that the guy isn't nearly as hopeless as he's been rumored to be, so he decides to find out what's really behind this sudden change. Enraged by this audacity, Ye Guang loses his temper and breaks down to shout, hurling curses at his opponent and questioning the sanity of someone who seriously thinks that a loser can gain control of the family. Wuxin, keeping an icy calm in the face of an angry relative, confidently declares that the day will soon come when he, the one they call a loser, will throw them all out of the family. Ye Guang grits his teeth in rage and can barely contain his anger as he glares at the boy, stating that he will look forward to seeing the look of utter despair on his face with great impatience. The boy's gaze turns cold and determined as he makes a promise to himself to take back everything that is rightfully his and eventually take over the Yi family completely. Struck by the unprecedented confidence of her companion, the girl covers her mouth with her hand in delight and can't believe her own eyes, wondering if this is the same Ye Wutian, because now he looks incredibly cool. Ye Guang gives Wuxian a hateful look, then curses fiercely, promising that Wuxian will pay dearly for his audacity. Suppressing his simmering anger with difficulty, Ye Guang decides to temporarily retreat, as he understands that the primary task now is to strengthen ties with Ouyang Hao, and he will deal with this arrogant upstart later at a more appropriate time. With a confused look at Kexin, the young man in a business suit asks her to explain the meaning of the words about the right to choose that the departed opponent just said. Closing her eyes in obvious confusion, the blonde refers to suddenly surfaced work cases and informs about the need to urgently return to the office. Calling out to his friend, the grinning man assures him of his full knowledge and informs that the impudent man himself offered to break off the engagement and even give up all his property. Smiling insidiously, the schemer offers to help arrange a date with the same girl, hoping in this way to finally win over a new ally. Intrigued by what he's heard, the young man in the jacket gives the guy an expectant look and asks him to tell all the details of this alluring story, Chung Kexon stands alone at the panoramic window in an empty office, looking thoughtfully into the distance, lost in her own uneasy thoughts about what happened. Looking at Wuxian going off into the distance through the window of her office, the confused blonde wonders what difficulties her fiancé had to go through to change so much. She mentally wonders if he really intends to break off their engagement. An agitated assistant quickly runs into the office and insistently urges her boss to come to her senses as soon as possible, trying to distract her from heavy thoughts. Convincing the confused manager of the correctness of her opinion, the employee insists that the former groom does not suit her at all, and even after all the changes remains an ordinary womanizer, while the other candidate is a much more worthy party. Fearing that the young man's sudden action may be just a passing whim, the agitated assistant insistently advises her boss to make a final decision before he changes his mind. Sunk in deep sadness and tormented by doubts, Chung Kexon asks for time to calmly reflect on the situation, while her loyal subordinate silently waits for her supervisor's final decision. Walking calmly beside his bike in the sunset, Ye Wuqian makes a solemn promise to himself, as if treating the previous owner of the body, to restore order in his own body and take back control of the entire legacy of the Ye family. Staring thoughtfully at nothing, the dark-haired guy bitterly admits that his former lover is now connected to another person, and he realizes his inability to keep her close to him. Riding his bicycle into the distance on a city road, the young man resolutely declares his intention to become a great master of medicine and start a new chapter in his life. Shocked by what they see, passers-by discuss what is happening furiously. While some do not hide their amazement and delight, others skeptically call on the main character to stop posturing and behave more naturally. On a white canvas mounted on a wooden pole, there is a bold advertisement for a one-of-a-kind master of medicine who promises potential clients help in a variety of issues, from finding beauty and good health to planning the sex of a child. Sitting at a table under his advertising banner, a mysterious healer in dark glasses keeps a straight face, while a crowd of curious citizens begins to gather in front of him, intrigued by his loud promises. Peering over the top of his sunglasses, the mysterious medicine master shows off a subtle but confident grin, clearly pleased with how well his venture to attract the attention of the townspeople is progressing. Hearing in the crowd not only enthusiastic exclamations, but also quite reasonable questions about his qualifications and place of work, the holy healer maintains an outward calm despite the growing pressure from skeptics on all sides. With a straight face, the young man parries questions from the crowd, stating that he does not belong to any hospital since with his enormous experience, no medical institution can simply afford to pay for his services. After hearing such an arrogant statement, the people in the crowd start openly mocking Wu Tian, mistaking him for a madman and expressing feigned sympathy for the fact that he supposedly lost his mind at such a young age. Undeterred by the ridicule, the young man calmly declares that the true freedom of choice is always reserved for volunteers, and those who really believe in his skill will appreciate it for its weight in gold. While serious passions and disputes are raging in the square around the self-proclaimed healer, an ordinary white van drives indifferently past this noisy gathering on the city road. Noticing the unusual activity on the street, reporter Wang Fancy curiously looks out of the window of the van and asks the driver to immediately stop the car to find out the reason for such a violent noise. Pushing her way through the dense crowd, the young woman insistently asks people to step aside to get to the very center of events and see with their own eyes the cause of the general excitement. As she makes her way forward, the girl freezes in amazement, suddenly recognizing an old acquaintance in the self-confident healer, and involuntarily shouts out his name, unable to believe her eyes. As she gets closer, reporter Wang no longer hides her sarcasm and asks an old acquaintance with a mocking smile what the pervert left in the town square, clearly not taking his new role as a great healer seriously. With a heavy sigh, Wu Qin asks the annoying journalist not to pry into other people's affairs, ironically remarking that he could have called his services an even louder word. Having changed her anger to mercy, the girl decides to teach the self-confident guy a lesson, and with a fervent challenge, declares that without real skills, he will not wait for a single client, so she is ready right now to show everyone what she is capable of. Instantly switching to professional mode, Wang Fangxi points the camera at the young man and starts an impromptu interview with a microphone in his hands, asking Mr. Ye with a bit of irony if he really expects at least some patients to come. Looking directly into the camera lens, the young man answers the reporter's provocative question with a slight grin, expressing full confidence that sooner or later, there will definitely be someone who will appreciate his outstanding abilities. Wanting to catch the guy bragging, Wang Fangxi continues to bombard him with tricky questions right on the record, asking if he really considers himself unique and different from all other doctors. With a condescending smile, Mr. Ye sums up the interview, stating on camera that while others laugh at his alleged insanity, he only ironically laughs at their narrow-mindedness and short-sightedness. Seeing Ye Wuxian's absurd prank on the monitor screen, Chung Kexin jumps up in his office chair and almost chokes on water from surprise, after which he bursts into a fit of unrestrained laughter and, pointing his finger at Wang Fangxi's broadcast, asks through laughter what kind of ridiculous game he is doing live. Seeing such a violent reaction of the boss, her assistant Wang is surprised to note the lack of anger on the part of Chung Kexin and adds with a grin that her nominal fiancé should be damn ashamed of such a disgrace. Shaking her head negatively, the headmistress again fixes her eyes on the monitor and admits that the show promises to be extremely interesting, and therefore she is determined to watch the broadcast to the end in order to find out what this adventure of her nominal fiancé will turn out to be. Looking at the mysterious smile of the boss, the assistant is secretly amazed at how much both Ye Wutian and Chung Kexin have changed, because earlier such an outburst would probably have infuriated the manager and would not have aroused such a lively and sincere interest in her. Meanwhile, in the luxurious mountain mansion of the Ye family, what is happening on the screen is also closely watched, and the atmosphere there is clearly saturated with tension because the cheeky behavior of their relative on the air could not go unnoticed. The TV shows the moment when the reporter Wang Fangxi decides to ask Ye Wuxian a provocative question about his sunglasses, to which the latter, not at all embarrassed by the camera, with disarming impudence, declares that he wears them only in order to freely look at the beauties around him. Ignoring the bewilderment of the journalist, Ye Wutian calmly develops his dubious idea, brazenly stating to the camera that through the lenses of his glasses, all the girls around him will certainly seem to be dressed in black silk stockings. Inside the mansion, a young man points in shock at the TV screen, asking his father if this loser on the broadcast is the same relative, while the head of the family gloomy, silently, and fiercely watches the disgrace taking place. Sitting on the sofa, Ye Hengchai, the eldest son of the Ye family, addresses his younger brother with a venomous grin, mockingly asking if this brat of his is being shamed all over the country on live TV right now. As Ye Hengchai's younger brother turns away from the snickering relatives in annoyance, he grits his teeth at the fact that the scoundrel hasn't made contact since returning to Dongcheng and wonders in complete confusion what the hell he's doing in front of the entire public. Unable to contain his simmering rage any longer, the head of the Ye family slams his palm down on the table with a bang, causing everyone present to flinch and instantly fall silent as he glares furiously at the screen, where his relative continues to rant in front of Wang Fangxi's camera about his uniqueness and the short-sightedness of others. Barely restraining the rage bubbling up inside, the white-haired head of the family in anger calls the guy a disgrace and a black sheep of their kind, clearly believing that with his bold speeches on the air, he finally trampled on the remnants of the reputation of the Ye family. Glaring at Hendong, the head of the family declares that he has long been aware of the secret financing of his nephew, and in an ultimatum form orders to immediately stop any support because this time the impudent young man has crossed all permissible limits. Taken aback by his father's harsh order, Hendong turns pale and tries to appeal to his mercy with a trembling voice, reminding him that Ye Wutian is his only son and his own blood, which he cannot just leave to fend for himself. Taking advantage of the moment, the young man with a malicious grin decides to add fuel to the fire and informs his grandfather that at yesterday's meeting, Ye Wutian intended to become the head of their family and promised to throw them all out of the mansion in the future. Hearing about his grandson's audacious ambitions, the head of the family finally loses his composure and, almost choking with rage, warns Hendong for the last time that if he continues to give money to this impudent man, he will bitterly regret it. To top it all off, the nephew's eyes narrow with glee as he deals another blow to Hendong, telling him that he will probably lose his daughter-in-law as well, as Ye Wuqian is rumored to have taken the initiative to break off his engagement to Chung Kexin. Hyungdong, furious, grits his teeth and curses his son in anger because he put so much effort into choosing the perfect match for him, and now he just can't believe that this scoundrel dared to decide on the termination of such a lucrative engagement alone. Seeing how much Hyungdong is hurt by the news about her son's behavior and plans, his wife gently puts her hand on his shoulder and asks him in a low, soothing voice not to get excited and come to his senses. Ye Feiqiao, Ye Hengdong's youngest daughter, looks anxiously at her angry father and timidly tries to intercede for her brother, assuring him that he probably has a good reason for such strange behavior, and begs her parent to change his anger to mercy. Continuing his devious game, the young man with a fox-like grin tells his grandfather another important detail, that he has met Ouyang Hao, who is clearly not indifferent to Chung Ketchen, and hints that the Ye family should take this chance to establish a profitable relationship with the influential Ouyang clan. Taking his grandson's words into account, the white-haired elder admits that even though their lineage is considered the best in Dongqing, they are still no match for the power of the Ouyang family, so he gives Guang a direct instruction to render any service to Lord Ouyang if necessary. Yadongxuan's aunt, with a condescending smile, informs her father that Chung Ketchen is supposedly eager to take over the company to clean up the mess Ye Wuqian has left behind, and arrogantly adds that she knows exactly how to deal with businessmen of this kind. Enraged by his sister's interference, Ye Hengdong clenches his fists and harshly cuts her off, claiming that Chung Ketchen is still his sister-in-law and insisting that Dongshuan must not pry into her own affairs. The enraged head of the family once again slams the table, resolutely stopping any attempts to intercede for the guy, and loudly declares to Hengdong that as long as he is alive, the return of this black sheep to their house is absolutely impossible. Meanwhile, in the city square, Wang Fangxi sits down next to Ye Wuxian's table, ironically notices that it's already noon and no one has come to his tent, and curiously asks if his self-confidence has been shaken after waiting for so long. Undeterred, Ye Wuqian replies with an unruffled smile that it is always difficult to get started in any business, and assures the girl that sooner or later, someone will definitely be interested in his services. Suddenly, the crowd parts, and an elderly man, accompanied by assistants, makes his way through the hum of voices, while people around him whisper reverently, announcing the arrival of the famous Dr. Wu. Dr. Wu, beaming with a benevolent smile, turns to Ye Wuqian and informs him that he just has a difficult patient who could interest the young master, thus offering him a long-awaited chance to show his medical talents. When he hears about a new patient, the guy just grins pragmatically, saying that he will take up the case as long as he is paid, and immediately gets to the point, asking the doctor to describe the patient's symptoms in detail. People around them are stunned to see the famous Dr. Wu talking respectfully to a simple young man, and a murmur ripples through the crowd. People begin to realize that this is not just a charlatan, but a man whose authority is recognized by the master of medicine himself. The elderly man nods dutifully and describes the patient's critical condition: body temperature that has fallen to the limit, icy limbs, and an almost imperceptible thread-like pulse. After listening carefully to the report, the young man thoughtfully clarifies whether it is a stroke, and notes with relief that since only 2 days have passed, the situation has not yet become critical, and they have a chance to fix everything. Pushing past onlookers in the dense crowd, an alarmed man in a gold chain makes his way to the doctor's table in a panic, desperately shouting demands to make way for him, as it is vital that he immediately show the patient to the famous master of medicine. A young healer with dark glasses instantly changes his face and focuses on the noise, realizing from the alarmed shout in the crowd that the moment has come for a real test of his exceptional skills. The healer instantly evaluates the balding and heavy guest, noting the massive gold chain and status suit as clear signs of the approaching man's high position and wealth. Looking at the approaching rich man with a satisfied and cynical grin, the young doctor in dark glasses sarcastically remarks to himself that the man should have put the brand of a rich man on his forehead, and at the same time cynically admits that he likes people like him, seeing in him a profitable client. A breathless rich man in a massive gold chain, introducing himself as Ding Shengsheng, eagerly bends down in front of the young man sitting at the table, and with undisguised anxiety in his voice, asks what is wrong with him, hoping for an immediate diagnosis from the mysterious doctor. A young doctor in dark glasses instantly lists the hidden ailments of the approaching rich man, including puffiness and kidney problems, which plunges the unexpected client into a complete stupor. Struck by the accuracy of the diagnosis, the rich man in ecstasy grabs the young man by the hand and, calling him a miracle worker, tearfully begs for help, admitting that he is absolutely right in every word he says. The young doctor remains calm and condescends to say that the solution to this problem will not be difficult for him, but immediately turns the conversation into a practical course, delicately raising the issue of the cost of his services. Without a second thought, the enthusiastic rich man hands the young man a bank check for 100,000 yen and again tearfully begs for help, hoping that such a generous reward will be enough incentive to immediately start treatment. Staring at the proffered check, The young doctor in dark glasses just winces in frustration and declares with obvious displeasure that such a sum for saving a life is too cheap, demanding to raise the payment to 1 million or look for someone else who can cope with such a task. Upon hearing the staggering sum of 1 million yuan, the rich man freezes with his eyes wide open in shock, while cold sweat rolls down his face at the realization of the exorbitant price that the young healer asked for his services. Gritting his teeth and signing the check with a trembling hand, the rich man agrees to the deal in desperation, declaring that he is ready for any expenses if only the mysterious young doctor could really cure him of a painful illness. After receiving the desired agreement for a huge sum, the medicine man Ye Wutian, in dark glasses, bursts into triumphant laughter and exclaims with undisguised delight how cool it is, clearly enjoying his easy victory and a successful deal with a rich client. Confidently writing down the recipe, a young healer in dark glasses dictates a complex composition, indicating in detail the necessary proportions of each ingredient for the preparation of a healing potion. The young man completes the instructions with detailed instructions on how to treat the fruits of brusonisha and morinda with alcohol, ordering them to make 10-gram pills in the pharmacy and take them twice a day to restore strength. An elderly doctor with glasses standing nearby confirms the accuracy of prescriptions, assuring the doubting rich man that there are no problems with the prescription and strongly advises him to simply follow the instructions. Finally convinced of the young man's skill after the approval of Dr. Wu himself, a beaming major bursts into gratitude, finally recognizing in his savior a real miracle worker, whose recipe is beyond doubt. Watching the guy in dark glasses easily receive a huge sum, the journalist girl standing next to him cannot hide her indignation and annoyance, bitterly reflecting that even with her hard work, she does not know when she will be able to earn her first million. With a slight grin on his face, the young man turns to Miss Wang, ironically asking her what she understands now. 20,000 for his services was a mere penny, after which he asks her how she feels with mock sympathy. Despite the young man's obvious competence, Wang Fengxi only snorts haughtily and says with obvious skepticism that his abilities are so-so, trying to hide his true surprise behind an assumed indifference. At dusk, the action shifts to Chung Kexin's home, where the windows glow comfortably in the night silence under a clear starry sky, marking the beginning of a new chapter in the story. Chung Kexin is sitting on the bed in her room, thoughtfully flipping through the pages on her laptop, while a funny large toy is frozen on the pink bedspread next to her, adding to the atmosphere of a quiet home evening. In an article published later under the loud headline, commentators wonder whether this street doctor, whose debut cost a client 1 million, is really a master of his craft, or whether all this is just a well-created hype. Reading the news of the young man's incredible success with delight, Chung Kexin smiles charmingly, admitting to herself that this guy's getting more interesting, and she didn't even know how intriguing he could be before. The sudden silence in the room is broken by the sharp trill of the mobile phone, which shows an incoming call from the same Hao, causing Chung Kexin to distract from his thoughts. Hearing an insistent vibration and ringing, the blonde turns to the smartphone lying on the bed, wondering who could have disturbed her at such a late hour. Noticing the caller's name on the screen, Chung Kexin immediately covers the phone with a pillow in a fit of annoyance, trying to drown out the annoying ringing and ignoring the unwanted call. Meanwhile, Hao, while driving a car, looks at the screen of his phone with bewilderment, genuinely not understanding why the girl does not answer his call. Not receiving an answer to the call, Hao decides to act decisively and, abruptly opening the door of his car, goes outside, intending to meet the girl in person at all costs. Standing in the middle of the night right in front of her house, Hao stares at the glowing windows with a cold and determined gleam in his eyes, firmly telling himself that Kexin will not be able to hide from him. There is an urgent knock on Kexin's door, and a woman with a soft, friendly smile informs her of Hao's visit, inviting her to go down and meet the unexpected guest. When Chung Kexin hears about the uninvited guest's visit, she freezes in surprise and her eyes flash with anxious surprise, because she clearly did not expect to see Hao on her doorstep this evening. Chung Kexin walks out to meet the intruder and finds Hao in the living room, a mixture of awkwardness and doom on her face, and a dry statement of the fact that he is there, which she has not managed to hide from. Turning around at the sound of footsteps, the guest bombards the girl with questions. Trying to find out the reason for her silence, he sincerely wonders why she ignored the calls, and with feigned concern assumes that she is not ill, or maybe just very tired in the last few days. Sitting down across from him, the girl tries to keep her distance and responds as briefly as possible, assuring the guest of her complete order and asking him not to worry, only casually mentioning a slight fatigue as the only reason for her recent behavior. Observing the state of her daughter, the mother enthusiastically suggests that the guest take her for a walk or to the cinema, believing that a change of scenery after hard work will benefit her, while the girl herself only sighs in confusion and doom from such a persistent initiative. Hearing support from her mother, the guest visibly brightens up and picks up the idea with a satisfied grin, offering to immediately go for a walk and looking expectantly at the girl waiting for her consent. Sighing heavily and squeezing her eyes in frustration, the girl reluctantly agrees to the offer, realizing that it is simply useless to argue with her mother and the persistent guest right now. Soon the couple finds themselves in an empty city square, where a lighted fountain sounds steadily in the silence of the night under the starry sky, creating a deceptively romantic atmosphere for their forced walk. Walking slowly through the square, the companion notices the girl's depressed state and directly asks if her bad mood is connected with a certain person, hoping that a walk in the fresh air will help her distract from her dark thoughts. Taken aback by such a direct guess, the girl sharply denies any sympathy for the man and in great embarrassment asks him if he is joking, trying to hide his obvious nervousness behind an assumed indignation. Suddenly, their tense conversation is interrupted by a ringing child's laughter and joyful shouts coming from somewhere nearby, where a small child cheerfully urges his companion, calling him uncle. Hearing the call, the couple sees a young man on a bicycle with a little girl, and Yewutian, with a kind smile, hugs the enthusiastic child tighter, promising to go even faster. Noticing a familiar figure, the girl freezes in complete shock and cannot believe her eyes, instantly recognizing in this young man her fiancé, who was previously known only for his frivolous antics and image of a playboy. The woman affectionately asks her daughter to say goodbye to the young man, who just gave her a ride, reminding the girl that it's late and it's time to go home, while Wuxian only nods to them in silence and with restraint. Noticing the presence of an uninvited acquaintance, Hao abruptly stops and with a suspicious look asks the girl about the reasons for this person's appearance here, while she insistently pulls him by the hand and asks him to leave as soon as possible. After stopping a few steps away, Ye Wuqian also looks at the couple passing by, and at that moment his eyes meet Hao's, who continues to stare at him with obvious tension and dislike. Ye Wuyan suddenly calls out the girl's name, causing her to flinch and turn around, and then asks her directly about her intentions with cold calmness, while Chung Kexin stands in front of him in complete confusion and anxiety. An exasperated Hao steps forward and unceremoniously points a finger at Ye Wuxian's chest, declaring that they are on a date and demanding to be left alone, while Ye Wuxian remains icily calm and doesn't even flinch at the defiant gesture. Ye Wenyan ignores the outburst and keeps an icy calm and reminds the girl of her status as a bride, allowing her to see anyone she wants, but insisting on certain proprieties while Hao watches the scene from the sidelines in a rage. Ye Wuxian ends his thought with a strict condition, demanding that the signed engagement termination agreement be placed on his desk tomorrow, while a stunned Chung Kexin remains fearfully silent behind his back. Chung Kexin's eyes fill with tears, and she babbles excuses under her breath, trying to convince him that what she saw was just an unfortunate misunderstanding, and not at all what he might have thought. When Chung Kexin returns home from a hard walk with Hao, he collapses on the bed in his clothes, burying his face in the pillow and trying to drown out the feelings that came after Ye Wuxian's harsh ultimatum. Kexin buries her face in the pillow and can't hold back her tears, only repeating in a barely audible voice that everything is not as it seems, and she can't cope with the overwhelming despair. Chung Kexin's parents are anxiously watching their daughter's return, and if the mother is genuinely worried about her depressed state, the father only blankly suggests that his wife figure it out for herself without interrupting her work. An angry mother harshly chastises her husband for his remarkable indifference, angrily reminding him that Kexin is his own daughter too, and her welfare should concern him as much as anyone else. The mother is outraged by her daughter's unwillingness to choose the enviable Hao instead of Yeutian, and the father asks his wife to calm down and promises to support any decision of the girl. The next morning, the silence in the room is broken by the persistent ringing of the alarm clock on the smartphone, which jokingly calls the owner a lazy pig and encourages her to wake up as soon as possible. Chung Kexin jumps out of bed after another sleepless night, haunted by the memory of last night's encounter, when in a complete daze she recognized the stranger as her former playboy fiancé, carelessly rolling someone else's child. Stifling a yawn, Chung Kexin forces herself to get out of bed and start packing, realizing that she needs to clean up and go to the office immediately, despite the complete lack of sleep and heavy thoughts about yesterday's conflict. Looking into her bag, the blonde suddenly freezes from shock and the realization that some extremely important thing has disappeared without a trace, and her face instantly pales from the panic that has surged. Frantically emptying the contents of her purse onto the bed, Chung Ketchin desperately searches for the same agreement that she definitely had on her during that ill-fated meeting in the park yesterday. Chung Ketchin suspects with horror that the engagement agreement disappeared at the exact moment when Hao unceremoniously argued with Ye Wutian, and now she is panicked at the thought that the document might have fallen into the wrong hands. Despite the panic and insomnia, the head mistress goes to the glass skyscraper to dive into the case and try to find the missing document at the workplace. Hoping to find the lost agreement, Chung Ketchin makes a real mess in her office, frantically ripping through the papers on her desk and opening boxes. But with each passing moment, she is more and more desperate that the document is not here either. In the midst of a frantic search, a beaming assistant, Wang, bursts into the office and happily informs her boss that they have great business news and a great deal is looming on the horizon. The assistant hands Chung Ketchin a business card of a potential partner, explaining that a certain influential person is looking for opportunities for cooperation and is waiting for a personal meeting to discuss the details of a future transaction. Chung Ketchin falls into a stupor when he reads Ye Dongshuan's name on the card, wondering if this is the same person who is connected to her past and suddenly decided to interfere in her business life. Ye Wuxian's aunt, Ye Dongshuan, enters the study and politely expresses her hope that her sudden visit will not burden Chung Ketchin too much, to which the girl, hiding her inner excitement, responds with a welcoming greeting. Ye Dongshuan confidently walks into the study and sits down on the sofa, expressing his willingness to get down to business, while Chung Ketchin tries his best to keep a professional look, wondering why the relative of her ex-fiancé really came. Auntie gets straight to the point and promises Chung Ketchin cooperation only if she officially breaks off her engagement to Ye Wuxian, emphasizing the seriousness of her words with an icy and piercing look. Stunned by the sudden and audacious demand, the girl jumps up from her seat, unable to hide her extreme indignation at the brazen interference in her personal affairs under the guise of a business offer. Instead of apologizing for the tactlessness, the guest just smiles mysteriously and encourages the girl to calm down, offering to first carefully study the documents that she brought with her. Running her eyes over the proposed contract, the girl freezes with amazement because the amount of 300 million seems to her incredibly generous, almost like a direct monetary gift veiled under a business agreement. The aunt explains with a haughty air that this fabulous amount is only a small part of what the girl can get in the future if she makes the right decision and stops clinging to the past. Grinning, the woman explains that the final engagement is inevitable and her goal is only to speed up this process, and then with icy calm adds that such an intelligent person will probably be able to weigh the pros and cons and make the right decision. Looking suspiciously at the unexpected guest, the girl directly asks why she, being a member of an influential family, takes such a step and firmly declares that she will not put her signature on the contract until she hears the whole truth about the hidden motives of this proposal. The woman just gives a sarcastic grin in response, expressing feigned surprise that her nephew is still not indifferent to his fiancée, and this sharp remark only heats up the atmosphere in the office more. Chen Ketchin harshly parries the guest's sarcastic remark, stating that her personal feelings for her fiancé, whether it is affection or complete indifference, are solely her own business, which does not concern Ye Dongshuan in any way. Ye Dongshuan heads for the exit, saying that Chung Ketchin's strong character alone won't be enough to survive in their company, and she gives a tough ultimatum, demanding an answer this afternoon, and emphasizes with cold arrogance that she doesn't like to wait. Left all alone, the girl sighs heavily and sinks into an oppressive silence, clutching the papers in her hands and trying to cope with the excitement that engulfs her in the face of a fateful choice. As Chung Ketchin tries to put his thoughts in order, he realizes that it is a strange coincidence that an important document mysteriously disappeared just before the visit of an uninvited guest, which leads her to suspect a carefully planned trap. Sensing something is amiss, the blonde hurriedly leaves the office and heads home, determined to find the missing agreement by all means and sort out this confusing situation. On the way out of the office, Headmistress Chung's path is suddenly blocked by a surprised assistant Wang, accompanied by two burly men, whose unexpected question about her hasty departure makes the heroine jump in surprise. The receptionist hastily explains that these serious men are actually lawyers who insist on an immediate meeting to discuss some extremely important official matters. A lawyer in a formal suit and glasses politely greets Chung Ketchin, formally announcing that Ye Wutian has instructed their law firm to handle all the formalities of transferring ownership of the Tianxin Trading Company to its full disposal. Chung Kexin freezes in utter confusion when the lawyer says the word transfer, and unable to hide her shock, she demands an immediate and clear explanation of exactly what Ye Wutian is planning to do with the company. The lawyer dispassionately explains that the peaceful termination of the engagement agreement with his client automatically brings into force the condition of the agreement, according to which the rights to own the company must be immediately transferred to the hands of the girl. Shocked by this news, the blonde in complete bewilderment objects to the lawyers, claiming that she did not sign absolutely any documents or agreements that could lead to such drastic consequences. In response to the girl's objections, one of the lawyers calmly presents her with a folder of documents, claiming that this agreement was signed by her, and now it is irrefutable legal proof of the entry into force of the terms. Stunned by the sudden turn of events, Chung Kexin frantically shuffles through the papers submitted by the lawyers, unable to understand how the document she just found missing at her home ended up in the hands of these people. Chung Kexin falls into a true stupor when she sees her own clear signature next to Ye Wuxian's name on the official document, and frantically tries to remember how this could have happened, because she is absolutely sure that she never signed this agreement. Beside herself with rage and despair, the girl resolutely declares to the lawyers that everything that is happening is a monstrous mistake or deliberate forgery, since she is absolutely sure that she never signed this agreement. The lawyer remains completely cool and confidently suggests that Chung Kexin submit an official request for a handwriting examination if she seriously doubts the authenticity of her signature on this document. Beside herself with rage and powerlessness, the girl shouts an insult to the one who set her up, and in tears runs past the stunned lawyers, unable to bear this humiliating encounter with lies any longer. The heroine flies out of the building right into the pouring rain, completely ignoring the lashing drops, and in desperation runs in search of the culprit of the situation. A drenched Chung Kexin runs through the wall of rain, shouting curses at Ye Wuxian and desperately trying to track down this scoundrel so that she can personally demand to answer for the blatant lie with a fake agreement. Alone on the street, Chung Kexin screams at the empty air, demanding that Ye Wuxian immediately come out and explain himself, while streams of icy rain mingle with bitter tears on her face, which is flushed with anger. In a hurry, not noticing the slippery surface under her feet, the heroine loses her balance and falls hard on the wet asphalt, finally succumbing to the despair that overwhelmed her. Left kneeling in the middle of the puddles, Chung Kexin lowers her head, letting the rain wash over her face as the weight of her betrayal and the realization of her own helplessness completely drains her of the strength to stand up. Sitting in the pouring rain, the poor girl chokes and sobs, unable to believe in the reality of what is happening, and continues to whisper through her tears that she never put her signature on this ill-fated document. An agitated Hao Ouyang in a business suit hurries through the pouring rain to Kexin, who has fallen to her knees, trying to cover her with an umbrella and find out the reason for her plight. Wuqian watches from behind as Hao Ouyang kneels down next to Kexin, who is sitting on the wet asphalt, shielding her from the torrential rain with his umbrella. The young man, whose face is covered with raindrops, mentally addresses the former owner of his body, stating the finale of their common history and declaring that from now on his bride belongs to another person. Standing with his back to the rain, Wuqian finally breaks the connection with the past, saying that feelings cannot be imposed by force. A drenched, dark-haired man with a white shirt unbuttoned at the collar freezes in the pouring rain when an imperious hand blocks his path, forcing him to stop with a sharp shout. A rain-soaked young secretary, Wang, resolutely blocks the way, arms outstretched, and indignantly demands to know why their general manager is being treated this way. A dark-haired man with a bitter grin on his face and dripping raindrops on his skin asks a counter-question about whether this is not the outcome that everyone expected. Caught off guard, a young woman in a sodden white shirt is anxiously and indignantly demanding to know how he got his hands on the agreement when their general manager, now looking extremely depressed, refused to sign it. A young man soaked in the rain with obvious confusion in his eyes refutes the girl's words, explaining that he received the agreement in the morning and signed it only because the document was already certified by someone. With a discontented sigh and a detached look, the drenched guy decides to put this argument in the past, declaring that what he has done cannot be undone, and hurries away in the rain. With a triumphant grin on her face, the drenched girl shows a smartphone screen with the voice recorder turned on, mockingly noting that the pre-started recording confirmed the mistake made by someone. While being guarded by armed men, a young man in a white shirt turns doubtfully to a gray-haired man in a medical gown walking next to him, admitting that this place seems to him intimidating, despite the promises of an opportunity to earn good money. Scratching his cheek thoughtfully, the young doctor looks suspicious and puzzled as he asks the white-haired doctor in front of him who his mysterious patient really is. A bespectacled elderly man with a stern and mysterious expression replies that he can't reveal any more details about the patient's identity, limiting himself to mentioning the patient's last name, Ning. Before the closed door of the office, a strict warning sounds to be extremely careful and watch your every word when entering the interior. Entering the hospital room, a young man in a white shirt sees several men surrounding the bed with an unconscious elderly patient, while one of those present in a brown t-shirt meets him with a stern and appraising look. On the bed covered to the chest with a white blanket lies an emaciated elderly man with a completely bald head. His mouth is slightly open and his eyes are tightly closed, which gives his face an expression of deep and heavy oblivion. The young doctor studies the patient thoughtfully, while the white-haired doctor succinctly confirms to the doubting boy that this young man is the great master. Thoughtfully rubbing his chin, William carefully examines the patient's condition and lists aloud the alarming symptoms, namely numbness of the limbs, paralysis of the facial nerve, and a dark coating on the tongue, coming to the disappointing conclusion that the situation is extremely serious. Watching this, a man in a brown t-shirt is struck by the young man's ability to diagnose only by appearance, recognizing that he really has remarkable skills. After assessing the patient's condition, Wutian remains unperturbed when a man in a brown t-shirt standing behind him unceremoniously grabs him by the shoulder and, with obvious disbelief in his voice, demands to clarify what the real chance of success is with such a difficult diagnosis. With a confident smile, the guy promises recovery with medication and massage, but immediately warns about the high cost of his unique services. As the bespectacled elderly doctor watches, he thinks ruefully about the young man's greed, wondering if the young man doesn't notice the armed soldiers outside and doesn't realize what a dangerous situation he is in. Despite the skepticism of others, one of those present hands Utian a check for 5 million, promising an additional reward in the future if the treatment is successful. With a happy laugh, Wuqian takes the check and immediately demands a paper and pen for appointments, causing the young man in the light shirt to be completely confused by his abrupt transition to business. With an air of concentration, the young man sits down at the table and begins to quickly sketch out a list of necessary ingredients on a piece of paper. After finishing the notes, Wutian hands the sheet to the man in the brown t-shirt and busily orders someone to brew the indicated herbs, as well as bring a clean towel. After carefully wetting the cloth in a basin of water, the boy starts wiping the patient and gravely notes that the patient needs specific treatment, which can be misinterpreted by others. While flexing their hands, the healer intently prepares for the main part of the procedure, realizing that now his main priority is to conduct a therapeutic massage session. The treatment procedures took too long, and outside the moon led the sun into the sunset. Wearily drying off with a towel after completing the procedures, Wuxian announces the end of work for the day and gives strict instructions to take medicine 3 times a day, while the assistant diligently writes down every word of the doctor in his notebook. With a serious and even somewhat threatening look, Wuyan warns his companion that if he dares to forget about his instructions, the consequences in the form of a special massage will be extremely painful. The next day, as they walk through the sunlit city streets, Wu and Dr. Wu have a quiet conversation against the backdrop of classical architecture, gradually moving away from the hospital's worries. After praising the young colleague for his brilliant work and acknowledging his superiority, the elderly doctor winked knowingly at Wuxian and asked in a sly tone if the young man really broke off his engagement to his fiancée. The puzzled young man coldly states that rumors spread quickly and asks the old doctor not to beat around the bush, but to get straight to the point. An elderly companion enthusiastically offers the healer to meet his granddaughter, and the latter curiously clarifies whether the beautiful flight attendant has a good figure. A seductive image of a slender girl in a strict flight attendant suit, gracefully sitting on a soft bed in the glow of pink lights, immediately pops up in Yuchin's imagination. Pleased with this reaction, the young man puts a friendly arm around the old doctor's shoulders, and the latter, clearly encouraged by the answer, promises to act as a pimp and invite both of them to dinner as soon as the granddaughter returns from vacation. After receiving such a frank and interested answer, the old healer smiles contentedly and thinks to himself that this talented young man really lives up to his expectations and should never be missed. As night fell, the young man lay at ease on the bed in his room, deep in thought under the soft light of the moon shining over the city's high-rises. In his wild fantasies, the hero sees himself surrounded by beautiful girls who gently caress him and shower him with attention, creating an atmosphere of carefree bliss and delight. A sudden, insistent knock on the door in the middle of the night unceremoniously interrupts the young man's sweet dreams, forcing him to jump out of bed in a rage and, indignant at the interrupted dream of beauties, hurry to the exit. An angry young man opens the door and begins to loudly resent the night visit, but at the sight of a confused girl in a police uniform standing on the threshold, his ardor instantly fades, replaced by an awkward silence. After giving the outraged landlord a stern look, the uniformed intruder firmly ordered the young man to get dressed before moving on to the conversation. Trying to defend his right to privacy, the host sharply declares that his appearance is no one's business. But the harsh guest only gets even more gloomy and repeats his demand to immediately clean up. Ignoring the demand to get dressed, the self-confident young man defiantly poses in his underwear in the doorway, asking with a smile if the girl has ever seen such a handsome man. In response to the audacity, the girl strikes a powerful kick, sending the impudent man flying, and icily forbids him further insults. The battered young man gets up from the floor and, holding his bruised side, shouts insolent insults in the officer's face in a fit of extreme rage. The domineering guest interrupts Uchin's rudeness with a sharp order to be silent, clenching her fists and demonstrating full readiness to teach the impudent man a lesson again. Gritting his teeth in frustration, the host throws a last sharp curse at the uninvited guest, demanding that she immediately go home and leave him alone. The officer blocks Wuxin's path with a powerful punch, causing the stunned boy to stagger and compare the girl's strength to that of a bull. A ringing slap interrupts Uchin's speech, after which the girl takes a fighting stance and icily orders the impudent man to watch his tongue. Enraged, Wutian wipes away the blood and angrily demands an explanation for the attack, promising the guest a bitter reckoning at the next meeting. The angry guest showers Uchin with a series of powerful blows, resolutely knocking out the arrogance of the impudent guy. Lying on the floor and rubbing his bruised cheek, Uchin cannot believe what is happening, because he, the great master of medicine, was helpless before the onslaught of this woman. While he laments his wounded pride, the stern guest towers over him like an inflexible judge and icily advises him to stop talking nonsense. Otherwise, the next round of beatings will not be long in coming. Covered with bruises, Uchin struggles to get up and burns the offender with a furious look. Despite the defeat, he promises the girl that this is not the end and the reckoning will definitely come. Without waiting for her to obey, the guest delivers a crushing blow from below, and Wentian literally takes off, his face distorted with pain, betraying shock. Humiliated and beaten, Wentian freezes for a moment, digesting the bitterness of defeat, but the shock is quickly replaced by a frightening calm. A sinister and insane grin suddenly spreads on his face, covered with abrasions. Despite her poor condition, Wutian provokes the offender, mocking her strength, and the girl is ready to strike a decisive blow to force the impudent man to admit defeat. Despite the beatings, the guy responds to the death threat with a gesture and a promise of cruel shame, and quips that, without his powder, he simply could not provide her with a more humiliating ending. As soon as the guest asks about Grandpa's condition, Wutian realizes who she is. Noticing the confusion in the girl's eyes, the guy mockingly strikes back and declares that now he will definitely not help her grandfather. Putting the muzzle of a gun to the young man's head, the guest ends the altercation with a cold order. Forcibly pushing the guy into a white van, the girl at full speed went to the hospital. Wuchen bursts into the office and returns the payment receipt to the guy in the t-shirt, ostentatiously announcing that he will not treat this person. Looking at the scowling Wuxian, the man asks in bewilderment about the origin of the fresh bruises and abrasions on the young man's face, not even suspecting that these marks are the result of a recent violent skirmish with the very strong as a bullgirl officer who unceremoniously broke into his house. In response to questions, Wutian angrily exclaims that he will not tolerate bullying and always pays eye for eye, which is why he flatly refuses to treat the grandfather of this flighty girl, whose blows are still burning on his face. Seeing the bruises on the face of his friend, the man becomes enraged and, gritting his teeth with indignation, demands to immediately tell the name of the one who dared to raise a hand against Utian. Confessing to what she did, Sishi stands in front of a shocked man with her head bowed guiltily, while the man in complete bewilderment demands an explanation for her act, to which the girl only quietly justifies herself, calling her outburst of rage an annoying mistake. Asking indignantly about the mistake, Wu Tian pulls up his shirt and shows off the numerous bruises on his body, clearly showing those present that the brutal beatings he suffered cannot be justified by a simple accident. After rejecting the fee, Wu Tian tells Siki to look for a more qualified doctor. For him, the beating incident was the final reason for refusing. In an attempt to rectify the situation, the girl's father stretches out his hand in despair and asks Wuxian to stop, offering sincere apologies for his daughter's cruel act in the hope of softening the master's anger. With a scathing parting remark about how a father should have raised his daughter better, Wu Tian coldly turns and walks away, leaving Shizi and her parent to ponder the consequences of their rudeness in painful silence. The enraged father slaps Shizi with a resounding slap that sends her cap flying off her head, clearly demonstrating his anger at her inappropriate behavior and the thwarted opportunity to heal her grandfather. Overcome with impotent rage, the officer's father grits his teeth and hurls an angry insult, realizing that because of his daughter's obstinacy, he has just lost the only chance to save the old man. Dejected and humiliated, Siki keeps a heavy silence as her hair covers her face, hiding from others the burning color on her cheek and the deep resentment of her father's harsh action. The slap mark on Shizi's face gradually turns purple as she lowers her head and endures her father's angry glare without a murmur, while Wuchen, who is standing in the background, shows complete indifference to the family drama going on. With a final cold plea not to put on a show in front of him, Wuxian makes it clear that he doesn't believe this belated remorse is sincere and slams the ward door behind him with a loud bang, ending the conversation completely. Left with her father, Siki questions Wuxian's skills, calling him a worthless playboy with no medical experience, but the answer is only a harsh comparison, not in her favor. The father demands, in an ultimatum form, that the daughter persuade Utian to cure her grandfather. Elsewhere, an assistant looks on in bewilderment as the general manager hurriedly gathers his things, not understanding the reasons for the boss's sudden departure from the workplace. The girl is determined to live separately and not return to her parents because of her mother's secret contract, but in the middle of the conversation, she abruptly changes the topic, asking for news about her mysterious betrothed. Throwing up her hands, the assistant says that he does not have a phone and it will not be easy to find him, while she herself notes that the general manager began to show this person a suspicious amount of attention immediately after listening to the recording on the dictaphone. Wuxian stretches luxuriously in his bed against the backdrop of the sunset city and is pleased to note that after a good night's sleep, his strength has fully recovered. Stretching his stiff neck, Wuxian remembers the previous day's fight and grits his teeth in rage, mentally promising Siki to get even with her if she ever dared to get in his way again. Pushing aside a thick curtain, a young guy opens a carefree view of the urban area. Looking curiously out of the window, Wutian notices an attractive girl in a housecoat stretching gracefully in the house opposite, and excitedly notes to himself that now he has a very pretty neighbor. The boy thinks with sincere regret that he does not have a telescope to get a better look at his neighbor, while her friend approaches the resting girl, interrupting her privacy. Seeing that the beauty in the window was joined by her younger sister, Wuchen breaks into a satisfied smile and enthusiastically notes to himself that both girls are absolutely his type. Noticing Wuxian's gaze, the younger sister frowns in displeasure and lets out an indignant exclamation, causing the boy to embarrassedly admit that his attempt to sneak a peek at the neighbors failed miserably. Wu Chunyi does not think to be embarrassed and continues to stare, while the younger sister is already encouraging the older one to teach the impudent man a lesson. Having thrown off their dressing gowns, the sisters cause the observer shock and extreme indignation that they had swimsuits under their home clothes, completely destroying his hopes for a more revealing spectacle. Looking at the upset guy, the sisters laugh loudly at his fiasco, and the younger one cheerfully sticks out her tongue at him, celebrating the victory. Seeing the mocking trick of the neighbors, Uchin becomes enraged and, barely restraining rage, promises himself through his teeth that sooner or later he will show these girls what a real man is capable of. Enraged by the sisters' outburst, the healer flies out of the apartment like a bullet and, shouting threats against stupid girls as he runs, rushes down the stairs, determined to teach the impudent neighbors a lesson at all costs. Running out into the street, Wutian suddenly bumps into Siki and stops abruptly in complete disbelief, wondering what this girl is doing outside his house at this hour. The guy just grunts arrogantly and walks past Siki, showing complete indifference. Without saying a word, the girl silently follows Wuxian. Wuxian, with a band-aid on his bruised cheek and beads of sweat on his forehead, is concentrating on eating hot noodles in a roadside cafe, while Siki, following closely behind him, silently watches his every move, never taking his gaze off him. Exhausted by the girl's attention, the guy looks up from his meal and quips that she is stalking him, trying to redeem herself through seduction. Officer Jisi, putting aside her pride and trying not to look at the bruise on the guy's cheek, directly asks him what she should do to convince him to help treat her seriously ill grandfather. After taking a sip of water and squinting slightly, the young man asks the police officer if she really intends to pursue him until he agrees to treat the old man. At the entrance to the bathroom, the guy ironically takes an interest in the girl's plans, stating that it's time for him to leave and putting her in an awkward position. Zizi grits her teeth in humiliation and impotence, bowing her head low and hiding her eyes behind her bangs, as her once confident posture is replaced by a submissive expectation in front of a guy relieving his natural need. With a disdainful glance over his shoulder, the guy warns he can stain her uniform and is not responsible for this. A meek-eyed police officer confirms his willingness to tolerate any inconvenience if only he would agree to treat her grandfather, and timidly offers to help him. Gaping in surprise, the boy bursts out laughing at the ridiculous offer of help, while Siki stands in the background, shaking with rage and blushing with shame at his mocking reaction. Trembling with embarrassment and barely able to contain her indignation, the girl slowly reaches out to the guy, ready to make the most humiliating condition for the sake of saving her grandfather. Blushing with shame, Siki resolutely wraps her arms around the stunned boy from behind, pressing herself against his back and repeating her condition about treating Grandpa. Abruptly pulling away and blushing at the unexpected closeness, the guy indignantly throws up his hand and accuses the girl of trying to take advantage of his confusion, sarcastically evaluating her efforts. Standing at the entrance to the supermarket against the background of the setting sun, the young man smiles contentedly and tightly clutches binoculars in his hands, anticipating a fun spying on the girls and promising them an unforgettable sight. Noticing the extremely disapproving and gloomy expression on Shizi's face, the guy begins to loudly justify himself and assure her of his normality while simultaneously asking if she finds something suspicious in his usual binoculars. Showing off a powerful pair of military binoculars, the girl offers to use them to Utianyu, but he politely refuses, deciding to rely only on his own strength. Looking at the girl in uniform, the guy mockingly asks if she is going to follow him at home, where he is used to walking around naked. Siki, blushing deeply with indignation and embarrassment, sharply calls the guy a pervert in response to his defiant behavior. Being in his room behind thick curtains, Wuxian puts binoculars to his eyes and begins to carefully look for neighbors, hiding from prying eyes in the semi-darkness of the room. Sighing in frustration and lowering the binoculars, the guy regrets the loss of a brilliant opportunity and decides to wait for a more appropriate moment for his plans. Looking through binoculars at the night street, the guy looks for beautiful girls, but suddenly stumbles upon Siki, who at this very moment is watching him intently through the lenses of her device. Noticing that Siki is watching him through powerful binoculars, the guy blushes and indignantly calls her crazy for using such optics. With deep concern and hope in her eyes, Shizi stands with the doctors and relatives at the bedside of her sick grandfather, whose condition remains extremely serious. Siki worries about her grandfather and confesses to her father in embarrassment that she has not yet managed to persuade the same guy. After removing his glasses, Dr. Wu regretfully informs Mr. Ning that he has become worse, as he was left without a massage session from the young master today. Dr. Wu convinces Zizi's father to trust Wuxian's massage before it gets worse, and Zizi, listening to them, realizes that it is impossible to delay. Looking up at the spring sky, Wuxian thinks dreamily about Wan Er. He hasn't seen her for a long time and really wants to know how she has changed. Wuxian energetically runs up to the passerby with open arms and asks about Li Wan Er, driving the girl into a stupor with such pressure. The girl is coquettishly silent and leaves, and Wuxian freezes in confusion, completely not understanding her silent mockery. Wuxian insists on looking for Li Wan Er in the schoolyard, but the girls only irritably ask him to scram in response to any questions. Angered by the youth's lack of manners, Wuxian unceremoniously scares the fat student with a sharp question about Li Wan Er. In response to the call, a passerby sarcastically remarks that Yudian's ambitions do not correspond to his old bicycle and calls his plan original. Enraged by the taunts, Wuxian swears off on his bicycle, determined to find Wan Er and prove his point. An hour later, Wuxian finds a radiant Li Wan Er and is instantly covered in sweat from excitement. Li Wan Er catches Wuxian at the entrance and jokingly asks him what he's up to. After hearing a familiar address from the girl, the guy jokingly, indignantly asks her not to call him that and insists that she call him brother, demonstrating their close and trusting relationship. While Wan makes mischievous faces, declaring his inaccessibility, Wu Tian freezes. He finally found the one he was looking for. Looking at the matured friend, the herbalist mentally notes how much girls change on the way to maturity and emphasizes that now she looks completely different thanks to her outstanding forms. Wan teases Wuxian for an ordinary bike, thinking that such a beauty should have been approached at least on an electric bike. Pretending to be unhappy, the guy takes advantage of the coming evening to ask to stay overnight in the hostel with a girl. The naive Wan just calls the sly kid poor and agrees to take him in. Entering the girl's room, Wu Tian notices the good look of the girl's dorm, but secretly gloats over the successful plan. Outraged by the guy's look, Wan orders him to behave himself. Wuxian notices the girl's pleasant scent, ignoring her indignation. Embarrassed, the girl pushes the guy down on the bed, telling him to shut up. The guy sprawled complacently on the bed, offering to get down to business and get back to the snakebite exam. Outraged by Wuxian's self-confidence, Wan is indignant. Full of enthusiasm, the doctor insists on starting the examination while no one is there. Pairing the guy's provocation, the girl flashed her knowledge in the field of poisons, putting him in a dead end. Wan decided to mention the results of the procedure to change her body shape, saying that now many people are focusing on her. Hearing the request to reduce her shape and remembering the previous procedure, Wu Tian smiles maliciously. To the guy's surprise, the girl calmly agrees to a massage. Wan calmly sits down next to Wuxian on the bed, putting the scissors next to her, which is why she ran into a logical question. A flirtatious girl with a malicious voice announces that this item will serve for self-defense purposes. Being confused and a little flustered with fear, the boy suggests starting. At the peak of the doctor's and girl's treatment, the door to the room opens and 3 strangers stop in the doorway. The atmosphere in the room quickly became filled with awkward silences and surprised looks from the newcomers. Out of surprise and fright, Wan pushed Wuxian aside with a powerful punch, covering the exposed parts of his body with her clothes. The roommates closed the door with snide smiles and sly looks, with a snide apology for bothering them. Grabbing one of the neighbors, the red-haired girl in a panic demands to believe her that what they saw is not what they think, asking them if they know why her shape increased. Residents of the room are happy for their friend without judging, praising the young man and calling him her boyfriend. Embarrassed, Wan grabs Wuxian by the neck, poking him on the cheek with her finger and explaining that he was the one who made her change, but he is not her boyfriend, but only a doctor. Neighbors became interested in the guy, asking question after question about the cost of the procedure and how he managed it, showering him with compliments. In his heart, the young man thinks about the frivolity of girls, noticing that in his time it was even worse. With indignation in her voice, the red-haired girl informs the neighbors that they do not need the procedure at all. The blonde neighbor, putting her finger to her lips, coquettishly notices Wanner's jealousy. After watching the entire scene, Wu Tian decided to introduce himself to the strangers and tell them his name. The smallest of the classmates introduced herself by giving her name and the names of her friends. A girl in a tracksuit, being fascinated by the doctor's skills and appearance, tries to seduce a young guy. The man talks thoughtfully about the prospects of the beauty business, deciding to postpone the opening of the company for a more appropriate time. While one of the female students is desperately trying to attract the attention of a young doctor, Wan wonders about this outcome in Wuxian's work. Realizing what such fame can lead to, the red-haired girl indignantly knocks her hands on the table and shouts out a terrible refusal. A worried Wan blushes and freezes under the puzzled stares of those present after her sudden emotional shout. The girl awkwardly makes excuses, trying to turn the topic to school and hide her embarrassment. The bespectacled brunette confirms with a slight grin that Wan is indeed feeling jealous. The blonde girl happily and enthusiastically confirms the fact of someone else's jealousy. Wu Tian politely thanks the girls for their kindness, admitting that he still has no ideas about the procedures and how to implement them. A young woman in sportswear tempts a man to agree to her proposal, inviting him to dinner for discussion. A slightly flushed Wuxian smiles awkwardly and agrees to eat dinner on his own account, while the girl looks at him playfully. The guy mentally notes the girl's insistence and decides to just talk to her, slightly embarrassed by the situation. A group of friends are surprised to go to the huge luxury building of an elite restaurant. The girls discuss the high cost of the restaurant, expressing pleasant surprise that Wu Tian turned out to be a wealthy man, A smiling Wuqian and a happy Wan walk together towards the restaurant under a clear blue sky. An unknown woman watches a group of friends passing by from a car window against the backdrop of a city landscape with skyscrapers. Sitting in her car and watching the guys, a blonde stranger wonders about the guy's action. Girls freeze in amazement in front of a sumptuously laid table with delicious dishes in an expensive restaurant. Already sitting at the table, the shocked girl looks at Wuxian in bewilderment, trying to understand the reason for such extravagance when ordering food. Agreeing with her friend, the girl in the sports top gently reproaches the guy for overly generous order, calling it a waste of food. Chewing his food with satisfaction, Wuqian confidently declares that he can afford such expenses. Being in deep shock, the girls calculate the huge cost of dinner and doubt the financial capabilities of their companion. Continuing to calmly eat lunch, the guy suddenly changes the subject and asks the girl about the state of her grandfather's health. Answering Wuxian's question, Wan sadly admits that her grandfather is already too old for heavy fishing. After listening carefully to the girl, the guy offers his grandfather to change the dangerous sea fishing to fish farming and promises to personally help with this when he returns home. With a slight grin on his face, the hero asks his companion not to worry, confidently promising to take the decision of this issue on himself. Seeing an opportunity to earn extra money, a short-haired friend with burning eyes asks Wuqian to take them as a share. Smiling sheepishly, Wuqian explains the complexity of mass production by having to master the dangerous technique of acupressure. Having opened the doors of the luxurious hall, the same stranger from the car freezes on the threshold, looking at Wuqian and his companion with obvious confusion. Looking at the young man with undisguised surprise, the blonde guest freezes in place and quietly calls him brother. Startled by what they've heard, the friends can't believe their ears and try to understand the relationship of Ye Feikyo from the influential Ye clan with their usual acquaintance. Frowning at the unexpected encounter, Ye Wuqian, glass in hand, asks the guest in displeasure about the reason for her appearance in this place. Timidly approaching, the blonde girl asks for permission to join the company, but receives a sharp and categorical refusal from Ye Wuxian. Despite Wuxian's displeasure, Wan politely invites her to the table, trying to smooth over the awkward situation. Outraged by the behavior of her companion, the girl sharply reprimands the guy for being rude to her sister. Maintaining a cool detachment, Ye Wuqian demands that his sister speak directly and not waste his time on idle chatter. With a pleading voice, the sister asks her brother to return home, assuring him that his parents are very much looking forward to the meeting and not all members of the Ye family are against him. In response to Wuxian's coldness, his sister reminds him of the unbreakable bond, emphasizing their biological relationship. After taking a sip from the glass, the hero finally renounces the connection with his family and asks the uninvited guests to leave and not interfere with their dinner. Realizing the futility of further persuasion, the frustrated guest leaves a note with her phone number on the table and leaves. Watching her companion's sister leave, the red-haired girl notes with some confusion her hasty departure. After the departure of a relative, the main character remains sitting at the table all alone, heavily lowering his head on his hands from the rush of feelings. Looking down at the table, the guy looks thoughtfully at the business card with the phone number left by his recent guest. Frozen in the doorway, from surprise, the guest runs into a red-haired guy who is determined to take a look at the one who dared to invite his girlfriend to dinner. Accompanied by a whole group of people, a large red-haired man unceremoniously bursts into the room, loudly and insistently searching for his companion.